Chapter 41-39. Lu Shue's strength was extraordinary. After all, she was once one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. She mainly cultivated the sword Dao and was most proficient in killing. Back in the great cosmological realm, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was almost killed by her heart sword, which showed how strong this woman was. On the other hand, Ouyang Bing's strength was only below average among the 4th-grade Sky Splitters. She had to join hands with her brother to perform that joint attack. Now that Ouyang Lai had died, how could he be Lu Shue's match? Not to mention that Yu He, who had pulled out her hand, was already pouncing on him. He was already beaten to the point where he could only parry and had no strength to fight back. Now that he was in danger, his heart was dead. On the other side, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also showed their might. Yang Kai was originally worried that these two strange beasts wouldn't be of much use outside the universe world, but now it seemed that they could actually fight the lower-grade Sky Splitters head-on. The Scarlet Flood Dragon spewed flames from its mouth, and from time to time, a Scarlet Star Disciple would be burned into a fireball. The Earth Dragon's mouth expanded and wriggled, swallowing a Scarlet Star Disciple in one gulp. Many Scarlet Star Disciples' expressions changed drastically as they dodged. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After piercing Ouyang Lai's head with his spear, he immediately summoned the Divine Essence-fused gourd. The gourd opened, and a ray of light shot out from the Divine Essence-fused gourd, sweeping in all directions. He was just the Emperor Realm's cultivator who had condensed 4 types of energy. Without using external force or divine technique Dharma idol, he was no match for any Heaven Splitter Realm cultivator. However, it was different with the Divine Essence-fused light. This thing was a 6th-grade metal elemental energy, and an ordinary cultivator couldn't resist it. Under the Divine Essence-fused light, many Scarlet Star Disciples who hadn't reached the Heaven Splitter Realm had their bodies riddled with holes and died in an instant. Only a few lower-grade Sky Splitters had eyes wide open as they urged their mini-universe force to resist. Strictly speaking, the Grade 6 Divine Essence-fused light could only be countered by Grade 6 Divine Essence-fused light. However, this was only a simple comparison of power. The Heaven-opening realm condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, and they mutually countered and multiplied endlessly. They formed a miniature universe world within their body, allowing them to use the power of a world. As such, even if it was only a few low-grade heaven openers, they could still block the power of the Divine Essence-fused light. However, defending for a long time was bound to be lost. A level 6 strength had a level 6 strength, and even a lower grade split the heavens wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It didn't take long for Ouyang Bing's life force to fade away, and she died on the spot. He wasn't a match for any of Yu He, let alone the two of them working together. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Bing was killed by Lu Shue's sword. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with remaining grievances. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he could meet Yu He and Lu Shue in this Qiqiao land. With 2 4th-stage Heaven Splitters killed, how could the remaining Crimson Star Disciples still have the strength to resist? Yu He Lu Shue's figure flickered and swept into the battlefield, killing all the Crimson Star Disciples in just a moment. The battle broke out suddenly, and it ended quickly as well. It only took a few breaths of time. None of the dozens of Crimson Star Disciples, including the 2 sect masters, managed to escape. They were all wiped out. In this surprise attack, Yang Kai's side could be said to have won a great victory. After putting all the corpses into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai cleaned up the battlefield so that no one would notice any flaws. Then, he put Yu He, Lu Shue, and the Scarlet Flood Dragon into his scepter bag and went straight to the Water Spirit Land. According to the information Yu He had investigated before, the Ouyang brothers were on the Earth Spirit Land side, the Water Spirit Land side had a Crimson Star sect master, but she didn't know who he was. As for the Fire Spirit Land side, there were 2 people, so Yang Kai naturally had to pick on the soft persimmons first. Half an hour later, another great battle was over. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and collected the corpses on the ground. The one on the water spirit land side was none other than Madame Qin. She was accompanied by a few low-rank heaven-opening masters and hundreds of Crimson Star sect's disciples. Yang Kai used the same trick again. He hid his face and approached, then released He and the others to catch Madame Qin off guard. Just like the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin had just obtained a territory. Madame Qin excitedly led a group of subordinates to explore and imagine a beautiful future, but who would have thought that danger would lurk around her? In a moment of carelessness, she was seriously injured by He, and what happened next was no suspense. In less than an hour, 3 sect masters of Crimson Star died tragically, and more than a dozen low-rank heaven-opening masters died. It could be said that this was a serious blow. The reason for such a result was that Crimson Star's side was not prepared at all, and Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. He had the 6 Unity Scepter bag that could hide He and the others, and 7 faces that could change his appearance and aura. It was not surprising that he had such a result. However, this was not the end. On Crimson Star's side, there was still Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, and Bei Yushan. Only by killing all of them would the Kikikyo land truly belong to Yang Kai. In the 2 battles, although there was no danger and they won with an absolute advantage, everyone had consumed a lot of energy. After recovering for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the Fire Spirit land. The 2 on the Fire Spirit land side were undoubtedly Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he was single-minded and was not a concern. On the contrary, Chen Tianfei was full of schemes and would not be so easy to deal with. Yang Kai did not know if he would be exposed if he approached him like this. In the Fire Spirit land, in the Fire Spirit fruit orchard, Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan led a large group of Crimson Star disciples on an inspection. The fruit trees were filled with bright red fruits, causing Chen Tianfei and the others to smile. There were 7 spirit provinces in the Qiqiao land, and each spirit province had a different fruit tree, corresponding to the 5 elements of yin and yang. The spirit fruits produced could be used to refine the heaven-opening pill, which was also the biggest source of income for the Qiqiao land. From now on, this would be Crimson Star's industry. While they were inspecting, a stream of light came from afar and soon arrived in front of them, revealing a figure. Chen Tianfei looked up and saw a man cupping his fists and saying, "Master Chen, the 2 Ouyang masters have a message for you." Saying so, he presented a jade slip with both hands. The person who came was naturally Yang Kai. Just like what he had said to the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin before, there was no change at this moment. Bei Yushan muttered, "What do those 2 brothers want to do?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Chen Tianfei stopped him and looked at Yang Kai faintly. "What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" Yang Kai lowered his head. "This disciple's status is lowly, I'm afraid Master Chen won't pay attention to me." He was a little annoyed, this fatty really wasn't easy to deal with. When he used this method to deal with the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, they didn't ask him anything, but when it came to this damn fatty, he was acting suspiciously. Chen Tianfei chuckled, "This king has been nurtured and trusted by the first master and has been in charge of Crimson Star for many years. Now, there are 3,351 people under Crimson Star, and this king has memorized their names and appearances, but I don't remember you. Where did you come from?" Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. 3,351 people, and he could memorize their names and appearances? Was this fatty for real? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Chen Tianfei suddenly sighed, "The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin are most likely dead, right?" Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Tianfei in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled encouragingly, "Master Chen must be joking, the 2 Ouyang brothers are currently patrolling the Earth's spiritual land." Chen Tianfei slowly shook his head, "If that's the case, why didn't they respond when I sent a message to them?" Not only did they not respond, but Madame Qin also didn't respond. Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as a cold light blossomed from them. Who are you? You've been exposed. Yang Kai sighed and looked at Chen Tianfei. Master Chen is amazing, to be able to see through this young master is impressed. As he spoke, his voice returned to normal. Chen Tianfei's eyes widened. Yang Kai. 7 faces could not only change his appearance and aura, he could also change his voice. Now that he had revealed his original voice, Chen Tianfei immediately recognized him. He couldn't help but be stunned. How could Yang Kai appear here? After the people from Soaring Smoke Hall left, he had already sent disciples to guard the damaged areas of the spirit array, so it was impossible for someone to sneak in. Could it be that he had been here before? But how did he get in? Chen Tianfei couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from feeling ecstatic. Brat, there is a path to heaven, but you don't want to walk, and there is no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I couldn't find you at first, but now that you've shown yourself, let's see how you'll die. Yang Kai laughed. Since I dared to show myself, then I won't be afraid of you. The ones who will die today are you. He raised his hand and opened the Rui pouch, revealing Yu He and the others. At the same time, Chen Tianfei also waved his hand, set up the spirit array. Originally, there were many disciples around Chen Tianfei. These disciples seemed to be standing in groups of 2s and 3s, but in fact, they were hiding something and had long been on guard. Chen Tianfei was quick-witted, and when he couldn't contact the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, he immediately realized that something had happened to them. Since he knew something had happened to them, how could he not be on guard? The reason why he stayed here was just to wait for them to show up, but Yang Kai didn't know anything and just barged in. Following his order, the many Crimson Star disciples instantly formed a battle formation. Not only that, but Chen Tianfei also raised his fat hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. Yu He raised her hand to meet the attack, and Chen Tianfei was startled. How could he dare to meet it head-on? After all, his strength was a grade lower than Yu He's, and if he met her head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage, so he immediately exclaimed, "First Master." Yu He was startled and turned her head to look in a certain direction, only to see a layer of ripples appear in the void, and the Crimson Star's first master, Zhao Baichuan, appeared like a ghost. With a wave of his sleeves, a powerful force slapped down on Yu He. Yu He changed her move and met Zhao Baichuan's attack head-on, but both of them shook and retreated 3 steps. With this attack, both sides were evenly matched. Lady Yu He is indeed powerful. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yu He indifferently and praised her generously. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. First Master is also not bad. Chapter 4140. The two were both level 5 sky splitters, but they had never fought before. After all, there was no opportunity for them to fight in the great cosmological realm. At that time, Zhao Baichuan was very respectful in front of Yang Kai. With Zhao Baichuan's rescue, Chen Tianfei was able to break free from Yu He and quickly stood beside Zhao Baichuan with Bei Yushan. Meanwhile, many Crimson Star low-rank heaven splitters laid down a large formation, their auras tightly linked together, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Everyone's figures were wandering around, not revealing their mysteries for the time being. Nobody knew what this formation was. Sword Pavilion had a sword formation, so Red Star naturally had its own foundation. Although Yang Kai had once entered Red Star and was the 6th master, he still didn't know much about Red Star's secrets. Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin. Zhao Baichuan frowned slightly and looked at Yu He. Are they dead or alive? He was preparing to go into seclusion to refine the 7 openings land's formation Jade Ring, but before he started, he received a message from Chen Tianfei saying that Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin had lost contact. Something must have happened. He didn't dare to believe it at that time. After all, Red Star had just colluded with Flying Smoke Hall to seize the 7 openings land. When he left, Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin were fine. What could have happened in such a short time? Besides, there was no one else in the entire 7 Openings land except for them. Who could do anything to them? After trying to contact them, he found that it was as Chen Tianfei said, he couldn't reach them at all. Zhao Baichuan also realized that something was wrong. He couldn't care less about refining the formation jade ring and immediately hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to react. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, and his strength was far inferior to him, so he naturally couldn't detect him. At this moment, seeing Yu He, Yang Kai, and the others, how could Zhao Baichuan not know that his 3 capable assistants had been plotted against? Yu He chuckled, "They are naturally dead." Zhao Baichuan's face sank, "Miss Yu He, although your courage is commendable, this is unwise. Are you bullying Red Star because there is no one else?" Although Yu He had Lu Shui and Yang Kai, as well as the Red Dragon and Earth Dragon, in Zhao Baichuan's eyes, except for Yu He, who was a 5th stage sky splitter, the others were nothing to be afraid of. As long as he dealt with Yu He, he could do whatever he wanted with the rest. Yu He laughed lightly and said, "Why does Head need to probe? Since this concubine dares to appear, naturally, I am not afraid of you." Zhao Baichuan said seriously, "Miss, do you have the confidence to win against me?" On his side, he had a 5th stage splitter, 2 4th stage splitters, and dozens of lower stage splitters. On the other hand, Yu He and Yang Kai only had 1 5th stage splitter, 1 4th stage splitter, 1 5th stage splitter, and 1 from the Emperor realm. They were just 2 mutated beasts. The disparity in strength and numbers was so great that they had no hope of winning. "We'll only know after we fight," Yu He said calmly. Zhao Baichuan said seriously, "Perhaps, we can have a good talk. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Chen Tianfei was stunned. Why did the first master's words sound like he wanted to bury the hatchet? Were they not going to avenge the deaths of the 3 heads? Yu He was also stunned for a moment. She chuckled and said, "What does the first master want to talk about?" Zhao Baichuan said, "My Crimson Star has now obtained the Qiqiao land, and there are many things waiting to be done. We are in need of people. Miss, you killed 3 of my heads, and this hatred is unresolvable. However, if you can swear on your Dao seal to join my Crimson Star and serve my Crimson Star wholeheartedly in the future, then we will naturally be a family." Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He secretly admired Zhao Baichuan. As expected of the first master, his vision was even more far-sighted than his own. He only wanted to kill these guys in front of him. Firstly, he wanted to avenge the dead Ouyang brothers and stabilize the hearts of the people. Secondly, he wanted to seize the wealth on Yang Kai and contribute to the future development of Crimson Star. However, if the first master's proposal was successful, it would be more helpful to Crimson Star than killing them. Yu He was after all a 5th grade splitter, and her combat strength was not bad. With her help, Crimson Star could rise to a higher level. If she surrendered, then Yang Kai would not be able to make any waves. Wouldn't his wealth be Crimson Star's? A matter that could be solved without bloodshed was naturally better than fighting and killing. But, would these guys in front of him agree? Sure enough, Yu He chuckled when she heard this and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Young master, the first master wants us to surrender to him." Yang Kai put on a straight face and said coolly, "In his dreams." Yu He looked at Zhao Baichuan, "First master, you heard my young master's reply." Zhao Baichuan looked at Yang Kai coldly, "Junior, you only have 1 life and 1 chance. Don't make a mistake." He could not understand why Yu He, a 5th grade splitter, would listen to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said arrogantly, "If you kneel down and beg for mercy now and swear on your Dao seals that you will follow this young master's lead in the future, perhaps you can still keep your dog lives. Otherwise, Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin will be your examples." Zhao Baichuan was furious, "Junior, how dare you boast so shamelessly?" Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that this matter could not be negotiated and immediately shouted, "Attack!" As soon as he said this, the low-grade splitters who had been surrounding Yang Kai and the others all formed hand seals. In an instant, dozens of auras linked together and turned into an invisible millstone that shot towards everyone. This spirit array had been hidden before and its power was not obvious, but at this moment, when it was activated, it actually shattered space. Most importantly, this spirit array sealed the sky and locked down the earth, so Yang Kai and the others who were surrounded by it could not escape at all. However, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent and he was not in a hurry. Yuhi raised her hand and chuckled lightly, "You have a spirit array to help you, but I also have a spirit array." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the head of a low-grade heaven splitter. The low-grade splitter sensed the arrival of danger and his expression changed greatly, but before he could react, the bolt of lightning struck him. Without a sound, the lower grade split the heavens turned into powder and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a mark where it had been. The expressions of Qi Xing and the others changed greatly, and Zhao Baichuan looked like he had seen a ghost. "How can you control this spirit array?" That bolt of lightning was clearly the power of the Seven Apertures Earth Spirit Array, not Yuhi's own power. Previously, when the Seven Apertures Heavenly Monarch controlled this spirit array to resist the attacks of the soaring smoke hall, Zhao Baichuan had recognized it at a glance. After all, this was the spirit array of a second-grade force. Although Yuhi had only refined 50% of the jade slit, she could still use a portion of its power. The dead heaven splitter was only at the second stage and was unable to resist the power of this spirit array, so this attack immediately succeeded. Yuhi chuckled, "There are many things you don't know." Kacha, lightning fell from the sky, rumbling in all directions. Zhao Baichuan and the others all paled and cried out in alarm, using various methods to resist. Their strength was not bad, and they were able to block the attacks of the lightning. However, the low-rank heaven splitters were out of luck. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky in an endless stream. No matter how hard they tried, they could not block them. Miserable screams rang out one after another, and more than half of the several dozen low-grade splitters died in an instant. The spirit array set up by Qi Xing collapsed, and the pressure on Yang Kai and the others was greatly reduced. They immediately activated the Divine Essence Fused Gourd, and the Divine Essence Fused Light swept out, combining with the power of lightning to attack the enemy. Lu Shui wielded the Aqua Sword, and sword light flowed and cold chi filled the air, each strike reaping lives. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon's massive bodies also charged into the enemy group, and the surviving low-grade splitters were all horrified. "Bitch, stop!" Zhao Baichuan's eyes widened as he roared, and the aura of world force surged as he charged towards Yuhi. Yuhi chuckled, and with a thought, the spirit array changed again. A thick fog appeared out of thin air, enveloping a large area in the blink of an eye, directly enveloping her, Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tian, and Bei Yushan. The thick fog tumbled, and the sounds of fighting could be heard coming from inside, mixed with the angry shouts of the three masters from Qi Xing, but no one could be seen. This was the convenience of controlling the spirit array. Yuhi was a fifth-grade splitter, and in terms of ability, she was on par with Zhao Baichuan, but by relying on the many transformations of the spirit array, she could fight 1 against 3, creating an opportunity for Lu Shui to kill the enemy. Qi Xing originally had several dozen low-grade splitters, but they were first ambushed and killed by Yang Kai and the others, and then more than half of them were killed by Yuhi's spirit array. Now, almost all of them were injured, and with Lu Shui's aura of a fourth-stage splitter filling the air, how could they dare resist? Yang Kai held the Divine Essence Fused Light, and the sixth-stage Divine Essence Fused Light filled the air, sweeping through the world. There was also the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. One low-grade splitter after another died, and corpses fell from the sky. In just a few dozen breaths of time, almost all of the low-grade splitters who were lucky enough to survive had died, and only a few people managed to escape. Lu Shui wanted to kill them all, but Yang Kai stopped her. "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Turning his head to look at the fog, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the few low-grade splitters who had escaped. Now, the main thing was to deal with the remaining 3 masters from Qi Xing. Although he could fight 1 against 3 by relying on the power of the spirit array, she hadn't completely refined the jade slit ring, so the power of the spirit array she could display was limited. Now that she was fighting 1 against 3, it was hard to say how long she could trap them. Suddenly, a burly figure rushed out of the fog. It was Bei Yushan. This guy's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was full of murderous intent. When he rushed out of the fog, he was still a little confused. Previously, when he was in the fog, he couldn't display his strength at all, and he couldn't even find where he was hiding. This made him furious, and he had rampaged through the fog, but he hadn't expected to actually break free. At this moment, when he raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Lu Shui, he immediately shouted, "Thieves, hand over your lives." The ground under his feet cracked open, and Bei Yushan pounced towards Yang Kai and Lu Shui like a wild beast that had just been let out of its cage. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon rushed forward, but they were sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Their huge bodies tumbled far away, smashing a large orchard. Chapter 41-41. Bei Yushan rushed over like a ferocious beast, but Lu Shui met him head-on, her aqua sword blossoming with a soft moonlight. "Be careful, this person has extraordinary strength, don't fight him head-on," Yang Kai warned while holding the divine essence-fused gourd. Bei Yushan was shrouded in a golden light, as if he was made of gold, his arms crossed in front of him, completely ignoring the sword Qi. *Qi. When the sword Qi struck Bei Yushan, it was blocked by his protective barrier, and although it was barely able to break through, it only left a few shallow wounds on his body. Although Bei Yushan was simple-minded and single-minded, he was born with extraordinary strength and a powerful defense. As a fellow 4th stage heaven splitter, Lu Shui's sword Qi could do nothing to him. Although the two of them had lived in Star City for countless years, this was the first time they had faced each other head-on. For a time, Lu Shui frowned. After blocking Lu Shui's killing move, Bei Yushan arrived in front of her in a few steps. Grinning sinisterly, he punched towards Lu Shui's face. Lu Shui retreated, drawing circles with her sword one after another. Large circles encircled small circles, and small circles encircled even smaller sword circles, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. These sword circles contained extremely strange power. Even though Bei Yushan's strength was extraordinary, and the power of this punch was enough to shatter a star, he was still blocked by these countless sword circles. As soon as he fell into them, it was as if he was in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the more he sank, unable to exert his strength. Not only that, but even Bei Yushan's movements were slowed down. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the power of the divine essence-fused gourd to rush towards Bei Yushan. The power of the 6th stage divine essence-fused light was boundless, so Bei Yushan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly urged his world force to support himself. Previously, when Yang Kai urged the divine essence-fused light, many lower-grade heaven splitters could resist it for a while, let alone Bei Yushan, a mid-grade heaven splitter. Golden light flickered on his body, and the 6th-grade divine essence-fused light was unable to do anything to him. Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation base, he shouldn't be able to interfere in a battle between 4th-stage martial artists who split open the heavens. Now that he could use the divine essence-fused light to wear down Bei Yushan's strength, he was already very satisfied. Now that Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei were trapped by Yuhi's grand array, as long as he could join forces with Lu Shui to kill this Bei Yushan, they would be able to gain an even greater advantage. Furious roars rang out as the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon flew back. Previously, they had been sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Although they weren't heavily injured, they had completely aroused their ferocious nature. Now that they had rejoined the battle, the two of them had learned their lesson. They no longer approached Bei Yushan. One of them spat out flames, while the other spat out sticky liquid at Bei Yushan. The raging flames were not as powerful as Yang Kai's first essence magnetic divine light, but the Earth Dragon's mucus was even more effective. The Earth Dragon's mucus was extremely corrosive, and when it fell on Bei Yushan's body, it emitted a sizzling sound as golden light flashed wildly. Bei Yushan flew into a rage and roared again and again. He wanted to deal with the Earth Dragon, but he simply couldn't break free from the restraints of Lu Shue's sword ring. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he continued to circulate the power of the divine essence-fused light. In this situation, if Bei Yushan didn't have any other methods, he would only end up nursing a grievance. However, if he wanted to kill him, he would need to slowly wear down his strength. The situation was deadlocked for a while. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Bei Yushan finally realized that something was wrong. He had lost more than half of his strength, and if he didn't continue like this, he would really die here. Turning his head to look at the fog, he could only hear the sounds of battle coming from inside, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that the chief head and Chen Tianfei were powerless to protect themselves at this moment, so there was no way they could help him. With a roar, his aura suddenly soared. "Be careful!" Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Bei Yushan's figure suddenly swelled up. This person was already tall and sturdy, a full head taller than an ordinary person, but at this moment, using some kind of secret technique, the golden light around his body was replaced by a blood-red light, and with the sound of bones dislocating, Bei Yushan directly transformed into a small giant several dozen meters tall. This small giant was majestic, its exposed skin constantly spraying out a bloody mist that lingered around its body. Lu Shue's eyes narrowed as she saw how terrifying Bei Yushan's move was. Although he had to pay a huge price to use it, his strength had increased by more than just a little. Her strength was on par with Bei Yushan's, perhaps even a little higher, but after Bei Yushan used this secret technique, it was obvious that he was stronger than her. The sword ring still surrounded Bei Yushan, restricting his freedom, but under Bei Yushan's fist, the sword ring shattered, causing Lu Shue to let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Immediately after, Bei Yushan stretched out his hand and grabbed the scarlet flood dragon that was constantly swimming around him. He swung the scarlet flood dragon's body and smashed it onto the earth dragon's body. The two mutated beasts rolled into a ball, their auras greatly reduced. "Smelly woman, I'll kill you." Bei Yushan broke free and rushed towards Lu Shue, his nostrils puffing hot air. Lu Shue didn't dare to be careless, wiping her long sword with her fingers as she shouted. The long sword turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Bei Yushan's head. Bei Yushan raised his hand to grab it, but as he did, a hole appeared in his palm and blood flowed out. Seeing the long sword coming towards him, Bei Yushan didn't panic, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood that hit the streak of light. With a loud clang, the long sword was knocked away. Bei Yushan grinned and slapped his huge palm towards Lu Shue. The latter paled slightly and hurriedly dodged, but with the protection of Yang Kai's divine essence-fused light, she was finally able to escape. Having missed, Bei Yushan immediately turned his head towards Yang Kai, his face ferocious. "A mere Emperor Realm Master dares to be impudent in front of me? Hand over your life." He actually abandoned Lu Shue and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. After turning into a small giant, his mind seemed to have been affected and he was easily provoked. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly. "Be careful." Lu Shue cried out in alarm, retracting her long sword and preparing to attack, but it was still too late. She could only watch as Bei Yushan slapped towards Yang Kai. With this slap, how could Yang Kai, who was only an Emperor Realm Master, survive? Lu Shue almost turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar rang out and the aura of a divine spirit suddenly surged. Although this aura was not as strong as Zhu Jiuyin's, it gave off a feeling that it was not inferior to Zhu Jiuyin's. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Shui was stunned. Where Yang Kai had been standing, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a behemoth with a towering head and feet appeared. This behemoth was covered in dragon scales, had dragon horns on its head, sharp dragon claws, a dragon tail behind it, and dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind. Dragon pressure filled the air. Dragon race? Lu Shui was dumbfounded. The small giant Bei Yushan had transformed into was not short, but in front of such a behemoth, the difference was like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Bei Yushan was also stunned. After transforming into a small giant, he had always been the one to look down on others, but today, he actually had to look up. A huge shadow loomed over his head, covering the world as a dragon claw slapped towards him. Bei Yushan immediately roared and raised his hands high above his head, as if he was holding up the sky. Just as he made this gesture, the dragon claw had already slapped down. With a loud bang, the world trembled and Bei Yushan was nowhere to be seen. This 100-meter-tall small giant had been slapped directly into the ground. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes trembled. Just when she thought the situation was settled, Bei Yushan's crazy roar came from below the dragon claw. Then, the dragon claw slowly raised and Bei Yushan's figure slowly appeared. The muscles all over his body bulged as he forcibly lifted the dragon claw with brute force. He was already extremely strong, and now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had risen to another level. Even if Yang Kai had transformed into a half-dragon, he could not gain any advantage in a contest of pure strength. The aura of world force became violent, and with a sudden lift, Yang Kai's huge body was sent flying. Bei Yushan laughed wildly, ha 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 ha, good, again. As if he had gone mad, he ignored everything and rushed directly towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to compete in strength again. Lu Shui urged her sword qi to stop him, but he turned a blind eye to it, allowing the sword qi to slash into his body, leaving him riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. This guy is crazy, Lu Shui thought to herself, guessing that her opponent might have been affected by that secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai regained his footing and looked down at Bei Yushan who was rushing towards him, his expression indifferent as he clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Bei Yushan's eyes lit up and he also swung his fist to meet the attack. For him, this kind of battle was the most exciting. None of the enemies he had encountered in the past were willing to compete with him in terms of strength, they were always jumping up and down like monkeys, making him very unhappy. The two fists quickly approached each other, but one was huge and the other was tiny. However, this was only relative. The fists of the little giant that was more than 100 feet tall would not be too small, especially when the peak of the fist was still surrounded by the mighty power of the world. A long spear suddenly appeared, growing as the wind blew. Yang Kai grasped the huge black dragon spear, and with a dragon roar, he poured his strength into it and fiercely thrust it out. The joy and excitement in Bei Yushan's eyes was instantly replaced by shock and fury, the blood mist around his body boiling as he roared, "I want you dead." In his anger, he did not retreat, but instead moved forward, his hands reaching for the black dragon spear as if he wanted to seize it. At this moment, with a loud crack, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly fell from the sky, exploding on Bei Yushan's head. This lightning bolt was very different from the previous ones, both in terms of color and power. As soon as this lightning bolt appeared, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy had decreased by a lot. It was obvious that he had used a lot of Qi Qiaolan's resources to activate this attack. Chapter 41-42. The consumption was huge, but the effect was very obvious. Bei Yushan was enveloped by the purple lightning and immediately trembled like a sieve. His hair stood on end. The lightning wandered around his body and dispersed the blood mist, causing him to freeze in place, unable to move. At this moment, the blue dragon's spear arrived. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing through Bei Yushan's chest and exiting from his back, directly piercing through his heart. Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he grabbed the blue dragon spear with both hands and threw it behind him. The force behind this throw was so strong that even Yang Kai was unable to hold on. Suddenly, a fist came crashing toward him. Sensing the aura of death, Yang Kai's heart rang with alarm as he roared, "Dragon Shield!" The seal in his body began to shine brightly, and an earthen yellow energy overflowed from his body, transforming into one solid dragon shield after another, blocking between him and Bei Yushan. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon shields had appeared, layer upon layer. Although the quality of the earth attribute Yang Kai condensed was extremely high, because he had not broken through to splitting the heavens, this was just a simple application of earth attribute force. Although its defense was not weak, in the face of the world force of a fourth-stage heaven-splitting master's fury, it was still insufficient. If not for this, he would not have been able to summon so many dragon shields at once. This was also the reason why the sixth-stage divine essence-fused light was blocked by some lower-stage heaven-splitting masters. Kacha, wherever the fist passed, the dragon shields shattered one after another, as if they were made of paper. However, although the dragon shields were shattered, they were not completely useless. At the very least, they had weakened the power of Bei Yushan's fist. The hundreds of dragon shields only lasted 3 breaths of time before shattering completely. The fist rapidly expanded in Yang Kai's field of vision, smashing into his abdomen. Dragon scales were sent flying as Yang Kai's huge figure was sent flying, blood spraying out from his wounds mid-air. Enduring the pain, he summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, the rich divine essence-fused light surged out and swept towards Bei Yushan. Originally, after Bei Yushan had used that secret technique, his body had expanded and his strength had soared. Blood mist had covered the surface of his body, making his defense impregnable. However, after being struck by Yuhi's lightning bolt, the blood mist had collapsed and a flaw had appeared in his defense, allowing Yang Kai to succeed. And now, there was an enormous hole in Bei Yushan's chest. The front of his chest was completely penetrated. His heart had been punctured. Such an injury could be said to be fatal, but Bei Yushan still hadn't died. It could be seen how tenacious his vitality was. Dense divine light of origin magnetism poured into Bei Yushan's body through this hole, washing his flesh and blood. Bei Yushan acted as if he didn't feel anything as he strode towards Yang Kai step by step, determined to kill him. Sword chi crisscrossed as a dazzling sword light slashed towards Bei Yushan. Lu Shui tried to stop it, but it wasn't very effective. She could only watch helplessly as Bei Yushan rushed towards Yang Kai, her heart leaping into her throat. Yang Kai was severely injured and was unable to maintain his dragon form. Although Bei Yushan had only punched him once, it had to be known that this was a strike from a 4th-grade opening heaven-burning wrath. Yang Kai was lucky that he hadn't died. By relying on the hundreds of dragon shields and the strength of his half-dragon body, he had already returned to his original form by the time he was sent flying. The little giant rushed in front of him, swinging his fist. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead looking up with an indifferent expression. Just as this fist was about to hit, Bei Yushan's movement suddenly froze, followed by a miserable scream. Multicolored light overflowed from his 7 apertures, and not just his 7 apertures, but even his body bloomed with multicolored light. This multicolored light was none other than the divine light of origin magnetism that had poured into his body. The multicolored light that poured out continued for a dozen breaths of time before gradually coming to a stop. The divine light of origin magnetism was retracted by Yang Kai, but Bei Yushan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, was no longer breathing, standing there like a statue with his fist raised high. In the next moment, with a loud crash, Bei Yushan's entire body turned into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Bei Yushan's heart had been pierced by Yang Kai's spear and he had suffered an indelible injury. Lu Shui had also been constantly attacking him, so the accumulated injuries were extremely terrifying. With the divine light of origin magnetism wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his flesh and meridians, it was already extraordinary that he had been able to persist until now. But in the end, he had still died. Lu Shui let out a long breath, finally relaxing her tense heart. Just now, she had almost thought that the one who had died was Yang Kai. This battle could be said to be extremely difficult. Originally, both Lu Shui and Bei Yushan were at the fourth stage heaven-splitting realm, but their strength was almost on par. In a one-on-one battle, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. During the battle, Bei Yushan had been assisted by Yuhi's Spirit Array, Yang Kai's endless trump cards, and Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon had also contributed greatly. Only then had they been able to kill Bei Yushan here. This was also thanks to Bei Yushan using a secret technique that affected his mind. If he had not fought to the death and had instead focused on escaping, Yang Kai and Lu Shui might not have been able to keep him here. Unfortunately, although using a secret technique greatly increased Bei Yushan's strength, it also cut off his desire to escape. Hurry up and recover. Yang Kai coughed lightly and immediately stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing and heal his injuries. Although Bei Yushan had died, there was still Chen Tianfei and Zhao Baichuan. These two had to be killed no matter what. Only by killing them could they truly occupy this Qiqiao land. Lu Shui's injuries were not too serious. In the previous battle, she had mainly been moving around and had not fought Bei Yushan head-on, so she had still retained a lot of her strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been pursued by Bei Yushan and had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, his recovery ability was also extraordinary. In less than half an hour, he had stood up again. Although he had not completely recovered, he already had the strength to fight. Yuhi's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. She had obviously been paying attention to the outside world. Yang Kai discussed with her for a while, decided on a plan, and then told Lu Shui the details. Lu Shui nodded and her figure flickered, arriving at the periphery of the fog. She held her aqua-cold sword vertically in front of her. With a shake of the sword, it turned into thousands of sword images, each of which was filled with the world force of Lu Shui's small universe. Just as she finished her preparations, a fat man rushed out from the fog. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Yuhi controlled the spirit array and restrained the two Scarlet Star headmasters with her own strength. This battle could be said to be a great achievement. If she had not let him go, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to escape from the fog. Chen Tianfei's appearance at this moment was obviously intentional by Yuhi, just like how she released Bei Yushan before. Chen Tianfei's cultivation method was special. His body of fat was not a burden, but a means of protection that he relied on to survive. But now, this fat man had obviously lost a lot of weight, and his body was full of scars. Obviously, he did not have a good time in the fog. Originally, he was dizzy in the fog and could not see any trace of the enemy, but at this moment, he suddenly saw the light, causing Chen Tianfei to be stunned. However, in the next moment, his field of vision was filled with thousands of sword images. Chen Tianfei was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into a trap? He immediately took a deep breath and his body suddenly expanded. Bei Yushan used a secret technique and his body grew rapidly, turning into a small giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Chen Tianfei, on the other hand, turned into a meatball. He did not have Bei Yushan's majesty and looked extremely comical. Sword images shrouded him, and a sizzling sound rang out incessantly as blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shui had succeeded in this one move. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Chen Tianfei's body quickly shriveled up, like a deflated balloon. When the tens of thousands of sword lights dissipated, Chen Tianfei stood in place, covered in blood. He was panting and had a lingering fear in his heart. However, this fatty had now returned to his normal human form. His body of fat had long disappeared, and the clothes that were originally close to his body had become extremely loose. "Bitch Lu Shui, how dare you trick me?" Chen Tianfei's eyes were filled with anger. Lu Shui's face was solemn. "You're still alive." She had been lying in ambush outside the fog, preparing her secret art in advance. She had thought that she could directly kill Chen Tianfei on the spot, but who knew that she only destroyed his fat? The result was really surprising. First it was Bei Yushan, and now it was this Chen Tianfei. Qi Xing and the other leaders were indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, she had been able to kill the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin all thanks to Yang Kai's ability to change his appearance. She had caught them off guard, and with the crushing power of Yu Hua's fifth-grade sky-splitting technique, she had been able to easily kill them. "Die for me." Chen Tianfei was furious and pounced on Lu Shui. Lu Shui snorted coldly. Her long sword danced and stabbed out, hitting Chen Tianfei's chest. However, the long sword did not feel like it had stabbed anything. Instead, it felt empty. Oh no! Lu Shui's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had fallen into a trap. The sword light shredded his clothes, but there was no trace of Chen Tianfei. After he had become thin, his clothes had become extremely loose, covering his true whereabouts. With a golden cicada shell shedding, he had indeed escaped Lu Shui's attack. Looking up, Chen Tianfei had already rushed towards where Yang Kai was. Obviously, he planned to capture Yang Kai first. It had to be said that Chen Tianfei's mind was sharper than that of ordinary people. In his current state, he could not defeat Yu He, nor was he a match for Lu Shui. If he wanted to live, the only way was to capture Yang Kai and use Yang Kai as a bargaining chip. To be able to be trusted by Zhao Baichuan and manage Qi Xing for so many years, Chen Tianfei's strength was not just his fat. Lu Shui hurriedly chased after him, but she was still a step too late. Wind and thunder rolled in the sky. Yu He must have sensed that Yang Kai was in danger and intended to mobilize the power of the Great Array. At this moment, Yang Kai shook his hand and summoned a long vine. There were 7 gourds of different colors on the vine. The gourds were fast asleep, and when Yang Kai shook them, they immediately rolled into a ball, turning into small gourd people with sleepy eyes. What is this? Chen Tianfei was shocked. He was at the 4th stage and had never had the opportunity to enter the Elder's land, so he had never seen such a strange thing as a gourd vine. The long vine in Yang Kai's hand shook again, piercing through the 7 small gourd people. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements gathered on the vine, growing and multiplying endlessly. The aura of world force fluctuated. Chen Tianfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "5th stage heaven opening?" From the gourd vine came the aura of a 5th stage heaven opening. In an instant, Chen Tianfei felt as if his soul had left his body. Chapter 41-43. The 7 little people in the gourd corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and each of them could nurture a rank 5 expert. In the land of the ancients, the man surnamed Go, who was chosen by the Holy Spirit Jin Wu, had activated the 7 little people in the gourd and shocked Yang Kai greatly. However, he had kept a trump card hidden until he entered the world fruit and was chased by Yang Kai. He had no choice but to use his trump card. At this moment, Yang Kai did the same. The gourd vine pierced through the 7 little people, and the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements gathered on the vine. It shone brightly and intertwined with each other, creating a cycle of reincarnation that evolved into infinite mysteries. With the help of the gourd vine splitting the heavens' power, Yang Kai swept the vine at Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei was shocked. After all, he was only a rank 4 expert. Although he was only one rank away from a rank 5 expert, his real strength was far from that of a rank 5 expert. If not, he would not have been so respectful to Zhao Baichuan. He raised both hands, gathered all his strength, and sent out palm shadows all over the sky. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The gourd vine swept over, and the palm shadows collapsed. Under Chen Tianfei's horrified gaze, the vine viciously hit his body. "My life is over." Chen Tianfei wailed in his heart, and his face was ashen. But in the next moment, he discovered that the situation was slightly different from what he had imagined. He had indeed been swept by the vine, but he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The aura emanating from the gourd vine was at the 5th stage, but the true might it could display was not at the 3rd stage. This vine was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was not that the gourd vine was not strong enough, but that Yang Kai was not strong enough, just like how the man surnamed Go was not strong enough. Even if he had such a powerful weapon, he could not use its full power. Back in the world in the fruit, if the man surnamed Go had been able to activate the splitting the heavens power of a rank 5 expert, the one who died would not have been him, but Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai relied on the Golden Crow casting Sun Dharma divine technique and was able to compete with the lower-grade splitter heavens, when faced with a 5th-grade splitter heavens, he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. The man surnamed Go couldn't use the full power of the gourd vine and was killed by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the same situation as him, unable to use the full power of the gourd vine. However, Yang Kai never thought that he would be able to kill Chen Tianfei with just the gourd vines. That moment of deterrence was enough. Lu Shui. Before Chen Tianfei could attack again, Yang Kai shouted. Lu Shui was already prepared. When Yang Kai summoned the gourd vine, she had already activated her secret technique. At this moment, her glabella suddenly split open as if she had grown a 3rd eye. From her glabella, a finger-sized golden sword qi suddenly slashed out. Glabella sword. This secret technique was Lu Shui's strongest trump card. Back then, she had relied on this move to almost kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon in the Great Cosmological Realm. Fortunately, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was huge and had the bloodline of the dragon race, so its vitality was tenacious. Even so, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's back was slashed open, and its head was almost chopped off. Later, it recovered after many days of recuperation. During the fierce battle with Bei Yushan, Lu Shui didn't use this secret technique because it couldn't be used at will. Instead, it needed a certain amount of time to accumulate, and it couldn't be used a second time in a short time. She had left this secret technique mainly to deal with Chen Tianfei. The sword qi slashed out from her glabella and instantly slashed behind Chen Tianfei. Although Chen Tianfei didn't see it, it seemed as if he had eyes on his back. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged. With a splatter of blood, a huge wound immediately appeared on Chen Tianfei's shoulder. The wound was a foot long and slanted down from his shoulder to his chest. One could almost see his beating heart and wriggling lungs inside. Such a wound could be said to be very serious, not to mention that there was still pure sword qi lingering around the wound, constantly cutting open Chen Tianfei's flesh and blood. However, although the wound wasn't light, this guy was still alive. Lu Shui felt that it was a pity. If she had moved slightly to the left, Chen Tianfei's head would have been chopped off. However, this damn fatty's reaction was too fast, and he was actually able to avoid the fatal blow in such a situation. Heavily injured, Chen Tianfei's eyes trembled and his face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to fight again. He didn't even care about the headmaster trapped in the array. He leaped up and rushed straight towards the flaw of the 7 openings array, obviously wanting to escape this place. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Shui held her sword and chased after him. Yang Kai's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Chen Tianfei, blocking his path. The gourd vine in his hand shook again, turning into a long whip and lashing at him. Chen Tianfei gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Just now, Yang Kai had used the gourd vine, allowing him to see through the details of the vine. Therefore, he wasn't too afraid at this moment. As he spoke, he rushed towards Yang Kai without dodging, raising his palm to meet the gourd vine. With a boom, Chen Tianfei's body shook slightly. On the gourd vine, the 7 little people on the gourd vine were beaten back to their original forms, and the power to split open the heavens dissipated. Although this thing was convenient to use, it couldn't take too strong of an impact. Otherwise, the little gourds would be damaged and fall into a deep sleep, unable to be used again. Chen Tianfei forced the gourd vine back, and his speed increased again. Yang Kai withdrew the gourd vine and took out the black dragon spear, saying leisurely, "Ah Fei, the 7 openings array will be your burial ground. Don't waste your efforts." As he spoke, a round sun appeared behind him. The sun was brilliant and dazzling, and within the sun, there was the cry of the golden crow. "So what if you have a divine technique Dharma idol? Those who block me will die." Chen Tianfei roared. Although a divine technique Dharma idol was good, and Zhao Baichuan had said that Yang Kai's divine technique Dharma idol could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter, Chen Tianfei was a mid-grade heaven splitter. In the world of heaven splitter, mid-grade and low-grade were 2 completely different realms, like the difference between heaven and earth. As long as he could break through Yang Kai and charge out of the 7 openings array, he would be able to escape. At that time, where could he not find shelter in this vast world? Unfortunately, just as Qi Xing had gained a firm foothold, Yang Kai had secretly schemed against him, causing him to lose the initiative and even many of his family leaders to be buried here. Chen Tianfei's hatred for Yang Kai was so great that even the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched, and when he looked up, his vision was filled with lightning. In the sky, a giant bolt of lightning was falling down towards him. At the critical moment, Yuhi had split her attention to help. She controlled the power of the array and was able to trap both Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei by herself. Now that only Zhao Baichuan was left in the fog, she was naturally able to deal with him with ease. She had always been paying attention to the outside world, not taking action, but once she did, she would cut off Chen Tianfei's path of survival. As the bolt of lightning fell, Chen Tianfei tried to dodge, but the speed of the bolt of lightning was too fast for him to dodge. As the bolt of lightning fell on his head, Chen Tianfei immediately let out a miserable cry. Lightning flashed all over his body as he trembled. The large wound on his shoulder immediately emitted the smell of burnt meat. At this moment, Yang Kai charged over with his spear. On the tip of the azure dragon spear, the golden crow casting sun divine technique Dharma idol exuded a terrifying aura, completely covering Chen Tianfei. Hong long long, a figure rapidly fell from the sky. He was in a sorry state and his aura was unstable. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? First, he had lost all his fat from Lu Shue's killing move, losing his most powerful defense. Then, he was severely injured by the mind's eye sword. Next, he was injured by Yuhi's control array. Yang Kai's golden crow casting sun was immediately successful. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's attack was just icing on the cake. Although the golden crow casting sun was extraordinary, Yang Kai's foundation was not enough. Under normal circumstances, Chen Tianfei could easily break through the divine technique Dharma idol. However, he was knocked dizzy by Lu Shua and Yuhi, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of him. With a boom, Chen Tianfei fell to the ground, immediately creating a huge crater. Without waiting for him to get up, Lu Shua had already charged over. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. He put away the azure dragon spear and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The outcome was decided. Chen Tianfei had suffered heavy injuries and had less than 70% of his strength left. On the other hand, Lu Shui had not consumed much energy, so defeating him was not a problem. With Chen Tianfei dealt with, the only one left was Zhao Baichuan. In front of you he, who controlled the array, Zhao Baichuan had no way out. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Looking at this huge seven corners land, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little strange. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe and arriving at the 3,000 worlds, this was the first place he had settled down. Because of his various encounters here, he did not have the slightest good impression of this place. However, he did not expect that under various circumstances, this seven corners land would actually fall into his hands. And all of this was thanks to the array jade pendant that Su Huang gave him before his death. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. However, this was also good. With this place, he would have a place to stay outside of this world. Although the first inn was not bad, Senior White and the others were in love with him, and the lady boss took good care of him, it was still someone else's force after all. If he wanted to bring the people from the star boundary out in the future, he would need to have a base. This seven corners land just happened to meet his requirements. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to return to the first inn, but to return to the star boundary. He had already obtained the world tree's roots, so it was time to see if they were useful to the star boundary. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Tianfei suddenly shouted, "Surrender, don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender, master, please spare my life." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Chen Tianfei in an extremely miserable state. He was suppressed by Lu Shui to the point that he could not even raise his head. There were many wounds on his body, and he was soaked in blood. It would not be long before he was killed on the spot. At this critical moment of life and death, he could not care about his dignity and face and immediately surrendered. Lu Shui frowned and slowed down her attacks, turning her head to look at Yang Kai with an inquiring expression. Yang Kai was unmoved and said indifferently, "Ah Fei, I'm afraid it's too late to surrender now. What's more, even if you are willing to surrender, I don't have the ability to accept you, so please die quickly." He knew himself well. He was just a mere Emperor Realm Master, so how could he control a fourth-grade heaven splitter? Chapter 41-44. If Chen Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, Yang Kai might have been able to plant some kind of barrier in his Dao seal, but this fatty was a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai didn't have such means. What's more, he had killed so many people from Qi Xing this time, how could Chen Tianfei not have any resentment in his heart? It was easy to spare his life now, but the consequences of his retaliation in the future were hard to predict. Hearing this, Lu Shui launched another attack, forcing Chen Tianfei into a dangerous situation, walking the line between life and death, possibly dying at any moment. Chen Tianfei's face turned pale with fright. He knew that if he couldn't change Kai Yang's mind, then this time he would really be doomed. Dodging Lu Shui's killing move, he quickly shouted, "I have the Loyalty and Righteousness Manual. I am willing to offer it to Master to show my sincerity." Yang Kai had no idea what the Loyalty and Justice chart was, but Lu Shui's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is in your hands?" Yang Kai was puzzled and asked her with a divine sense message. After Lu Shui explained the effects of the Loyalty and Justice chart, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her hand, "Spare his life." Lu Shui immediately sheathed her sword. Chen Tianfei's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai stepped down from the sky and landed beside Lu Shui, looking at Chen Tianfei and asking, "Where is the Loyalty and Justice chart?" A trace of reluctance flashed across Chen Tianfei's eyes, but he quickly took out a palm-sized book from his space ring and held it up with both hands. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is here, Master, please take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the Loyalty and Righteousness book flew into his hand. The book felt quite strange to the touch. This book seemed to be made from the hide of some kind of strange beast. The book was thick and there were 3 large words written on its cover, Loyalty and Righteousness Book. Yang Kai flipped through it and found that the Loyalty and Justice chart only had 9 pages, each of which was blank. In addition, there was a small beast horn that was about the size of a finger, like a small bamboo shoot. Whether it was the Loyalty and Justice chart or this small horn, both faintly exuded the aura of a divine spirit. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This Loyalty and Righteousness manual was refined from saint spirits, and he couldn't help but wonder which almighty expert had crafted it. It had to be known that every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank heaven splitter when they matured. It was extremely difficult to kill a divine spirit, let alone refine it into an artifact. As if noticing Yang Kai's doubts, Lu Shui explained, this Loyalty and Righteousness chart is made from the skin and flesh of the Xie. It has the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Congratulations, Master. Xie. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He naturally knew this name. It was also a divine spirit and ranked quite high on the Holy Spirit chart. It was rumored that the Xie's angry eyes could distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. It was extremely fair, so it wasn't surprising that an artifact refined from the Xie's body would have such an effect. Lu Shui continued, several thousand years ago, there was a fellow called the Loyalty and Justice Demon who used this Loyalty and Justice chart to enslave a group of heaven splitters and wreak havoc in the 3,000 worlds. In the end, it was the almighty experts of the heavenly paradise who destroyed him. However, although the Loyalty and Justice Demon died, the minor universe world in his body didn't collapse and instead disappeared into the void. 200 years ago, someone discovered this clue in the star market. At that time, Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight, and Crimson Star joined forces to search for the Loyalty and Justice Demon's minor universe world. Although they successfully entered, they couldn't find the Loyalty and Justice chart. Everyone thought that the Loyalty and Justice chart had been destroyed or stolen by the people of the heavenly paradise, but who would have thought it would fall into your hands? Yang Kai nodded slightly and glanced at Chen Tianfei meaningfully. Zhao Baichuan probably didn't know about this Loyalty and Justice chart, so it seemed that this damn fatty wasn't that loyal to Zhao Baichuan. But then again, if he was really loyal, why would he not care about Zhao Baichuan's life and death and run for his life alone just now? How do I use this thing? Yang Kai asked. Without waiting for Lu Shui to explain, Chen Tianfei said, as long as this lowly one leaves his name and aura on it, Master will be able to control my life and death. In order to survive, Chen Tianfei was going all out. Although after leaving his name and aura on the Loyalty and Justice chart, his life and death would be controlled by others, it was still better than being killed here. If one day you have second thoughts. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn, absolutely not. If that day really comes, Master only needs to use this Xieji horn to cut off my name and this lowly one will immediately die. But my cultivation is lower than yours. Yang Kai showed an awkward expression. Although this Loyalty and Justice chart is good, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents. It shouldn't be. Chen Tianfei was not so sure. Although he had experimented with the Loyalty and Justice chart after getting it, the subject of the experiment had a lower cultivation than him. He didn't know what it would be like to use the weak to enslave the strong. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Killing Chen Tianfei would not affect the overall situation, but if he was left alive, it would be somewhat useful. After all, Chen Tianfei was also a 4th-stage heaven splitter, so he was more or less a good fighting force. The most important thing was that this guy had been managing Crimson Star for many years, so it was obvious that he was a talent in this area. If people from the star boundary came, they would definitely need someone to take care of them. Although there was head chief Hua Qingxi and second chief Bian Yuqing in the High Heaven Palace, they were very unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, so with someone to help them, they would be able to integrate as soon as possible. This fatty was a good candidate. Not long after, Yang Kai made up his mind, opened the loyalty and justice chart, and said, "Leave your name." Chen Tianfei's anxious heart immediately relaxed, and he shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, master, for not killing me. This humble servant will serve the master with all his might." Lu Shui cast a look of contempt at the side, but Chen Tianfei pretended not to see it. He raised his hand to his mouth, bit his finger, forced out his blood essence, and wrote his name on the first page of the loyalty and justice chart. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the loyalty and justice chart in his hand had a wonderful connection with Chen Tianfei, and he knew that the loyalty and justice chart had played a role. The rarest thing was that this loyalty and justice chart did not require him to refine it, and it would not cause him any burden. However, this was also a drawback. If he could not refine it, it meant that whoever controlled the loyalty and justice chart could control Chen Tianfei's life and death. After surrendering, Chen Tianfei's attitude became more and more respectful, and he immediately clamored to assist Yu He in killing Zhao Baichuan to show his sincerity. Yang Kai did not refuse, and let him and Lu Shui go to help. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the fog, accompanied by Zhao Baichuan's angry shouts. In less than half an hour, the fog dissipated, revealing the four people. Yu He's face was slightly pale, but it was not serious. Lu Shui's lower abdomen had a dark red wound, dripping with blood, and Chen Tianfei was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Baichuan's figure was straight, standing in place, but there was no vitality, and his eyes were wide open. Although they had the help of the Great Array, and the three of them had killed Zhao Baichuan, the final struggle of a fifth-grade heaven splitter before death was no small matter. However, Zhao Baichuan had died in the end. He had died in the Qiqiao land. An aura of world might spread out from his body, filling the surroundings and entering the void. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something extra in the Qiqiao land. He had noticed this phenomenon before. When he killed the other fourth-grade heaven splitters, such a situation also occurred. Every time they died, the mini-universe world in their bodies would collapse, and the world might would dissipate. However, although Yang Kai noticed it, he did not have the time to pay attention to it. At this moment, carefully sensing it, he was surprised to find that the world might emitted from Zhao Baichuan's body had made the Qiqiao land more solid. This discovery surprised him. It seemed that he would have to go back and ask Yu He what was going on. In a great battle, all the Crimson Star Heaven Splitters were killed except for Chen Tianfei, who had surrendered. The remaining soldiers had long fled. The battle here had caused too much noise, so they naturally noticed it and did not dare to stay. Taking advantage of the time when Yang Kai and the others were busy, they left the Qiqiao land. Yang Kai did not want to keep them here. Some soldiers were not a threat, so there was no need to be afraid. Now, the Qiqiao land was his. Poor Zhao Baichuan had only been in possession of the Qiqiao land for a day before it changed owners. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Chen Tianfei was not dead, but he had become skin and bones, pitiful to the extreme. Everyone recuperated where they were. Yu He recovered the fastest. She had not suffered any serious injuries, but the battle had consumed too much of her strength. After all, not only did she have to trap Zhao Baichuan, she also had to pay attention to the outside world. When Yang Kai, Lu Shui, Bei Yushan, and Chen Tianfei were fighting, it was all thanks to her help. Originally, she did not understand why Chen Tianfei had changed sides, but after seeing the loyalty and righteousness chart, she immediately understood. With this thing, there was no need to worry about Chen Tianfei having second thoughts, unless he did not want to live. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about his previous doubts. Yu He smiled lightly. A heaven splitter has a miniature universe world inside their body. Although this miniature universe world is not a true world, it is still a part of the world. After a heaven splitter cultivator dies, this miniature universe world will collapse, and world might will leak out. This world might is greatly beneficial to any place. Take the Qiqiao land for example, it can strengthen the foundation of the Qiqiao land and expand its area. It can do that? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yu He smiled, of course it can. Otherwise, where does young master think those paradise lands came from? They weren't born strong, but grew up bit by bit. Generations of experts passed away in their own blessed lands, using the power of the world to strengthen their own foundation. After countless years, the size and foundation of those blessed lands could be reached today. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then won't the Qiqiao land one day also become a paradise land? Although that's the case, if you want to do that, you'll need countless years of accumulation. Yang Kai said, if you find a few more heaven splitters to kill, Yu He pursed her lips, that'll offend a lot of people. Yang Kai knew that this was an unrealistic idea, but it was also a way out. The current Qiqiao land is at least 10% stronger than before. Yu He's words made Yang Kai overjoyed. Chapter 41-45. The Qiqiao land's foundation wasn't just something visible to the naked eye. There were also many benefits that couldn't be seen or touched, such as world energy and world principles. As the foundation of the Qiqiao land increased, the power of the defensive spirit array would also increase. There were many other benefits. It wasn't strange for it to have such growth. In this short period of time, at least several hundred heaven-opening realm masters had died in the Qiqiao land. Dozens of heaven-opening realm masters from Qi Xing had been killed here. In the previous battle, the Qiqiao land's heaven-opening realm masters had also died. Although they were all low-rank heaven-opening realm masters, there were still many of them. Even 7 or 8 mid-rank heaven-opening realm masters had died. The Qiqiao land originally had 3 mid-rank heaven-opening realm venerables, but 2 of them had died, leaving only Wood Spirit Land's venerable Miao Yu to surrender and drag out an ignoble existence. The Qiqiao heavenly monarch himself had been assassinated by Yu Xiaofan and Zhao Baichuan, dying an unnatural death. In this battle, 3 mid-rank masters had died. Then, Yang Kai changed his appearance and used Yu He's heaven-opening realm power to kill the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and Zhao Baichuan. These were 5 more mid-rank masters. It was the world force released by the deaths of so many heaven-opening realm masters that filled the Qiqiao land, allowing its foundation to grow significantly. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. However, the current situation was a bit awkward. In the entire Qiqiao land, besides Yang Kai, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Chen Tianfei, who had just surrendered, there was only the Scarlet Flood Dragon left. Such a large piece of land was empty and desolate. Yang Kai released everyone from the small sealed world bead and Guozian from his wish bag. Only then did he regain some vitality. When Guozian saw Chen Tianfei, he was shocked. He didn't know how this fatty had become so thin, but when he learned that the Qiqiao land now belonged to Yang Kai, everyone was naturally jubilant. The aftermath of the battle was a headache, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the repair of the spirit array. The protective array was damaged in the previous battle, and it required a master who was proficient in array formations to repair it. It also required a lot of manpower and resources. Yang Kai did not lack resources. In the great cosmological realm, he had already made a lot of money. Now that he had killed Zhao Baichuan and even collected the 30% of Qi Xing's profits, it was not a problem to repair a 7-way land's protective array. The key was manpower. Where could he find an expert who was proficient in the Tao of formations? Even if he did, would he be trustworthy? These were all problems. In Yang Kai's plan, the 7 openings lands would be the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and also the foundation of everyone in the star boundary. But now, with so many things to do, he didn't know where to start. A few days later, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Everyone's injuries also improved a lot, especially Chen Tianfei. Although his body did not become fatter, he was no longer as weak as before. Meng Hong and the others came to bid farewell. He was a disciple of the Great Moon State. Previously, he was inadvertently involved in the great cosmological realm and had not been heard from for more than 10 years. The people of the Great Moon State must have thought that he had met with an accident. In the past 10 years, he had also made great gains in the great cosmological realm. After all, he had used the Tai Divine Purification Water to wash away the third-grade power in his Tao seal and replaced it with a fifth-grade power. In the future, he had the potential to reach the fifth grade and split open the heavens. Once he grew to the fifth grade, the status of the Great Moon State would also rise with it. Now, he was the future hope of the Great Moon State. After returning, he would definitely be fully cultivated by the Great Moon State. Now that he had escaped from the great cosmological realm, it was natural for him to return to the Great Moon State to report his safety. Yang Kai did not ask him to stay. Before he left, he handed him a space ring. Meng Hong took it and checked it. His expression changed slightly. "Brother Yang, Meng Hong can't accept such a big gift." With that said, he was about to push it back. The contents of the ring were none other than a few sets of fifth-grade resources, which were also the resources Meng Hong needed. Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Meng gave me a world fruit before. What's the big deal if I give you these now? To be honest, I'm the one who took advantage of you." Meng Hong's world fruit was a medium-grade world fruit, which could allow a medium-grade world fruit to advance to the first grade. Yang Kai did not have many of them, only 3. He knew that even if he returned the world fruit to Meng Hong, the other party would not accept it. Meng Hong was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and grudges. After receiving a favor, he would definitely find a way to repay it. Therefore, Yang Kai settled for the second best and gave him a few sets of resources. After all, Yang Kai had plenty of them. In terms of value, a medium-grade world fruit was not comparable to a few fifth-grade resources. Seeing that Meng Hong still wanted to refuse, Yang Kai said, "Great Moon Province is only a third-grade force, and I've seen your leader. He's only a third-grade world fruit. Brother Meng, have you ever thought about how long it would take for Great Moon Province to gather all the resources you need to advance to splitting the heavens? Brother Meng, you have so many years ahead of you, so why waste them waiting? With these resources, Brother Meng can advance to splitting the heavens sooner and help the sect in turn." Although these words were a little harsh, they were the truth. Meng Hong was silent for a long time before he sighed heavily and put away the ring. "Brother Yang, this Meng will never forget your kindness." The main reason was that the financial resources of the Great Moon Province were indeed not strong enough. He could not bear to ask the sect to raise those level 5 resources for him. If he were to use all the power of the sect to support him, how would the other junior brothers and sisters cultivate? It was because of this consideration that he did not refuse again. Yang Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Meng, you're too serious. In addition, I've prepared some things for your 2 junior brothers, Old Fong, Daiyu, and Sunday. Please take them back." Meng Hong's 2 junior brothers had stayed with him in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. Yang Kai had prepared 4th-grade resources for them. Although their foundation had been laid and they had condensed 3rd-grade power, it was not impossible for them to condense 4th-grade power. In the future, when they reached 3rd-grade world fruit, their strength would be stronger. As for Old Fong and the others, he had prepared 3 portions of Tai Divine Purification Water. There were no yin-yang or 5 elements resources because Yang Kai did not know where their limits were and whether they should wash away the power in their Tao seals. If they intended to break and rebuild like Meng Hong and recondense the power of yin-yang or 5 elements, they would use the Tai Divine Purification Water. After washing away the power, Yang Kai would prepare resources for them for cultivation. Meng Hong nodded and took it. After thanking Yang Kai again, he took his 2 junior brothers and said goodbye to Chen Yu. Yang Kai called Chen Tianfei and asked him to escort the 4 of them. The Kikikyo territory was not close to the large territory where the Great Moon Prefecture was located. They had to pass through several large territories. The journey was long, and it might be dangerous for the 3 of them alone. After all, they might encounter some robbers. It would be safer with Chen Tianfei, a 4th-grade world fruit, to escort them. Meng Hong did not refuse. Chen Yu's force was located in the same large territory as the Great Moon Prefecture, so everyone was returning in the same direction. After a short while, the group of 5 passed through the gap in the array and disappeared. After watching Meng Hong and the others leave, Yang Kai turned around and glanced at Lu Shui. "What are your plans for the future?" She was originally a member of the Sword Pavilion. She had sought refuge with Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm just to seek a temporary peace. She had no home to return to outside the great cosmological realm. She had contributed a lot to helping Yang Kai kill the Qi Xing people. Speaking of which, Yang Kai wanted her to stay. After all, he needed people at this time. After Chen Tianfei was sent out, the only people he could use were Yu He, Guozian, and the others. Lu Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion when she heard this. Yang Kai did not urge her, but said, "If you want to leave, I won't keep you. I have prepared 100 million opening heaven pills for you, which should be enough to ensure that you have no worries about cultivation for the rest of your life. If you want to come to the Qiqiao land in the future, you are welcome to come back at any time. Of course, it would be better if you could stay." Lu Shui was slightly moved. 100 million heaven opening pills was not a small number, but Yang Kai being able to give it to her was a testament to his courage. Even though Yang Kai's wealth was now comparable to that of a nation's, who would complain about having too many heaven opening pills? It could be said that with this 100 million opening heaven pills, Lu Shui would no longer have to worry about her own cultivation resources in the future. She only needed to find a star city to cultivate, and there would always be a chance for her to advance to the 6th grade in the future. "Can I stay?" Lu Shui looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai laughed. "Of course you can, but you have seen the situation of the Qiqiao land now. As long as you don't mind, from now on, this will be your home." Lu Shui did not think too much and smiled. "I will stay." Yang Kai also smiled. "Then you are most welcome." Lu Shui bowed gracefully. Subordinate greets master. She did not look down on Yang Kai just because his cultivation was lower than hers. This was because she knew that once Yang Kai advanced to opening heaven pills in the future, it would be an achievement that she would have to look up to for the rest of her life, not to mention that he now had the ability to contend with a low-level opening heaven pill. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "Since you have already addressed me as master, I will not treat you as an outsider. Now, there is something I need you to do." Lu Shui said seriously, "Master, please ask for instructions." Yang Kai took out a token and said, "Take this token to the first inn and find Madame Lan. Tell her about the situation here, and then have her find a formation grandmaster to help repair the defensive formation here." This token was none other than the token that the lady boss had given him. Yang Kai had used this token many times to collect debts from the various shops in Star City. Lu Shui received the token and said seriously, "Yes." Yang Kai then took out the map of the universe and pointed out the location for her. Only then did he say, "There is no time to lose. Set off now. Be careful on the road and return early." "Rest assured, master." After Lu Shui said this, she stepped on her sword and soared into the sky. If one wanted to repair the great formation of the Qiqiao land, they needed a formation grandmaster. Yang Kai did not have the connections in this area, but the lady boss definitely did. Moreover, this was a good opportunity for Lu Shui to report to the lady boss that she was safe so that she would not worry. Turning his head, he saw that Yu He was deeply worried. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Afraid that the lady boss will eat you? Since you are so afraid of her, why did you harm her in the first place? Yang Kai did not quite understand this matter, but he clearly had no intention of explaining. She only said angrily, "At worst, I will be beaten to death by her." Chapter 41-46. On a certain spirit mountain in the Seven Possibilities land, Yang Kai found a good place to take out Su Huang's corpse from his sealed world bead and placed it in the grave he had dug. After Su Huang's death, Yang Kai had stored his corpse in the sealed world bead. Now that the Seven Possibilities land had fallen into his hands, placing Su Huang's corpse back here could be considered returning him to his roots. After all, this Seven Possibilities land belonged to Su Huang. There was no friendship between Yang Kai and Su Huang, they were simply using each other. However, Yang Kai did obtain some benefits from him. The 6 Unity Wish bag belonged to Su Huang, and if it weren't for the Grand Array Jade Slit Ring that Su Huang had given him before his death, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to easily recapture the 7 Openings land. Yang Kai's actions could be said to be a gesture of gratitude. Just as he was about to fill in the grave in front of him, a weak soul fluctuation suddenly spread out from the corpse. Yuhi's expression immediately froze as she stood in front of Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the two, a slightly illusory figure floated out from the corpse, dispersing as if it was blown away by the wind. This figure was Su Huang. A remnant soul. Yuhi frowned tightly. She was able to discern with a single glance that it was a remnant soul that floated out from the corpse. It didn't possess any lethality or threat, and she could easily annihilate this remnant soul on the spot. Thus, she wasn't as nervous as before. However, she couldn't understand why there was still a remnant soul in this corpse. Yang Kai also couldn't understand. Su Huang's corpse had been buried in the sealed world bead for many years without any abnormalities, but today, there was some movement. On second thought, this might be a barrier Su Huang had set up when he was alive. Only when his corpse returned to the Seven Possibilities land would the restriction be triggered, and this remnant soul would appear. What's the use of this remnant soul? Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he stared at him quietly. Su Huang's remnant soul floated midair and turned his head to look around. "You're back." He let out a long sigh filled with endless loneliness and sorrow. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the jade ring that was hidden in Yuhi's sleeve suddenly flew out and fell into the hand of the remnant soul. Then, Su Huang's remnant soul lightly brushed the jade ring and threw it back. Yuhi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. With a strange expression, she said, "One of the barriers in this jade ring has been removed. It should be something he did when he was alive." Yang Kai replied. The formation jade originally belonged to Su Huang. Before his death, he had gifted it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had suspected that Su Huang was up to no good. Now, it seemed that Su Huang was right. If he didn't bring his body back to the Seven Openings land, the final barrier of the formation jade slit ring wouldn't be removed. Even if he had the formation jade slit ring, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the defensive formation of the Seven Openings land. "I don't have much time. Come with me." Su Huang's remnant soul said again and quickly floated forward. Yang Kai and Yuhi exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The two of them didn't ask anything because this remnant soul was left behind by Su Huang. It didn't have much ability to think and only acted according to the thoughts Su Huang had left behind before his death. Even if they asked him, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. They rushed forward and after an incense stick's worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. This large hall was located in the Earth spiritual land. It could be said to be the central hall of the Seven Openings land. The Seven Openings land was divided into 7 spiritual provinces. The arrangement of these 7 spiritual provinces was very interesting. The Earth's spiritual land was located in the center and occupied the most vast area. The metal, wood, water, and fire provinces were located on the left and right sides. The Yin-Yang spiritual land was located at the head and tail of the Earth's spiritual land. If one were to look down from above, the Seven Openings land would look like a tortoise lying in the void. The tortoise's back was the Earth's spiritual land. Its front limbs were the metal and wood spiritual lands. Its back limbs were the water and fire spiritual lands. Its head was the Yang spiritual land and its tail was the Yin spiritual land. It was very lifelike. As for the market square, it was a fragment of a world suspended above the tortoise's back. It was unknown which generation's master of the Seven Openings land had used a divine technique to move it here and use it as a trading ground. The place Su Huang's remnant soul brought Yang Kai and Yu He to was the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land. This was also the place where the Seven Openings heavenly monarch lived. The remnant soul rushed into the hall and turned left and right before stopping in front of a wall. "Everything here is yours." After the remnant soul finished speaking, he slammed into the wall and exploded into specks of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light covered the wall and quickly turned into a door. Yu He and Yang Kai looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a change. "The secret vault," Yu He said excitedly. Yang Kai also raised his eyebrows. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was behind this door, it wasn't difficult to guess from what Su Huang's remnant soul had said. This was definitely the door to a treasure vault. The Seven Openings land had a treasure vault, but Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiaofan had secretly colluded to kill the Seven Openings heavenly monarch. Zhao Baichuan obtained the Seven Openings land and Yu Xiaofan ordered people to sweep the Seven Openings land's treasure vault. In the past 2 days, Yang Kai had also inspected the entire Seven Openings land and naturally saw the treasure vault. It was empty inside. Yu Xiaofan didn't even leave behind a single strand of hair. All the resources had been swept away. But now, it seemed that the treasure vault was only the one on the surface. There was actually a secret vault here. It was unknown whether the Seven Openings heavenly monarch knew about the existence of this secret vault. Judging from the current situation, the Seven Openings heavenly monarch might not even know about it. "Young master, be careful," Yu He said and stepped into the door. Yang Kai followed closely behind, secretly on guard. An hour later, the two walked out of the door again. This door was indeed the door to the secret vault. There were many cultivation resources sealed inside, and it could be said that they had been accumulated for many years. If it were the previous Yang Kai, he would have been ecstatic, but he had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm. After killing Zhao Baichuan, he took back the 30% of Qi Xing's gains. Facing the wealth in this secret vault, he wasn't too excited. In comparison, the wealth in this secret vault was only comparable to the 30% of Qi Xing's gains, or even slightly inferior. Although Qi Xing had only plundered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, there were countless good things in the great cosmological realm. The Qiqiao land was only a second-class force, and among the second-class forces, it was only at the lower middle level. Even if it had accumulated for countless years, how many precious resources could it have? It was just that there was a lot of things in this secret vault. This was an unintentional gain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had moved Su Huang's corpse out of the small sealed world bead, otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to enter this secret vault. He returned to the mountain again, filled in the grave, and erected an inscription. Only then was he done. Standing in front of Su Huang's grave, Yu He took out the Grand Array jade slip and said, "Young master, you should refine this jade slip." Whoever controlled this jade slip would truly control the Seven Openings land. Previously, because of the urgency of the situation, Yang Kai had given the jade slip to Yu He to refine. After all, with her 5th grade heaven opening cultivation, it would be faster for her to refine it. Now that the 7 openings land had changed owners, the Grand Array Jade Slip should naturally be returned to Yang Kai. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You keep it first." Yuhi asked, "Is young master worried that it will be inconvenient to refine it?" "It's fine, with my assistance, it should be completely refined in a few months." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not all because of this. I may have to leave this place temporarily after a while. At that time, I will need you to stay behind and keep watch." "Where are you going, young master?" Yuhi was surprised. "I'm going home," Yang Kai smiled slightly. The following days passed peacefully. Yang Kai waited for Lu Shue's return while cultivating in seclusion. By now, he had condensed 4 types of heaven opening force, namely wood, fire, earth, and water. For the fire attribute, he had comprehended the golden crow casting sun divine technique aspect. For the earth attribute, because it came from the same source as his, he had also easily comprehended the dragon shield divine technique, greatly increasing its defensive power. However, he had no clue about the wood attribute and the newly condensed water attribute. Logically speaking, when comprehending the mysteries of each type of force to the extreme, it would be possible to derive a secret technique or divine technique, but unfortunately, Yang Kai still couldn't find a way to do so. When he was still in the Great Void boundary, he had been working hard on this, but unfortunately, even now, he had little success. A single divine technique aspect had allowed his strength to soar, allowing him to contend with a low-rank heaven-opening master with his strength as an emperor, so what if he comprehended 2, 3, or even more? Advancing to heaven-opening master was a slow and time-consuming process. Before this, he was still just an emperor realm master and needed to protect himself. This matter couldn't be rushed. On this day, while Yang Kai was comprehending, he suddenly received a message from Yuhi, causing him to open his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed and he appeared beside Yuhi. At this moment, Yuhi was looking up. Ever since the last great battle, many flaws had appeared in the protective formation of the Qiqiao land. It was as if many cracks had appeared. Looking out from the largest crack, she could see many people gathered outside the Qiqiao land. "Who are these people?" Yang Kai asked. Yuhi replied, "They are all representatives of the great forces in this large territory. They have probably heard that the Qiqiao land has changed masters, so they have come to pay a visit. Do you want to receive them?" This large territory was called the Qiqiao land's territory because it was a second-grade force. However, the Qiqiao land was not the only force in the Qiqiao territory. There were other forces, but they were all third-grade forces or below. They were not presentable forces. The Qiqiao land changing masters was undoubtedly a big deal in the Qiqiao territory. Previously, many Crimson Star disciples had escaped, so this matter could not be hidden. They had probably heard some rumors and came to investigate. There were many things to be done in the Qiqiao land. Logically speaking, it was best to close the door and not meet them, so as to prevent others from seeing the truth and being targeted. However, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled, since they are here to pay a visit, they will definitely send gifts. Why not take the benefits for free? Let them all in. Yuhi was speechless. Only she knew how rich Yang Kai was now. After all, in the great cosmological realm, she was the one who had exchanged benefits with Crimson Star. Previously, he had obtained the Qiqiao land's secret vault, so what good things could the gifts from these forces be? Her young master had fallen for money. Ah! Chapter 41-47. The spirit array was released, and one figure after another fell into the Qiqiao land. There were quite a few people who had come, numbering in the hundreds. However, Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that although there were many people, they only represented 20 to 30 forces. After all, each force definitely wouldn't send just one person. Some of these forces were led by heaven-opening realm cultivators, but they were all low-grade heaven opening realm cultivators. Most of them were third-grade heaven opening realm cultivators, with a few second-grade heaven opening realm cultivators. There were even some from the Emperor realm, which made Yang Kai quite confused. He couldn't understand which force was so poor. Could it be that they didn't even have a heaven opening realm cultivator? The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was hale and hearty, and after flying down, he immediately cupped his fists. Golden light docks Hong Jie greets Madam. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. These words were directed at Yu He. The representatives of the various large and small forces behind him all stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Yu He hurriedly waved her hands and said crisply, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Hong Jie was puzzled. What was wrong? "Please give me some pointers, Madam." They all let out a sigh of relief. Before coming, everyone had been wondering what kind of temper the new master of the Qiqiao land had. If she was easy to get along with, that would be fine, but if she wasn't, it would be difficult to get along with her. Now, seeing Yu He's demeanor and tone, they immediately understood that although this woman's cultivation was high, she wasn't difficult to deal with. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them on this trip. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled, "I'm not some madam, I'm just a maid. The person in charge here is my family's young master." As she spoke, she pointed at Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked. Most of them couldn't sense Yu He's cultivation, and only the third-grade heaven opening realm cultivators knew. This woman was unfathomable and was definitely a mid-grade heaven opening realm cultivator. But now, this mid-grade heaven opening realm cultivator was calling herself a maid, and the young man from the Emperor realm beside her was the true master? Just where did this young man come from? However, no matter what his background was, no one dared to slight him. Their expressions turned serious as they bowed again, "Greetings, Master." Hong Jie even lowered his head to his knees and said in fear and trepidation, "This old man's eyes are blurred, and I have eyes but fail to see. I hope Master can forgive me." Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. "Ignorance is bliss. Get up." "Thank you, Master." Everyone stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, their expressions were different from before. Although they had seen Yang Kai before, no one had taken him seriously. They had only thought that he was a servant following beside Yu He. Now, Yu He, the fifth-grade Kai genius, was just a foil. Hong Jie secretly wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Master, you have the image of dragons and tigers, and your temperament is extraordinary. No wonder you could obtain the 7 Openings land. Now that this land has changed owners, it is the fortune of the 7 Openings territory, and also our fortune." This old man was openly flattering, and many people secretly despised him. However, they all nodded in agreement. They had no choice. Before, they had to obey the 7 Openings Heaven Lord, but now, they had to obey Yang Kai's orders. This was the tragedy of small forces, unless they all left the 7 Openings territory. However, even if they left the 7 Openings territory, where could they go? The world was vast, and any spiritual state that had some foundation had already been occupied. If they rashly entered other people's territory, it would definitely cause some disputes. Yang Kai smiled reservedly, looking unfathomable. Hong Jie said again, "This old man is rude. How should I address you, Master?" Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this, but he soon smiled and said, "You can just call me Void Master." His title in the astral world was Great Emperors of the Void, which happened to be used here. Moreover, the title of Lord was generally only qualified to be used by the leaders of the lower forces. For example, the leader of the Great Moon State was the Great Moon Lord. When it came to the mid-level forces, it was the Heavenly Lord, such as the 7 Openings Heaven Lord. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he was not qualified to use such a title. However, at this moment, no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. He had a middle-level Kai Tian as his maid, and he had an extraordinary background. What was wrong with using the title of Lord? Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are all guests from afar, so please come in and have a chat." Hong Jie bowed and said, "Then we will disturb Lord." A group of several hundred people followed Yang Kai and Yu He into the main hall. The main hall was spacious, and there were many seats. The 2 rows of guests and hosts sat down. Hong Jie did not decline and sat in the first seat on Yang Kai's left. No one offered tea or anything. After all, the 7 openings heaven was currently understaffed. However, Hong Jie and the others did not dare to complain. They all sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Hong Jie stood up and said loudly, "Congratulations to True Monarch for entering the Qiqiao lands. Golden Light Dock offers 200,000 heaven opening pills, 10 drops of Vajra raindrops, and 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate True Monarch." As he spoke, he offered a spatial ring with both hands and raised it high. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Golden Light Dock is considerate. This lord will remember." Tilting his head, Yu He accepted the ring. Hong Jie smiled and said, "This is just a small gift. Please don't laugh at me, Lord." To Yang Kai, this gift was indeed a small gift. He did not even want to look at it. The Kai Tian pills in his hands were calculated in the hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? The Vajradu was probably a specialty of Golden Light Dock and should only be a grade 3 resource. The only thing worth looking at was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful, but its value was not great. However, such a thing was a considerable wealth to a grade 3 force. Just the 200,000 Kai Tian pills was enough to buy a grade 4 resource. A grade 3 force did not even have a mid-rank Kai Tian pill. Immediately after Hong Jie, another representative of a force presented a gift. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse any of these gifts and had Yu He accept all of them. These forces had probably discussed this beforehand and the value of the gifts they sent out was about the same. Although these gifts were precious to these forces, they weren't enough to hurt them. Yang Kai could understand. When presenting gifts, they naturally did not forget to introduce themselves. Yang Kai soon learned that in the territory of the 7 openings land, in addition to the grade 2 openings land, there were 7 other grade 3 forces. However, there were more than 7 groups of people present, and the rest were actually representatives of universe worlds. Only now did Yang Kai realize that there were actually a dozen or so universe worlds under the jurisdiction of the 7 skills lands, and all the people who had come here were the great emperors of these universe worlds, figures that stood at the peak of their respective worlds. The gifts they sent were not as good as those of the grade 3 forces. They were all specialties of their respective worlds, but it was better than nothing. After all, they were under the control of the 7 openings land. It could be said that everything in these dozen universe worlds belonged to the 7 openings land. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not place these gifts in his eyes. To him, the most precious things in this hall were undoubtedly the dozen or so universe worlds. Controlling these universe worlds meant that there would be an endless supply of talents in the future. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yu He. Only then did he learn that this phenomenon was very common in the entire 3,000 worlds. Any force would control a large number of universe worlds. For example, Hong Jie's Golden Light Dock also had a few universe worlds under its control, just not as many as the 7 openings land. As for those blessed lands, which one of them did not control the universe worlds in their entire territory and several nearby large territories? Only by selecting talents from these countless universe worlds could they ensure that their own forces would continue to burn and produce experts in large numbers. Only the Star World was located in a remote location, almost disconnected from the outside world. They knew nothing about the 3,000 worlds. The hall was filled with laughter. Although Yang Kai was not very proficient in the ways of governing, he knew the principle of combining kindness and authority. Now that his prestige had been established by Yu He, a rank 5 heaven splitter, giving him some face could be considered a favor. This made everyone sigh in their hearts. This new true monarch was much easier to get along with than the 7 Openings land. The 7 Openings land is already dead, and the 7 Openings land does not live up to its name. I want to change the name to the Void Land. What do you all think? Yang Kai looked down and asked. Hong Jie was the first to respond. Of course. With a true monarch overseeing the Void Land, our Void Land territory will definitely be famous in the 3,000 worlds in the future. No one can look down on us. Yang Kai only wanted to change the name of the 7 Openings land, but he directly changed the name of the 7 Openings land territory to the Void territory. His flattery was obvious, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang boasted shamelessly, of course. Suddenly, he frowned. However, our Void Land has just experienced a great battle, and the defensive array is damaged in many ways. Although I ordered people to invite a master to repair it, this person's hands are not enough. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish, Hong Jie said, "Rest assured, true monarch. Once this old man returns to the Golden Light Dock, I will immediately transfer disciples to help. However, our Golden Light Dock does not have many disciples, and can only transfer 500 people. I hope true monarch can be magnanimous." Immediately, someone stood up. Reporting to true monarch, our Flying Crane sect can also transfer 500 disciples. One after another, people stood up and expressed that their respective forces could transfer hundreds of people to help. The 7 forces gathered a few thousand people in an instant. Yang Kai smiled and nodded repeatedly, "Good, good, good. Since everyone is so considerate, I'll ask you to send some disciples here as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we won't let them work in vain. Everyone will be paid 2 heaven opening pills per day. If there are any who are proficient in spirit arrays, the reward will be calculated separately." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 2 heaven opening pills per day was not a lot, 500 disciples was equivalent to 1,000 heaven opening pills. Moreover, repairing the array was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was very likely that it would take a year and a half. In this way, the income was very generous. No one thought that they would be able to earn some benefits from this matter. They could not help but feel grateful to Yang Kai. After all, even if Yang Kai did not give them anything, they would still fight to help. At that moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known, they would have reported more people. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Obviously, they realized that there were benefits to be gained and could not wait to transfer disciples over. The 7 forces quickly left. The remaining 10 or so representatives from the world of heaven and earth looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of expectation. Chapter 41-48. Speaking of which, the 7 great forces were just outsiders while these dozen or so universe worlds were truly on the same side. In the past, the 7 Openings land was their high sect, but now, it was the Void Land. Yang Kai's performance was completely different from the 7 Openings heavenly monarchs, giving them hope. These dozen or so representatives were the great emperors of their respective worlds and were recognized by the world will and destiny of their respective worlds, just like Yang Kai's status in the star boundary. If such people didn't die young, they would generally have some achievements, but the level of their achievements would depend on their own luck and hard work. How many people can you send? Yang Kai knew what they were thinking and immediately asked. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, reporting to True Sovereign, my 3 open world can send about 40 people. Another great emperors said, my Golden Sun continent can send 35 people. In order to break free from the shackles of the universe, one would need to be at least a third-layer emperor realm cultivator. It was impossible to be weak, and how many third-layer emperors could there be in a single universe world? This could be seen from the star boundaries foundation. Whether it was 3 open world or Golden Sun continent, they were all universe worlds similar to the star boundary, so having a few dozen third-layer emperors was already an extremely good foundation. If they wanted to open the heavens in the future, they would have a great need for heaven-opening pills. Now that they had come to Yang Kai's place to help, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Each universe world could only send a few dozen people, with the smallest being 20 or more and the largest being 60 or 70. Altogether, there were no more than 600 to 700 people. This was almost the same as the number of people a third-class force could send. Yang Kai waved his hand, as you wish, go back and prepare. I will treat you equally, 2 heaven-opening pills per person per day. Everyone was overjoyed and bowed, many thanks, true sovereign. In their excitement, they didn't want to stay any longer and left one after another, leaving the noisy hall empty. What followed was another long wait. On the other hand, the third-class forces of Golden Light Dock were surprisingly efficient. In less than a month, they had gradually sent their disciples over. Moreover, they had coincidentally increased the number of disciples that had been reported previously. In this regard, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. In any case, when the time came to repair the array, he would definitely need a large number of people. There was no harm in having more people. As for the heaven-opening pill, he didn't care at all. This matter was handed over to Yuhi to manage. She would coordinate the number of people and select the cultivator who was proficient in formations. When the time came, they could be arranged to assist the formation master invited by the lady boss. The rewards were calculated on the same day, and Hong Jie and the rest were once again deeply grateful. After 2 interactions, they felt that Yang Kai, the true monarch of Void, was much more benevolent than the heavenly monarch of 7 skills. Naturally, they had a good impression of him. With so many people in the Void, it naturally became lively. However, the people in charge of the various forces strictly restrained their disciples, so there were no conflicts or conflicts. On this day, Yang Kai was in seclusion. Suddenly, his expression changed and he opened his eyes to look at the mysterious pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was formed on the back of his hand after he had obtained the primordial spiritual fruit in the land of ancients. The fruit had shattered and formed on the back of his hand. There was a strange space in it, and Zhu Jiuyin was sleeping in it. At this very moment, Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhu Jiuyin's aura was recovering. This fellow was finally waking up. Yang Kai felt a little tired. He originally thought that with a powerful Holy Spirit as his protector, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 worlds in the future. At least, no one would dare to provoke him. Who knew that once they left the great cosmological realm, this woman would fall into a deep sleep. Even when dealing with existences like Qi Xing, Yang Kai had to fight a battle of wits and courage with them, which made him mentally exhausted. After a while, Zhu Jiuyin faintly woke up, and her voice rang in the depths of her heart. How long have I been asleep? About 3 months. Yang Kai replied. After sensing carefully, Zhu Jiuyin's aura was still a little weak. It seemed that the injury on her origin had not healed yet. Where is this place? Zhu Jiuyin asked again. Originally, it was the Qiqiao land. Now, it's the Void land, my territory. As soon as his voice fell, he felt an itch on the back of his hand. A stream of light flew out and landed in front of him, turning into Zhu Jiuyin's appearance. It had to be said that this woman was a natural beauty. Her face was stunning, her figure was hot, and her eyes were full of love. Especially now that her origin was injured, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, which filled her with a delicate and pitiful look. Any man who saw her could not remain indifferent. And with her appearance, the strange pattern on the back of Yang Kai's hand also slowly dissipated and soon disappeared. A terrifying divine sense, with Zhu Jiuyin as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions. In an instant it was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable horror rose in everyone's heart. In the void land, thousands of disciples from various forces all turned pale. Hong Jie and the others even opened their eyes wide and looked towards the place where Yang Kai was in seclusion. All of them felt their hair stand on end and their souls almost left their bodies. But very soon, the divine sense was retracted. Zhu Jiuyin was only checking the situation here and did not have any other intentions. What was that? Was that feeling just now an illusion? Hong Jie and the others were still in a state of shock. In the secret room, Zhu Jiuyin glanced at Yang Kai and said while holding her forehead, "Since I have come out, the space will collapse on its own." Yang Kai was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that I won't be able to put you away in the future?" Zhu Jiuyin nodded lightly and looked as if her head was about to split open. Even her aura was fluctuating. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. He was still thinking that after Zhu Jiuyin recovered, he could use her as a trump card. In the future, when he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could directly release Zhu Jiuyin, who knew that the pattern and space on the back of his hand had collapsed on their own. This plan fell through, which made him feel a little regretful. He did not know if the Rui pouch could contain her, but even if it could, Zhu Jiuyin would probably not be willing. After all, although the space in the Rui pouch could be big or small, it was extremely crowded. I was born in the Great Cosmological Abyss and grew up in the Great Cosmological Abyss. Now that I am in the outside world, I need a long time to adjust to gradually adapt to the laws of the outside world and return to my peak. Before that, you have to behave yourself and not provoke too powerful enemies. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Yang Kai was stunned. How long will it take? He really did not expect this, but it was not strange after thinking about it. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a saint spirit, she was a native of the Great Cosmological Abyss after all. She naturally needed a process of adaptation in the trichiliocosm. Who knows? Zhu Jiuyin slowly shook her head. What's more, my origin is still damaged and I need to recuperate. As she said that, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Her voice entered Yang Kai's ears. I will be in seclusion for the time being. Do not disturb me unless there is something. Yang Kai bared his teeth. This Tao protector did not have the awareness of a Tao protector at all. Yang Kai regretted it so much. If he had known, he would have cooperated with Jin Wu. At least Jin Wu could provide him with the power of the metal element. The door of the secret chamber was opened, and Yuhi rushed in nervously. She's awake? Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Yuhi did not understand. She went to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know where she is, Yang Kai replied. Yuhi closed her eyes and connected her mind to the defensive formation of the void land. She checked the 7 spirit states and soon found traces of Zhu Jiuyin. This woman had entered the largest palace and was adjusting her breath. She seemed to have noticed that someone was spying on her and looked up to glare. Yuhi stuck out her tongue and looked away. Yang Kai also sighed. What a tragedy, sigh. As he was talking, he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and checked it. He raised his eyebrows and said, good news is coming. Yuhi asked curiously, what good news? Lady Boss is here. Yang Kai smiled brightly. He stood up and rushed outside. But after a few steps, he suddenly reacted and looked back. He saw Yuhi standing there with a pale face. Her 2 small hands were fiddling with the corner of her clothes uneasily. She looked like she was out of her wits. Yang Kai walked back and held her hand. He comforted her. You have to face what you have to face. Just admit your mistakes and apologize. Lady Boss is a sentimental person. She won't do anything to you. He bit her red lips and nodded. Let's go and welcome Lady Boss with me. Yang Kai pulled her and ran out. When Hong Jie and the others saw Yang Kai, they all bowed. Yang Kai didn't bother to greet them and went straight to an open space, looking up at the sky. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly appeared at the gap in the array and fell straight down. When it came close, the light scattered, revealing several figures. The one in the lead was a woman in a palace robe. She had a dignified bearing and a myriad of graces. When the male disciples of the third-class forces saw her, they couldn't help but gasp, infatuation filling their eyes. Who else could it be but Lady Boss? Hong Jie and the others had solemn expressions. They were all lower-grade heaven splitters, so they could clearly feel that this beautiful woman was actually a peak mid-grade heaven splitter. She seemed to be even stronger than that Miss Yu-He by the true monarch side. These days, they had all figured out that Yu-He was a fifth-grade heaven splitter. She was definitely powerful. If she was stronger than a fifth-grade heaven splitter, wouldn't that mean she was a sixth-grade heaven splitter? In addition to the woman in the lead, there were actually two mid-grade heaven splitters whose auras were comparable to Yu-He's. There was also one who should be a fourth-grade heaven splitter. This true monarch of the void really had a great background. He could even make friends with such a character. No wonder he could occupy the Qiqiao land and become the master. Just as they were in shock, Yang Kai had already run over. He flung his sleeves and shouted, "This little one greets Lady Boss. Good luck to you." Lady Boss smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Kai, and she exhaled. "You're not dead yet?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "Thanks to Lady Boss, everything is fine." You're fine. I'm not fine." At the end of her words, the Lady Boss gnashed her teeth and pulled Kai Yang over. Without giving him any chance to explain, she began to beat him up. Hong Jie and the others watched in horror, and their throats were dry. Chapter 41-49. Pung, 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 pung. The Lady Boss wanted to hit him, but Yang Kai had no strength to fight back. However, the Lady Boss was beating him fiercely and did not use much strength, nor did she use her heaven-opening realm strength. Yang Kai's skin was thick and tough, so how could he be afraid of a mere beating? Back in the first inn, there were others who had been beaten even more viciously by the Lady Boss. After beating him for a while, the Lady Boss suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's ear and pulled him to her face. Seeing him grinning mischievously, she gritted her teeth and said, "Smelly brat, why are you so happy after being beaten up?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "As long as you're happy." How could he not be happy? Ever since he came to this world, the Lady Boss had been the one who cared for him the most, providing him with a lot of protection and dependence. When he first joined the first inn, Yang Kai was very repulsed, but as they slowly got to know each other, this repulsion was replaced by warmth. For some reason, the Lady Boss gave him a very warm feeling, as if she was a long-lost family member. These words sounded very familiar, as if they had traveled back in time many years. There was a person standing in front of her who had said similar words many times. The Lady Boss was slightly absent-minded, and a face involuntarily appeared before her eyes. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and raised her hand to knock Yang Kai's head, viciously saying, "Don't think I'll let you off just like that. I'll remember this debt and slowly settle it with you in the future." What debt? It was nothing more than the debt that had worried her for over a dozen years. Yang Kai grinned, smiling even more happily, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The Lady Boss rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and said to an old-fashioned old man with white hair and a beard beside her, "Great Master Wu Yang, this is my good-for-nothing assistant. I'll have to trouble Great Master to deal with the spirit array here." When Yang Kai heard this, How could he not know that this old man was a formation master invited by the lady boss? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Junior Yang Kai greets Great Master Wu Yang. Great Master Wu Yang rolled his triangular eyes and scanned Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just someone from the Emperor realm, he naturally didn't take him seriously. He nodded to the lady boss and said, "Since Madam has invited this old master here, then this old master will naturally do his best. This old master has observed this great formation from the periphery for a while before. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. However, this old master still needs to observe it for a while before making a decision." "Of course." Lady Boss smiled sweetly and tilted her head to signal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Lu Shui, show Great Master Wu Yang around." Lu Shui, who had returned with the lady boss and the others, immediately replied, "Yes." He extended his hand and gestured, "Grandmaster, please." Great Master Wu Yang nodded lightly and turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Lu Shui followed closely behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai calmed down. This Wu Yang Grandmaster was a decisive person. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to give the lady boss and the others a welcome dinner and let this Wu Yang Grandmaster rest for a while before letting him take action. Who would have thought that this Wu Yang Grandmaster would propose to observe first? This was naturally what Yang Kai wanted. The sooner the formation was repaired, the sooner he could find time to do other things. The person the lady boss had found was very reliable. After Great Master Wu Yang left, only the lady boss and White Seven were left. Lao Bai had also followed them this time and stood behind the lady boss, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. However, there was a lot of guilt in that smile. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the lady boss and left Yang Kai alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Yang Kai with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Yang Kai wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the lady boss had been worried about Yang Kai's safety, so how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Yang Kai appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since He had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake and was facing her parents. "He." Yang Kai called out softly. He moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the lady boss, and then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, "Big sister." The lady boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over." As she spoke, she directly walked past Yuhi's countenance suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, he didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these two women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this, yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Yuhi even colluded with Qi Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the Sunlock ground controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the lady boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the lady boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed at the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the lady boss and had followed her for many years. So, it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. "Get the fuck over here. What are you dawdling for?" Yang Kai still intended to console Yuhi when the lady boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally and shot an apologetic glance at Yuhi before he hurriedly chased after her. Yuhi's countenance turned even paler while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Lao Bai let out a long sigh. If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. You always have to pay the price for making a mistake. Yuhi was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily. You're still alive? All those years ago, she'd personally witnessed Bai Qi's advancement into the heaven-opening realm while the five elements were in chaos, and the minor universe world that had just taken form showed signs of collapse. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the advancement had failed, and no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. She'd always thought that Bai Qi had perished in the sun-locked ground. Earlier, she'd always kept her head down while following Yang Kai over, and her mind was in chaos. So, she hadn't noticed Bai Qi's aura at all. At this moment, she was shocked when she saw Bai Qi in person. Bai Qi looked at her indifferently and said, "If I died, then you'd probably be a dead person now." If Bai Qi died, then the lady boss would definitely not let Yuhi off and would definitely kill Yuhi to avenge Bai Qi. It was precisely because Lao Bai had escaped death that the lady boss didn't kill Yuhi this time. You should thank Yang Kai. Bai Qi sighed lightly. Yuhi was puzzled. She didn't know what this had to do with Yang Kai. All those years ago, the lady boss had restrained several mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts by herself. As the battle gradually progressed, Bai Qi seemed to be on the verge of perishing. However, Yang Kai had given him some worldly elixir at the critical moment, stabilizing the minor universe world within his body and pulling him back from the brink of death. The worldly elixir was obtained by Yang Kai in the Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary. This thing was extremely rare. It was something that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. It contained all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. When a cultivator opened up a minor universe within his body, it was equivalent to opening up a minor universe. The worldly elixir could allow a cultivator to comprehend all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. Naturally, it could help Lao Bai at a critical moment. At that time, Lao Bai didn't know what it was. Later, after he told the lady boss guessed that it was extremely likely to be the worldly elixir. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually have such a treasure in his possession. The worldly elixir was a treasure that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. In the past, even if it existed, it would have long been plundered clean. Unless another world was suddenly born in this vast universe, only then would it have a chance of appearing. However, how difficult was the birth of a world? There might not even be a single case in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a new world was born, it might not necessarily give birth to the worldly elixir. The Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary had preserved the extremely ancient environment of the heavens and earth, which was why there were remnants of the worldly elixir. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this item, but how could the lady boss not know? It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this item, there would be no risk when breaking through to split the heavens. Breaking through to split the heavens wasn't a 100% success rate. Even if one condensed the power of yin, yang, and the five elements, if one wanted to open up a minor universe within their body without enough foundation, there was still a possibility of failure. And once one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the worldly elixir could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even the blessed paradises would fight over it. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk when breaking through to split the heavens? There were quite a few disciples of the blessed paradises who had died because of failed breakthroughs. Admit your mistake properly. Bai Qi didn't explain too much. This was related to the worldly elixir, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Right now, only he and the lady boss knew about this matter. Actually, the lady boss has been quite concerned about you these past few years. Yuhi's delicate body trembled, and her dim eyes suddenly blossomed with light. Only the word "concerned" continuously reverberated in her mind. Unknowingly, her face was already covered in tears. When she came back to her senses, Bai Qi had already disappeared. Wiping her eyes, Yuhi hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. In the central hall of the Earth spiritual land, the lady boss didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She leisurely walked around in a circle. Kai Yang led her to a large hall and said, "Lady boss, you can rest here in the future. When I return, I will arrange for some servants to serve you." Now that there were quite a few people in the void, it wouldn't be a problem to find a few women to temporarily act as maids. In any case, Yang Kai would reward them. "Why this one? I think the one next to it is quite good. It's a bit more spacious," the lady boss looked around and said casually. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "The one next to it isn't very convenient." The lady boss tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What's so inconvenient about it? Are you hiding a mistress?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Of course not. However, the one next to it is indeed taken." The lady boss had a clear mind and guessed the truth. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yang Kai. "Is it that Zhu Jiuyin?" Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Yang Kai over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Shui. Lu Shui did not hide too much. Since Yang Kai asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her, so she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, "Is she reliable?" Zhu Jiuyin was a holy spirit heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Yang Kai transmitted, "Don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking." "That's good." The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm." She had only heard of the great cosmological realm and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence, so she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that Yuhi had captured him and was going to take him to Tsuewei Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain, and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion by himself, establishing an invincible majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kun shark. Zhu Jiuyin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then, the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Yang Kai came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years had been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Yang Kai was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination, and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Yang Kai didn't notice, but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated Yuhi's contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for Yuhi's help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Yang Kai was also very helpless. He could only greet her. "You've said so much, lady boss, have a drink." Outside the hall, Yuhi lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the lady boss and Yang Kai, then lowered her head and stood in front of the lady boss, waiting for her orders. Yang Kai picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the lady boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, "Lady boss, don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet, and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden." The lady boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. "Who asked you to talk so much?" Bai Qi said with a smile, Yes, I said that I should be slapped." As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Yang Kai stunned. The lady boss snorted coldly, "You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Yang Kai hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered." Hearing this, Bai Qi said solemnly, "Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid, and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day." As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at Yuhi, "That day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement, and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will kill you to repay the favor of that day." He raised his hand and slapped toward Yuhi, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm, there was no mercy at all. Yang Kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, stop." But Bai Qi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Yang Kai could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Qi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on Yuhi's shoulder. Yuhi let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack, and the world force raged in her body. In mid-air, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Qi retracted his hand and stood behind the lady boss again. He said with a smile, "Lady boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. In the end, you have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary." He sighed, as if he really was not strong enough. The lady boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yuhi without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Yang Kai had already rushed to Yuhi's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. "How are you?" Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Qi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Qi attacked, Yuhi did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. Yuhi slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Yang Kai away and looked at Bai Qi gratefully. She knew that Bai Qi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Qi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact, she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Qi had said before, He had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, how could the lady boss treat He nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Qi's heart. Not taking He's life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Qi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about Yuhi's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Yuhi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister." The lady boss's red lips wriggled, and her voice was cold like steel. "From the moment you conspired with Qi Jin and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you." Yuhi's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. "I was wrong, I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong." The lady boss slowly shook her head. "I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun." Yuhi's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with Yuhi in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Qi Jin, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chuanxiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally, Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yang Kai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. "I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters." This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people, Qi Jin, Ling Chuanxiu, and Yuhi. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. Yuhi naturally wouldn't forget it, so as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. Yuhi bowed and kowtowed, and then said softly, "I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little Sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago." She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling, and he shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then Yuhi raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Qi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect Yuhi to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, she actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, Yuhi was an obstacle. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open, and he madly urged the space splitter, but he was a 5th-grade sky splitter, and the world force swept over, so how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of he like a ghost, raised her hand, and grabbed her wrist, and looked down at her with a complicated expression. He raised her head, and tears flowed down her cheeks, and her eyes were gray. Chapter 41-51. They looked at each other. The lady boss's heart softened, and she sighed, "Why bother?" He bit her lips and cried like a weeping beauty. The lady boss reached out and touched Yuhi's head. "I picked you up and raised you, so your life is also mine. Without my permission, no one can kill you, including yourself." Yuhi lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Yes." The lady boss slightly urged her strength, and Yuhi suddenly groaned and fell to the ground, unconscious. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a lingering fear. If the lady boss had not suddenly made a move, Yuhi might have really died in front of him. He had been with Yuhi in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. He had been tired of her and wanted to get rid of her, but in the end, he still supported her and went through thick and thin with her. But after more than 10 years of contact, Yang Kai did not realize that Yuhi's temperament was so decisive. However, although the lady boss had made her unconscious and temporarily stabilized her emotions, there was still a troublesome matter. That was the lady boss's great oath of the heart demon. If Yuhi did not die, her great oath of the heart demon would not be lifted, and she would not be able to split open the sky in this life. He did not know if Yuhi would take it too hard after she woke up. With another sigh, the lady boss picked up Yuhi by the waist and then walked into a room in the inner hall, and placed her on a bed. Yang Kai and Lao Bai followed her step by step, both of them silent. Quietly looking at the person sleeping on the bed, the lady boss's expression gradually softened, and she even gently hummed a nursery rhyme, as if coaxing a child to sleep. One of her hands was still on Yuhi, gently patting her to the rhythm. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other, both of them somewhat speechless. After a while, the lady boss suddenly waved her hand at them, and the two of them understood and left together. As soon as they left the inner hall, Lao Bai put his arm around Yang Kai's neck and put his arm around his shoulder, winking at him, "Let's drink." Yang Kai laughed heartily. Naturally he did not refuse. Good. In the entire Trichiliocosm, Lao Bai could be considered the first true friend he had. In this aspect, even Lao Feng couldn't compare to him. After all, when he met Lao Feng in the Qiqiao land, both of them had their own thoughts, and their goals weren't so simple. When they were in Star City in the first inn, Yang Kai and Lao Bai often drank wine at night. The two of them were already familiar with this. He didn't go far. He sat on the ground in the main hall outside. Yang Kai didn't have wine, but Lao Bai did. And it was good wine. Yang Kai took out a large pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These were all specialties of the great cosmological realm, and it was an eye-opener for Lao Bai. With wine, he would drink wildly and get drunk. By the time the lady boss brought Yuhi out of the inner hall, 2 days had already passed. As far as the eye could see, the hall was in a complete mess. Wine jars and fruit pits were scattered everywhere, and the dense smell of wine was extremely pungent. Yang Kai and Old White were both sprawled on the ground, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. The lady boss was so angry that her nose was crooked. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two fellows. "Wake them up." Yuhi hurriedly walked out. She formed seals with her hands and urged her strength to gently blow a cool breeze at the two of them. As the cool breeze brushed past their faces, the two lying on the ground shuddered and slowly woke up. With a splitting headache, Yang Kai slowly sat up straight and rubbed his forehead while smiling bitterly. He had indulged a little too much this time. It was mainly because he had been in a state of high tension since the land of immortality closed. The arrival of the lady boss brought him a great sense of security, and his mind was completely relaxed. He urged his strength to dispel the remaining alcohol in his body, and then he raised his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a worried expression. He was overjoyed and stood up. "Yuhi, you're awake?" Yuhi nodded imperceptibly, and then she pointed at the lady boss in front of her. Yang Kai looked over and saw the lady boss's expression was icy cold as she glared fiercely at him, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lao Bai and smiled flatteringly. "The two of you are quite promising." The lady boss's face was filled with an exasperated expression. The two of them hurriedly said in unison, "We know our mistake. We won't dare do it again." The lady boss blinked and felt as if she had punched cotton. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "If there's a next time, I'll throw the two of you into a pool of wine and drown you." The two of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yuhi stood behind the lady boss and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Yang Kai raised his head to glance at her, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her smiling like a flower. When he was drinking with Lao Bai earlier, he'd inquired about some information about Yuhi. Lao Bai didn't dare say too much, and he only told him that Yuhi was an orphan that the lady boss had picked up, and it was the lady boss who had raised her and taught her how to cultivate. The relationship between the lady boss and her could be said to be like that of a sister and mother. It wasn't just Yuhi. In the first inn, Lao Bai himself, the cook, and the accountant were all like this. However, the three of them hadn't been with the lady boss for as long as Yuhi. However, Lao Bai was tight-lipped about why the two of them had turned against each other. It was really difficult for him to say such things, so he only asked Yang Kai to ask the lady boss himself. Yang Kai didn't have the courage to do that. If he really asked, he would definitely be bashed up by the lady boss. Great Master Wu Yang has made some progress in repairing the Grand Formation, but he needs your cooperation, Yang Kai. "Come with me to see him," said the lady boss before leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed after her. Not long after, the group of four met with Great Master Wu Yang again. Lu Shui accompanied him at the side. In the past 2 days, she had followed Great Master Wu Yang around the entire void several times, and she could be said to have witnessed some of the skills of this Formation Dao Grandmaster. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the candidate chosen by Madame Lan of the First Inn, he was indeed quite capable. The two sides met, and the lady boss greeted Great Master Wu Yang. The latter stroked his beard, and with great vigor, he pointed out, "Madame Lan, I have carefully examined the great formation here. Right now, there are 3 plans for you to choose from. I just don't know which one Madame would prefer." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "Great Master, you should know that this place isn't mine, nor is it the First Inn's. It's my subordinates. The choice is still up to him." Yang Kai stepped out from the crowd, and said politely, "Great Master, please give me some pointers." Great Master Wu Yang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, and said, "The first option takes the least time and requires the least amount of materials. This old man will repair this grand formation of yours." Yang Kai raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Isn't this exactly why I asked you to come here?" Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he asked, "Then what about the other 2 options?" Great Master Wu Yang said, "The second option is to upgrade the grand formation here. I don't dare to say too much, but I'm still confident that I can increase its power by 20%. However, the first option of the Dharma Idol sect will take more time and require a greater price. Conservatively speaking, the cost will be double that of the first option." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The protective grand formation of the void was originally left behind by the Qiqiao land, and Yang Kai had personally witnessed the might of this grand formation. Back then, Su Huang had relied on this grand formation to battle the numerous mid-tier heaven splitters of the Qiqiao land single-handedly. He had even severely injured the Qiqiao heavenly lord and killed 3 earth protectors. The might of this grand formation was indispensable. And now, this great master Wu Liang could actually upgrade the grand formation and increase its power by 20%? Just how amazing was this old man's attainments in the field of formations? He couldn't be bragging, right? After all, upgrading such a grand formation was not an easy task. He turned his head to look at the lady boss, only to see her nod subtly. Clearly, she also trusted this great master Wu Liang. Yang Kai immediately relaxed, and asked again, then, what about the third option? Great Master Wu Liang pondered for a moment, then said, the third option is for this old man to set up a new formation on top of preserving the foundation of this grand formation. It takes the most time, and the cost is also very high. It is at least 5 times more expensive than the first option, but it can increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. The second option doubled the cost and increased the might of the grand formation by 20%, but the third option would only increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. In terms of cost-performance ratio, the third option was undoubtedly far inferior to the second option. However, a grand formation was the protection of a place, so how could it be calculated in terms of cost? Moreover, for something like a grand formation, the greater the might of the grand formation, the higher the cost would be. Yang Kai planned to migrate everyone from the star boundary over, so he first had to create a safe environment for them. This kind of safety did not mean that there would be protection everywhere, but that there would be means to defend against danger when it came. Therefore, he decided without hesitation, let's choose the third option. I'll have to trouble Great Master to do it. Great Master Wu Liang was taken aback, and he sized up Yang Kai, boy, you might not know how much it would cost to repair this grand formation. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just the emperor realm. Even if he had obtained this property by chance, how much wealth could he have? Repairing such a grand formation was not something an ordinary third-grade force could afford, let alone the emperor realm. The lady boss pursed her lips and smiled, rest assured, Great Master, this assistant of mine made a windfall some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just do as you please. She had learned a lot about Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm from Lu Shui, so how could she not know that he was now so rich that he could rival an entire nation? The wealth that Qi Xing had plundered in the great cosmological realm could be said to have all become a wedding dress for him. The cost of repairing this grand formation was probably nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Yang Kai. Even if it was 5 times the cost, it was probably nothing. Great Master Wu Liang looked at the lady boss, then looked at Yang Kai, secretly guessing that this boy had Madame Lan behind him. Even if he did not have enough wealth, Madame Lan probably would not sit idly by. Thus, he nodded, and said, since that's the case, then let's decide on the third option. However, before that, this old man still has to talk to you about the remuneration. Please speak, Great Master. Yang Kai said politely. After a while, Yang Kai and Great Master Wu Liang reached an agreement. It had to be said that the price of inviting him to do the job was not small. His asking price was not fixed, but was determined by the cost of setting up the grand formation. He wanted to charge 20% of the cost. In other words, no matter how much the cost was, he would charge 20%. The lady boss obviously knew about this rule long ago, so she did not say anything. Chapter 4152. If Yang Kai chose the third option, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Great Master Wu Liang because the higher the cost of setting up the grand array, the more benefits he would obtain. He was eager for Yang Kai to choose the third option. This price was a little overpriced, but if Great Master Wu Liang really had such ability, how could Yang Kai not be willing to pay such a price? There is a list here. Prepare the materials on the list as soon as possible. Great Master Wu Liang took out a blank jade slip, and after busying himself for a while, he handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it, and was secretly speechless. The materials on the list were numerous, and there were probably no less than 10,000 kinds. He didn't recognize most of them. After all, he hadn't been in this world for a long time, and many of the materials were unheard of. However, there were also some materials that he already had. Whether it was the wealth plundered by Qi Xing in the great cosmological realm or the hidden storehouse left behind in the Seven Possibilities land, there were many materials that could be used. Yang Kai passed the list to Yu He, leaving her with a headache. Yang Kai made the arrangements to welcome the lady boss and great master Wu Liang. The many second-grade forces who had come to help were busy, and the banquet was soon ready. They took their seats and toasted each other. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. A few days later, Lu Xue and Lao Bai soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the Grand Array, and disappeared. The two were heading to the Star Market to buy materials for setting up the Grand Array. Although Yang Kai had a lot of usable materials, they weren't enough to set up the Grand Array, so he still needed to go to the Star Market to buy them. There was also a Star Market in the Seven Possibilities territory. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It could be considered a medium-sized star market. After all, the Seven Possibilities land was originally just a second-grade force. In a large territory, as long as it wasn't too remote, there would generally be a star market, and the size of the star market was closely related to the most powerful force in this large territory. For example, the star market where the blessed land was located was a large star market, and the star market where the Great Moon Province was located was a small star market. Lu Xue and Lao Bai split up. The former was going to a star market in this large region, while the latter was going to a large star market. The journey to purchase the materials this time was long, and it would take at least 2 months for a round trip. Great Master Wu Liang didn't stay idle either. He used the materials he had on hand to get busy. The disciples of the Golden Light Dock were also mobilized to help. Although there were many of them, they were still struggling to make ends meet. Within a few days, the great emperors of the Qiankuan world under the jurisdiction of the Void Lands also brought hundreds of people and finally solved the urgent situation. The entire void was buzzing with activity. Yang Kai scattered the resources in his hands in large quantities, turning them into a part of the void protective array. Half a month later, Chen Tianfei returned. Previously, he had followed Yang Kai's instructions to escort Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture. He had only returned after Meng Hong and the others had entered the Great Moon Prefecture. Seeing the lady boss, Fatty bowed in fear and trepidation. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai wasn't bluffing when he said that he was from the first hotel. Chen Tianfei had long heard of this legendary woman. Now that he had met her, he realized that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Chen Tianfei brought back news of Lao Fang and the others. After entering the Great Moon Prefecture, they had been cultivating diligently and were now doing well. The overall atmosphere of the Great Moon Prefecture was very good. Although they had joined later, they weren't bullied by anyone. This time, when Chen Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture, he was warmly received by Supreme Lord Deyu. Supreme Lord Deyu was only a third-stage heaven splitter. Facing Chen Tianfei, who was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, was quite stressful. He let him rest for a day, then sent him to assist Great Master Wu Liang. Days passed, and the Great Formation was gradually perfected. 2 months later, Lu Xue and Lao Bai returned one after another, bringing a large number of resources needed to set up the Great Formation. This allowed Great Master Wu Liang to set up the Great Formation much faster. On this day, Yang Kai held a jade slip and injected his divine thought into it. After checking for a long time, he withdrew his divine thought and praised, "Lady Boss, this Great Master Wu Liang you found is really amazing." The lady boss chuckled. Although Great Master Wu Liang's cultivation is only at the level 5 splitting heaven realm, in the entire 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 1,000 people who can surpass him in terms of formation Dao. If she didn't trust this person's ability, why would the lady boss invite him to set up the Great Formation? However, the 3,000 worlds were too big, and there were many people who had such attainments in Formation Dao. Although there were a lot of people in the 3,000 worlds, there were also many people who cultivated Formation Dao. It was already a great achievement to be ranked in the top 1,000. Taking the jade slip from Yang Kai's hand, the lady boss glanced at it and raised her eyebrows. The ninth heaven? This jade slip was sent over by Great Master Wu Liang, and it recorded the various foundations of this great formation. Great Master Wu Liang named this great formation in the void the Nine Heavens. Such a great formation was universally shocking. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of such a thing before. If it was really set up, not to mention the void being impregnable, even if a high-rank heaven-splitting heaven realm master personally attacked, he would likely have to retreat with broken wings. The lady boss's small mouth formed a circle as she looked at Yang Kai in amusement. Great Master Wu Liang must have seen your deep financial resources and made some changes to the Great Formation. If this Great Formation is successfully set up, its power will increase by more than just 50%. Yang Kai nodded. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's attitude towards him had become better and better. He was no longer as indifferent as when they first met. Because Yang Kai was here, he could let loose and go all out. For an Array Dao Grandmaster, the most exciting thing was to set up a great formation that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been brewing this Nine Heavens great formation in his heart for 1,000 years, but unfortunately, there was no force that would allow him to display his talent. Although many forces had asked him to take action over the years, in the end, it was just to repair the original great formation because the resources needed to set up this Nine Heavens great formation were just too great. Yang Kai could do it. Over the past 2 months, Great Master Wu Liang discovered that no matter what materials he needed, Yang Kai could take them out, and there were no restrictions on him. He could do whatever he wanted with the great formation. What was there to hesitate about? The Nine Heavens Great Master Wu Liang was the pinnacle and crystallization of his life's cultivation, and he could use the void to display it. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's enthusiasm for setting up the great formation was unprecedentedly high. Every day and every night, he would not sleep or rest. The thousands of people who came to the void to help were ordered around, and they were all so tired that they did not even have time to rest. However, if he wanted to set up the Nine Heavens great formation, he still needed Yang Kai's full support, because the resources needed were just too great. It was several times more expensive than the third plan that he had previously proposed. In order to move Yang Kai, Great Master Wu Liang not only explained the various benefits and powers of the Nine Heavens great formation in the Jade Scroll, but he also did not hesitate to lower his own status, stating that if the great formation was set up, he would only take 10% of the reward. This was all to move Yang Kai. It should be known that his 20% reward was a rule that had not changed for many years. He had also set up great formations for many second-class forces, and had even worked for a few blessed lands, but he had never lowered his price. Today, however, in front of Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, he had actually taken the initiative to raise this point. From this, one could see his desire and determination to set up the Nine Heavens great formation. What do you think? The lady boss looked at him. Yang Kai asked in return, "What do you think, lady boss?" The lady boss chuckled. "This is your business, and you're asking me? I have no objections." Yang Kai nodded slightly, then took the jade scroll and studied it for a while. After a while, he replied to Great Master Wu Liang. Agreed. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Great Master Wu Liang wanted to set up the Nine Heavens great formation, so how could Yang Kai not want to? He was also moved by the power of the Nine Heavens great formation. Inside the Yin Spirit Land, Great Master Wu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, scaring Chen Tianfei. He did not know what this old man was up to. In the central hall of the Earth Spirit Land, Yuhi also glanced at the jade scroll and said with a shocked expression, "Young master, if you want to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation, not only will you need a huge amount of resources, but you will also need many artifacts." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I have a lot of artifacts on hand. They can be used to increase the power of the Great Formation, but I still need to find a few powerful artifacts to act as the array cores." He had a huge number of artifacts on hand, and there were many kinds of artifacts. After all, he had picked up tens of thousands of space rings in the great cosmological realm. There were many artifacts in those space rings, but the power of those artifacts was uneven. They could increase the power of the Great Formation, but they could not act as the array cores. The Nine Heavens Great Formation, as the name implied, would have 9 layers of spirit arrays once it was successfully set up. It was a great spirit array that combined protection, secret arts, and concealment. It was a great spirit array that would multiply endlessly. Without breaking this Nine Heavens Great Formation, one could forget about breaking into the void. Even if this spirit array was not as good as the protective spirit arrays of the blessed enclaves, it was not far behind. In the 3,000 great worlds, there was no spirit array of a second-class force that could compare to this. Of the Nine Heavens Great Formation, the first 3 layers were auxiliary spirit arrays that could allow the Great Formation to absorb the power of the stars at all times, reducing the consumption of the Great Formation's operation. This was a very practical spirit array. After all, once the Nine Heavens Great Formation was activated, the consumption was too great. Even if Yang Kai was as rich as a nation, he could not support it for too long. With the first 3 auxiliary spirit arrays, he could store energy for the Great Formation and release it when needed, reducing the expenditure. It also had some self-healing ability. As long as the Great Formation was not too seriously damaged, there was no need to deliberately repair it. The Nine Heavens Great Formation would slowly recover on its own. The middle 3 layers were protective spirit arrays. One was concealment. Once activated, it could make the entire void disappear without a trace. Without powerful searching methods, it would be impossible to find a trace. One was hallucination. Entering this spirit array would cause the cultivator to hallucinate. Whether it was concealment or the array I of the hallucination Great Formation, Yang Kai already had a plan for it, so he did not need to spend too much effort on it. There was also the protective spirit array. The array I of this spirit array required some powerful defensive artifacts. The last 3 layers were killing spirit arrays with infinite power. They also required powerful killing spirit arrays as the array I. Yang Kai had 2 of them, so he needed 1 more. Each of the Nine Heavens Great Formation had its own unique uses, but they were also closely related. Grandmaster Wu Yang, who created this Nine Heavens Great Formation, could be said to be an amazing talent. Chapter 41-53. Yang Kai was also looking forward to the day when this Nine Heavens Grand Array was set up. But now, he needed to find some powerful secret treasures. Otherwise, even if this Grand Array was set up, it wouldn't have much power. Thinking about it, he needed at least 1 defensive secret treasure and 1 offensive secret treasure. And this was only the minimum requirement. The more he had, the stronger the power of the Grand Array. He was going to bleed again. Yang Kai thought to himself. Several days later, at the gap in the Grand Array in the void, a group of 3 people sped out. It was Yang Kai, the lady boss, and Yu He. Below, Chen Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guo Ziyan, and the others bowed to send them off. Yang Kai was going to look for the secret treasures to set up the array's eyes. He could only trouble the lady boss to recommend him to a Grandmaster artifact refiner. Yang Kai didn't know anything about the 3,000 worlds. He really didn't know where to find such a person. There were definitely some in those paradises, but Yang Kai couldn't enter them. What's more, they might not receive him. Originally, he was only going with the lady boss, but before leaving, the lady boss wanted to bring Yu-He along as well. Yang Kai didn't understand. He wanted to leave Yu-He behind to watch over the void, but since the lady boss insisted, he let her be. Fortunately, although the void's defensive power was weak, there was still Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai ordered her to watch over the house, so she couldn't not do her best. Now that her strength had not fully recovered, she still needed a long time to adapt to the outside world's laws. But if they really fought, an average mid-rank heaven splitter was definitely not her match. There probably wouldn't be any blind person who would look for trouble in the void. First, they went to the Universal Temple in the Void territory, leaving their soul brand. This way, in the future, Yang Kai could use the Universal Escape technique to save some time. Coming out from the Universal Temple, the lady boss took out her ship and sped away. After passing through several large territories, on this day, they entered a large territory. Only then did the lady boss put away the ship. "We're here?" Yang Kai asked. The lady boss didn't answer. She just looked at Yu-He with a smile. Yu-He's face was somewhat pale as she timidly looked at the lady boss and said, "Elder sister. I was the one who committed the crime back then. If elder sister wants to punish someone, just punish me. Don't implicate others. Please have mercy on me, elder sister." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. The lady boss reached out to support her and chuckled, "What are you thinking? What do you think I brought you here for?" Yu-He looked at her and said, "Could it be that elder sister doesn't want to fulfill that great heart demon oath? Oath of the heart demon?" When Yang Kai heard this, he was shocked. Why was the great oath of the heart demon suddenly brought up? Previously, in the void, because of this great oath of the heart demon, Yu-He had almost committed suicide. Fortunately, the lady boss had stopped her in time. These days, the two sisters got along quite well, and there was not much estrangement. Yang Kai thought that the matter was over, but at this moment, when she heard the great heart demon oath, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The lady boss nodded and said, "The great heart demon oath cannot be dispelled, so it must be fulfilled. However, there is still room for negotiation. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Yang Kai and Yu-He glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Halfway there, Yang Kai took out the universe map and found that it was as he had guessed. This was the Green Light territory, and in this large territory, there was a second-tier faction that was not a second-tier faction. That was Yu-He's Green Light Palace. This Green Light Palace only had one heaven-opening realm master, Yu-He, who opened the heaven-opening realm. The others were all below heaven-opening realm. The reason why the Green Light Palace was a second-tier faction was because Yu-He was overseeing it. The reason why it wasn't was because it didn't have the foundation of a second-tier faction. However, the Green Light territory was indeed named after the Green Light Palace. What was the lady boss doing? Yang Kai was faintly worried, but he felt that she shouldn't do anything too excessive. After a short while, they arrived at the Green Light Palace. This was also a part of the Spirit Province. It wasn't very large and its foundation was shallow. Yu-He had operated here for 1,000 years, but after all, a single tree couldn't support everything, so she didn't spend too much effort on it. The three stopped outside the Green Light Palace, and the lady boss ordered, "Bring all your people out." Yu-He pursed her red lips and softly responded, then rushed into the Green Light Palace and soon disappeared. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the lady boss. He wanted to ask her what she wanted to do, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only wait patiently. After a short while, figures flew out of the Green Light Palace and rushed over under Yu-He's lead. There weren't many of them, only 2,000 to 3,000. This number was a little shabby for a second-rate faction, but Yu-He didn't establish the Green Light Palace to develop any faction, but to find a place to live. These people were all people she had taken in over the years, and there was no difference between them and her. These cultivators' strength was uneven, and it was rare even in the Emperor realm. Yuhi had to use her power to protect them so that they could survive in the void. "Big sister, I've brought them out," Yuhi said softly with her head lowered, looking like she was at the mercy of the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly and slowly raised her palm. The aura of the mighty power of the world began to spread out. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Back then, outside the land of Sealing Sun, this lady swore a heart demon oath. If this oath is not fulfilled, there will be no hope of reaching the 7th rank in this life. Little this lady will end this grudge with you today." As she spoke, she pushed her slender palm forward. As this palm slammed down, the Green Light Palace's protective array began to creak, as if it couldn't bear the burden. "Stop! What are you doing? This woman wants to destroy our home. Fight it out with her." Behind Yuhi, the many disciples of the Green Light Palace were furious and roared. Even though the Lady Boss's divine might was unparalleled and the aura of the 6th rank could be seen at a glance, the many cultivators' eyes were red, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with their lives. Fortunately, Yuhi suppressed them with all her might, so no trouble occurred. "All of you, shut up," Yuhi scolded. Her words were very effective against these people. Once these words were spoken, even though they were still angry, they didn't say a word. They only glared fiercely at the lady boss, all of them looking like they wanted to eat her. The might of the 6th rank heaven opening exploded, and the Green Light Palace's protective array instantly shattered. Although the array's power was not bad, Yuhi didn't manage it well. After all, the Green Light Palace's foundation was too shallow. Otherwise, the protective array of a second-rate faction wouldn't have been broken so easily. With the array shattered, the Green Light Palace was completely exposed. With a boom, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located shook slightly. The lady boss pulled up her sleeves and stood there. "The Green Light Palace has been destroyed. Little take them to the void to live in the future. Anyway, Yang Kai has a lot of people, so there's no need to worry about not being able to settle you." The lady boss turned around and looked at Yuhi with a smile. Behind her, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located exploded. Pieces of the spirit state scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge Green Light Palace disappeared without a trace. "Thank you for your kindness, elder sister." Yuhi's beautiful eyes were slightly red, not because her Green Light Palace was destroyed, but because the knot in her heart was completely untied at this moment. "Go." The lady boss waved her sleeves and activated her power to wrap around Yang Kai, flying into the distance. Yang Kai turned around and waved at Yuhi. The strength of the 2,000 to 3,000 people was uneven, so it was definitely dangerous to travel through the void. However, Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven splitter and had opened up a mini-universe world in her body. She could take them all in, so there was no need to worry about this. Only now did Yang Kai understand why the lady boss insisted on bringing Yuhi. It turned out that this was her plan. "In this life, if I don't destroy your headquarters, I will not advance to the 7th-grade heaven splitter." In Kai Yang's ears, the lady boss's blood-sobbing oath echoed. He couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. He had always thought that this oath was very, very serious, but now it seemed that when the oath was made, the lady boss had already left some leeway. Just because he had flattened their headquarters, it did not mean that he had to kill everyone. He thought that Yuhi had to die to be released from this oath, so he was on tenterhooks for several days. Now it seemed that even under the circumstances that day, the lady boss had no intention of killing Yuhi. The loophole in this oath was probably prepared for today. If the Green Light Palace was destroyed, then the oath would no longer have anything to do with Yuhi. Moreover, without the Green Light Palace, Yuhi would have no home to return to and would definitely go to the void. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Even without today's matter, he had planned to persuade Yuhi to move the Green Light Palace to the void, and he probably wouldn't refuse. The lady boss just happened to be there at the right time and used the Great Heart Demon Oath to add fuel to the fire. What's so funny? The lady boss glanced at Yang Kai leisurely. Yang Kai said seriously, the lady boss is a good person. Don't flatter me. The lady boss raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head. Yang Kai immediately covered his head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? A man's head and a woman's butt can't be touched." The lady boss snorted coldly, "You still haven't explained your matter to me clearly. What's wrong with me hitting you?" As she said this, another kick came from under her skirt. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick. He was extremely angry. "You woman. You hit me without saying anything. You're simply a crazy woman." The lady boss's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she lightly gritted her teeth. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little cold and couldn't help but shrink his neck. His eyes drifted, and just as he was about to use the law of space to escape, the surrounding space was suddenly sealed. The lady boss smiled sweetly, "Do you think I'll give you a chance to escape?" Step by step, she approached Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated and said seriously, "If you have something to say, say it properly. Don't use your hands and feet." "Master, come again." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the lady boss's ankle. It was warm and soft like jade, but Kai Yang didn't have time to savor it. Instead, he saw the lady boss nimbly flip over and kick his chin with her other foot. With her skirt fluttering, Yang Kai saw stars and was immediately sent flying. He was filled with grief and indignation. He had only been reunited with the lady boss for a short time, but he had already been beaten twice. He secretly swore to himself that one day when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he would definitely return the favor tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 41-54. Are you angry? In the void, the two of them flew side by side, the lady boss rubbing Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his eyes and sighed, "I wouldn't dare." If being angry was useful, what was the point of cultivating? The lady boss chuckled. Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "Lady boss, if you have something to say in the future, just say it. Don't touch me, okay?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and took the lady boss's hand off his head. The lady boss held back her laughter. "All right, then I have something to ask you right now. Just answer me honestly." Of course, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. The lady boss's expression became solemn, and she asked, "What grade of fire element energy are you cultivating?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before replying, "It should be above the 7th grade. This matter could not be hidden. Ever since he had displayed the Golden Crow Casting Sun divine technique aspect outside Crimson Star City, this secret was no longer a secret. This was because the conditions for activating the divine technique aspect were extremely harsh. One had to be at the 7th grade or above to be able to do so, and generally, only those at the heaven-opening realm could comprehend it. In other words, the divine technique aspect was basically exclusive to those at the high-grade heaven-opening realm. However, this did not mean that those at the high-grade heaven-opening realm would definitely be able to comprehend the divine technique aspect. Some high-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the mysteries within it for their entire lives. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm were few and far between. When Zhao Baichuan saw the Golden Crow Casting Sun that day, he was extremely shocked. He even said that with this divine technique aspect, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he would be able to compete with those at the low-grade heaven-opening realm. Just how big was the gap between the heaven-opening realm and the Emperor realm? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A heaven-opening expert, even the lowest first-stage heaven-opening, had condensed a lesser cosmos world within their body and could use the might of a world. Killing the Emperor realm would be as easy as crushing an ant. In the Emperor realm, Yang Kai was often able to fight above his cultivation level, but in the Emperor realm, he was unable to kill heaven-opening cultivators. But with the divine technique Dharma idol, there was this possibility. Many people had seen the divine technique Dharma idol that day. After the great cosmological realm closed, this news would definitely gradually spread. It was fine if the lady boss didn't ask, but now that she did, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of hiding it. Golden Crow casting sun. The lady boss chuckled. I heard that your fire elemental power is the Golden Crow true fire. Yes, it's the Golden Crow primordial fire. Yang Kai scratched his face, feeling extremely guilty. I'm curious, where did you get the Golden Crow primordial fire from the Emperor realm? The lady boss stared at him with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. If I remember correctly, you haven't been in the 3,000 realms for long. The only time you came into contact with the Golden Crow primordial fire was in my first inn. Don't tell me that it was at that time that you absorbed the power of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai turned to face her and squeezed out an ugly smile. The lady boss's face immediately turned ashen. It really is. Yang Kai didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. You're courting death. The lady boss felt a wave of lingering fear. At that time, several high-grade heaven-opening cultivators had come, and dozens of mid-grade heaven-opening cultivators had come. Yang Kai actually had the guts to absorb the Golden Crow primordial fire right under their noses, and most importantly, he had succeeded. With a stern expression, the lady boss said again, the Golden Crow primordial fire is extremely powerful. It can't be suppressed without a powerful wood elemental power. If you can absorb the Golden Crow primordial fire, doesn't that mean that you've already condensed high-grade wood elemental power before that? Lady boss, you're a genius. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. The lady boss's eyelids twitched slightly as she murmured, high-grade wood elemental, fire elemental, what else? What did you gain in the great cosmological realm? What power did you condense? Earth elemental? Metal elemental? Earth elemental and water elemental, Yang Kai replied honestly. Earth elemental and water elemental? The lady boss was puzzled. How did you condense the water elemental without the metal elemental? It's a long story. There was a secret technique that allowed me to skip the metal elemental and condense the water elemental. The lady boss was bewildered. Show me your earth elemental and water elemental power. Yang Kai couldn't refuse and could only activate the earth elemental and water elemental power in the Dao seal. The dragon shield immediately lingered around his body. He dispersed the dragon shield and activated the water elemental power, which was bone-chilling. Sensing the power of these two powers, the lady boss couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her chest rose as she exclaimed, they're both high-grade. She looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How long had this brat been in the 3,000 worlds? It had only been a dozen years at most, but he had already condensed 4 high-grade powers. Although there were countless opportunities in the great cosmological realm that allowed him to condense the earth elemental and water elemental powers, such an achievement was beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Every cultivator didn't condense the heaven-splitting power overnight. Instead, they needed a long time to accumulate and precipitate. Moreover, they also needed to collect resources, which also took a lot of time. Generally speaking, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would take 100 years from the time they condensed the Dao seal to the time they succeeded in splitting open the heavens. Some took hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Those who could achieve splitting open the heavens in a few decades were all blessed by the heavens. Yang Kai had only spent a dozen years to condense 4 elements, and all of them were high grade. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. You want to directly achieve high-grade heaven splitting? The lady boss looked at him. Yang Kai said seriously, that's right. Speaking of this, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought, lady boss, is there anything wrong with directly achieving high grade? In the great cosmological realm, He had tried to persuade and stop him many times. She even cooperated with Zhu Jiuyin to forcibly condense the 6th grade metal element for him and destroy his foundation. Fortunately, Yang Kai forced Zhu Jiuyin to give up. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between the 6th grade and the 7th grade, it was a world of difference. Not to mention the middle grade and the upper grade, even the highest achievement that could be achieved in the future would be different. As it concerned his future, Yang Kai naturally resisted. Otherwise, how could he have dared to offend a great god like Zhu Jiuyin in the great cosmological realm? Yuhi's behavior made him feel that something was wrong, but he had asked Yuhi before. Yuhi didn't say much, only telling Yang Kai to ask the lady boss when he had the chance in the future. Now that the lady boss was in front of him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to understand. The lady boss was silent. After a long time, she sighed, I didn't expect your ambition to be so high. Directly achieving high-grade heaven splitting is naturally very risky. The strength of our Tao seal is the foundation of bearing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The higher the grade of the power, the stronger the need for the Tao seal. If you exceed your own limit, your Tao seal may collapse when you achieve splitting open the heavens. You should understand this. Yang Kai nodded. How could he not understand such a thing? However, he was not worried about this. Not to mention that his Tao seal itself was incomparably strong, and he had taken more than a dozen drops of Tao-E divine water in the great cosmological realm, which allowed his Tao seal to reach a higher level. There was no problem for it to bear the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements of the 7th grade. The risk of a Tao seal is only a natural disaster. The greatest danger of directly achieving high grade is a man-made disaster. Man-made disaster? Yang Kai frowned, expressing his puzzlement. The lady boss slowly explained, a cultivator of our generation, after achieving splitting open the heavens, will not stay in that grade forever. By taking a heaven-splitting pill or using other means to strengthen the mighty power of the world and promote the small cosmos world in one's body, one can continue to improve. However, since the foundation has been laid, there is a limit to the extent of improvement. Generally speaking, after a cultivator breaks through to the opening heaven stage, they can only improve by 1 or 2 grades at most with the help of external forces. Any more is basically hopeless. For example, if I achieve the 6th grade of splitting open the heavens, then I will have a chance to achieve the 8th grade in the future. This is my limit. Old Bai has achieved the 5th grade, so his limit will be the 7th grade. Of course, if you can find the furnace of heaven and earth, it will be a different story. The furnace of heaven and earth is a divine tool created by heaven and earth, and the heaven-splitting pills it breeds are far from comparable to the heaven-splitting pills refined by alchemists. With the heaven-splitting pills, you can break through this limit, but don't think about it. According to the records, the number of times the furnace of heaven and earth has appeared is too few, and every time it appears, it will lead to a bloody storm. The 2nd grade and the 5th grade are both barriers, because the limit of the 2nd grade is the 4th grade, and the limit of the 5th grade is the 7th grade. This is the possibility of advancing from the lower grade to the middle grade, and from the middle grade to the upper grade. Therefore, generally speaking, if one has the ability, the lower grade will generally reach the 2nd grade, and the middle grade will reach the 5th grade. This is to give oneself hope for the future. Yang Kai nodded, no wonder Old Bai has reached the 5th grade, and so has Yueha. The lady boss said, that's part of the reason, but another part of the reason is that they have reached their limit, and that 6th grade resources are difficult to find. Every 6th grade resource was a treasure. Although Yang Kai had a bountiful harvest in the great cosmological realm, there were not many 6th grade heaven opening materials. At most, there were no more than 100 of them. These were the resources that Qi Xing had plundered from the entire great cosmological realm after he monopolized it. Speaking of this, the lady boss glanced at him leisurely. You want to reach the 7th grade directly, so where is your limit? The 9th grade. Yang Kai's face was cold and resolute. Yes, the 9th grade. The lady boss smiled slightly. Who can be a match for such an existence? I'm afraid that even those blessed enclaves can't sit back and watch, right? Once you really grow up, won't you shake the foundation of their rule over the 3,000 worlds? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lady boss, you're talking about a man-made disaster. The lady boss nodded slightly. 36 blessed enclaves and 72 blessed enclaves. It's impossible for them to sit back and watch. Yang Kai's expression changed. These top forces are so overbearing. This was going to be a little troublesome. He had met Su Zhen and the others in the great cosmological realm, and they were disciples of the blessed enclave. When they returned, they would definitely report everything about the great cosmological realm. When the time comes, those from the blessed enclave would know that he had condensed several kinds of upper-grade powers and comprehended the divine technique. Wouldn't his situation be very bad? Chapter 41-55. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person who was as talented as you. He wanted to directly become an upper-grade cultivator. He had countless opportunities, and his luck was heaven-defying. He condensed 6 of the forces of yin, yang, and 5 elements one after another. He was only one step away from being a meritorious person. The lady boss's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as she spoke slowly. And then? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Then. The lady boss let out a soft sigh. Then, due to some reasons, he had no choice but to reach the 5th stage and open the heavens. Yang Kai frowned. You mean to say that the last type of energy he absorbed was a 5th grade resource? The lady boss gently nodded. In order to open the heavens, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the Tao seal, but how much one could achieve in the end depended on the lowest grade of energy. Just like how a wooden barrel could hold water, how much water it could hold completely depended on the shortest plank. No matter how long the other planks were, it was useless. Yang Kai did not know why that person had given up on his great future and reached the 5th stage with a 7th stage aptitude, but it could be assumed that this person had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a choice? That person, where is he now? Yang Kai asked. The lady boss slowly shook her head. Yang Kai understood, knowing that that person was probably no longer here. The lady boss continued, so if you want to directly reach the high grade, the biggest obstacle is not finding those high grade resources, but the heavenly paradises of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's heart sank. If what the lady boss said was true, this matter would not be easy to deal with. These heavenly paradises had stood tall in the 3,000 worlds for countless years, and their foundations were terrifying. If one was targeted by them, they would definitely not have a good time. If I can join one of these heavenly paradises. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Perhaps he could borrow the power of that heavenly paradises to resist this pressure. The lady boss chuckled. 36 heavenly paradises, 72 blessed lands, which one do you want to join? If you join this one, how could the other 107 be willing? Which force can help you deal with such a troublesome matter? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that there is no one in this world who can directly reach the high grade? There is. The lady boss nodded. The disciples of those heavenly paradises naturally have this opportunity, but unfortunately, you are not one of them. Let's not talk about how rare and difficult it is to find a 7th grade resource. In terms of individual talent, since ancient times, how many people have been able to directly reach the high-grade heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai said angrily, they're only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps. 1,000 years ago, she had tried to persuade that person, but what was the result? Yang Kai gently nodded. For the rest of the journey, the lady boss seemed to have lost interest in talking. She was shrouded in a kind of inexplicable sadness. The two were speechless. Along the way, they passed through several large regions. On this day, the two of them suddenly stopped in a void. The lady boss took out the map of the universe and looked at it, then looked around and muttered to herself, "This should be the place." Saying so, she took out a jade pendant and poured her strength into it. The jade pendant turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Suddenly, the stream of light seemed to hit something and burst into light. Under the light, a door appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This made him raise his eyebrows. How could he not know that there was a hidden space here? The jade pendant should be the thing to open this space. This concealment method was extremely clever. Even the lady boss, a 6th-grade heaven splitter, could not see any clues. She had to use this special jade pendant. Yang Kai could not help but think of the 9 heavens array. If the 9 heavens array was set up properly, the void would be completely hidden. He secretly rejoiced at his choice. What the lady boss said to him on the way made him realize that he would be in constant trouble in the future. Maybe he would implicate the void. With the protection of the 9 heavens array, it would provide some strong protection for the void. "Hey, which old friend is visiting? It's so troublesome." Suddenly, a low voice came from the door. The voice seemed to be that of an old man. His tone was bleak, making people feel sad. Yang Kai was stunned. The owner of this place was quite interesting. He did not put on an act. He felt that it was troublesome, so he said it directly. He was not afraid of offending people. The lady boss was used to it. Smiling like a flower, she said, "Master, you're home. Please open the door." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. How could the owner of this place have such a strange name? The troublesome master recognized the lady boss's voice and sighed, "I was wondering who it was." "It's you, little girl." "Sigh, it's so troublesome. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. The lady boss motioned for Yang Kai to follow. She took the lead and stepped into the passage. Yang Kai did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the world behind the door, a dazzling light shone in front of them. Yang Kai could not help but squint. When he looked carefully, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He originally thought that the world behind the door was at most the same as his own void, but after entering it, he found that it was not. The space here was vast and boundless. The place where he and the lady boss were standing was still in the void. And in this space, there were dozens of stars. Each star was surrounded by nebulas, and it was a majestic sight. There was even a huge, dazzling sun star that emitted a scorching light. The sun's real fire danced on the surface of the sun star, filling the void with a ring of flames. This was simply a miniaturized version of a large territory. Yang Kai was shocked beyond words. The lady boss was not surprised and said, "The atmosphere in those blessed enclaves is countless times more beautiful than here. Moreover, this place is the ruins of a blessed enclave. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to be the only successor of that blessed enclave." Ruins of blessed lands? Yang Kai was shocked. The lady boss said, 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands are not unchanging. The long river of history is rolling, the survival of the fittest. Many ancient heavenly paradises have been destroyed and new forces have risen. These 3,000 worlds are not as simple as you think. Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. The blessed paradises were the most powerful forces in this world. What kind of force could destroy them? Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Moreover, if the ruins of a blessed land were so magnificent, what would a real blessed land be like? What about the heavenly paradises that were ranked above the blessed lands? Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. Attracted by the sun star, the power of the golden crow real fire in his body also began to stir, as if it wanted to respond to the other side. Let's go. The lady boss reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, leading him towards one of the stars. Not long after, Yang Kai saw the troublesome grandmaster that the lady boss had mentioned. Sure enough, it was an old man, but he had a frown on his face, as if he felt that life was meaningless and could not wait to die. What shocked Yang Kai was that although this old man did not look like much, he was actually a high-ranked Kai Tian master. Yang Kai was speechless. He could not help but admire the lady boss for being able to make friends with such a character. Her connections were truly amazing. Junior greets Grandmaster. The lady boss obediently paid her respects. Not to mention that her strength was inferior, her seniority was also much lower. Yang Kai naturally followed suit and saluted. The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss, then quickly lowered them again, as if he found the action of raising his eyes very troublesome. He said lazily, "Little Lon, how many years has it been since we last met?" The lady boss said with a smile, "About 300 years. 300 years. The troublesome Grandmaster was shocked. Doesn't that mean that this old man has been sitting here for 300 years? Yang Kai was speechless. How bored and lazy must this old man be to sit here for 300 years? That boy Ting Yu is also here, the troublesome Grandmaster said again. The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Old man, your eyes are blurred. Look carefully, he is not Ting Yu." The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai, saying in surprise, "He is not, but he looks very similar. Yes, Ting Yu is long gone. He is old and muddle-headed." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard the name Ting Yu. Yueha had also called this name in the land of Locking Sunday. Combining all the previous things, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that he should look like this person named Ting Yu, and this Ting Yu should be a very close person to the lady boss and Yueha. Perhaps this person was the key to the falling out between the lady boss and Yueha. In front of the lady boss, Yang Kai could not ask more questions, so he could only suppress his doubts. "Why did you come to see me this time?" asked the troublesome Grandmaster. The lady boss said, "I came to see you to refine treasures, of course." "I knew it. You are so troublesome." The troublesome Grandmaster did not hide his disdain. The lady boss did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "Who asked you to be so skilled in refining treasures? In this territory of the 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 3 people who can compare with you." The troublesome Grandmaster coldly snorted, "Don't flatter this old man, I don't buy it." Although he said so, the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he liked it very much. Saying so, he stood up, his thin body emitting a crackling sound as he sighed, "Forget it, after sitting here for so long, it's time to get up and move around. I'll just treat it as a relief from boredom." "Little Lon, what kind of treasure are you refining?" The lady boss hurriedly said, "Old man, what I want to refine this time is not an ordinary artifact, but a spirit array." Chapter 41-56. There were many kinds of secret treasures, and array treasures were one of them. As its name implied, it was a kind of secret treasure that was specially refined for various kinds of large arrays. Generally speaking, any secret treasure could be used as an array treasure. As long as the design of the large array was reasonable, the combination of the secret treasure and the large array could produce a superimposed effect. However, array treasures could only be activated with the help of large arrays because each array treasure consumed a large amount of energy. A single cultivator could not bear it and needed the help of large arrays. Therefore, the power of array treasures was generally much stronger than that of ordinary secret treasures. Correspondingly, it required more resources to make array treasures. Master Troublemaker glanced at the lady boss leisurely. "You want to make array treasures?" The lady boss nodded. "No problem, as long as you can gather the materials you need. This old man can't help you, but since you helped this old man do 3 things in the past, I promise to forge 3 artifacts for you. You've already used up 2 chances before, so now there's only 1 left. Tell me, what kind of artifact do you want to forge?" The lady boss smiled. "Old man, I want to make an offensive secret treasure and a defensive secret treasure." Master Troublemaker shook his head slowly. "You know my rules. Don't be greedy, little girl." The lady boss said, "Of course I know your rules. I can exchange 1 chance for 1 secret treasure, but—" She suddenly stopped talking and moved her red lips to send a secret message. Master Troublemaker's expression was indifferent at first, but then he was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and hesitated. After a long while, he nodded lightly. "Fine, I'll allow you. But boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor. In the future, this old man may ask you to do something for me. When the time comes, you can't refuse." Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the lady boss must have reached an agreement with this old man, and this agreement must be related to him. He trusted the lady boss, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Master, rest assured. This boy will keep this in mind and will never refuse in the future." "Ha ha ha," Master Troublemaker chuckled. "I hope you'll still be so confident when the time comes." Walking forward, they soon arrived at a large hall. Inside this hall was a huge furnace that was at least 1,000 meters high. Around the furnace were various kinds of secret treasure refining arrangements, dazzling Yang Kai. The 3 of them walked under the furnace, as small as 3 ants. The surface of the furnace was engraved with countless mysterious patterns that seemed to contain the great Tao. The lady boss looked up at this furnace and praised, "Although this is not the first time I've seen this heaven and earth furnace, it is truly mysterious." Heaven and Earth Furnace, Master Troublemaker's name as well as the Heaven and Earth Furnace. The lady boss smiled. "Of course this is not the real Heaven and Earth Furnace. Strictly speaking, this is the mini Heaven and Earth Furnace. The Heaven and Earth Furnace was created by Heaven and Earth and contains all kinds of things." "What kind of treasure is this?" Master Troublemaker's ancestors were lucky enough to see the real Heaven and Earth Furnace, so they used it as a blueprint and spent the endless flowing time Great Emperor's energy to create this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace. But even so, this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace can still display a trace of the real Heaven and Earth Furnace's power. "Less than 100%, Master Troublemaker snorted coldly. "If my ancestors hadn't worked so hard for this Heaven and Earth Furnace, how could they have been taken advantage of by thieves?" Listening to his words, it seemed that it was because of this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace that this blessed land had declined, but that should be a long time ago. But thanks to this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace, my ancestors were able to protect this blessed land. It's really the mini Heaven and Earth Furnace that makes and destroys this blessed land. Saying so, Grandmaster Troublemaker threw a jade slip to Yang Kai and said proudly, "My sect has a total of 1035 kinds of array artifacts, take a look and see which one you want." Yang Kai caught the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense, marveling at what he saw. The variety of array artifacts recorded in this jade slip dazzled Yang Kai's eyes. The names, functions, and types of array artifacts varied greatly. Just the information in this jade slip alone was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the divine Ding Heaven. Among the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands, the divine Ding Heaven was also famous for refining artifacts. Yang Kai's magnetic divine gourd was refined by little fatty Su Zhen. Yang Kai didn't know which was stronger between the divine Ding Heaven and this blessed land. It was very difficult to choose a secret art or a defensive artifact from more than 1,000 kinds of array artifacts. Yang Kai looked at this and felt that it was good, then looked at that and also felt that it was good. For a moment, it was difficult to choose. Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't urge him and just stood aside and waited silently. In the end, the lady boss couldn't stand it anymore and took the jade slip. After examining it, she said, "Heavenly Luo umbrella and heaven punishing sword." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then it's these two." Grandmaster Troublemaker grinned meaningfully. "It will take a lot of resources to forge these two things." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Please list the required resources, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Troublemaker nodded and took out another jade slip, sending his divine sense into it. After a while, he threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and frowned. It wasn't that too many resources were needed, but that he didn't recognize many of them. He also didn't recognize many of the treasures he plundered from the great cosmological realm. This was a bit awkward. In other words, even if he had some kind of resource, he didn't know it. Helpless, Yang Kai could only ask the lady boss and cooperate with her to take out the required materials from his small sealed world one by one. At first, Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't care, but as Yang Kai took out more and more things, he couldn't help but be a little moved. "You also have this brilliant black platinum? And it's the size of a wash basin. TSK, demon sealing iron is almost extinct. This old man couldn't find it back then. Where did you find it?" "Emperor-grade paradise, this is a rare thing. This piece of Emperor-grade paradise is probably 10,000 years old, right?" Every time Yang Kai took out something, Grandmaster Troublemaker could casually name it, which showed how knowledgeable he was. Grandmaster Troublemaker was also amazed by Yang Kai's background. He couldn't imagine that a trivial Emperor Realm Master could have so many good things. Where did this little brat come from? Did he inherit the legacy of a divine emperor? Low-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could only be called True Monarch, mid-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could be called Heaven Monarch, and Divine Emperor was exclusive to high-grade heaven-splitting artifacts. The more Grandmaster Troublemaker looked at Yang Kai, the more surprised he became. Naturally, the lady boss wouldn't expose him and just smiled faintly. After more than an hour, the materials in front of Yang Kai were piled up like a mountain. Looking at the things in front of him, Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There are still some things missing." He had collected more than 80% of the materials on the list, but he couldn't find the remaining 20%. Although the great cosmological realm had given him a huge harvest, there were some things that he couldn't find, so he was helpless. The lady boss asked, "Old man, do you have any of these things?" Grandmaster Troublemaker looked vigilant and snorted, "What? Do you want to take advantage of this old man?" The lady boss smiled and said, "Of course I won't take them for free. As you can see, Yang Kai has a lot of rare things that you can exchange with him. At worst, he will suffer a loss." Grandmaster Troublemaker rolled his eyes and nodded slightly, "That's more like it." At that moment, the two bartered with each other, with the lady boss helping from the side and arguing with Grandmaster Troublemaker. After a few hours, all the materials were gathered. Overall, although Yang Kai suffered a loss, it was not a big deal. Grandmaster Troublemaker said angrily, "Little girl, you're helping an outsider. Don't expect this old man to refine any treasures for you in the future." The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This old man is old. Don't get angry so easily. It's easy to shorten his life." Grandmaster Troublemaker was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yang Kai watched from the side in fear that the old man would abandon the task. Fortunately, although he was angry, he was a man of his word. After the materials were ready, he immediately started refining. A jade ring was activated, and the tyrannical aura of the 7th grade heaven opening spread out. Grandmaster Troublemaker shouted, "Back away." Without hesitation, the lady boss wrapped Yang Kai and flew back thousands of miles. With a rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole stars seemed to be shaking. Then, a scene that stunned Yang Kai appeared. The outer ring of the stars seemed to be attracted by some force and slowly rotated. Not only that, but the rings of the stars in the void also did the same. The initial rotation of the rings was not very fast, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. A sensational aura spread out from the stars. Yang Kai looked up and was surprised to find that these stars had gathered into an inexplicable spirit array, and at the center of this spirit array was the blazing sun star. The heaven and earth refining method. The lady boss murmured, "It's a lost refining method. In this world, only Grandmaster Troublemaker has mastered it. When this old man is old, I'm afraid this method will be lost." The heaven and earth refining method? Yang Kai was surprised. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the sun, illuminating the world. A beam of light, attracted by the array, suddenly shot out from the sun and fell straight towards the stars where Yang Kai and the others were. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still feel the terror of this power. If such a powerful attack were to hit him, this star would probably collapse immediately. With a bang, the beam of light fell, and the stars shook violently, but they did not shatter as Yang Kai had expected. This was because the beam of light had directly blasted into the small universe furnace. In an instant, the patterns on the surface of the small universe furnace lit up one after another, and a blazing flame ignited inside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He now understood why Grandmaster Troublemaker's refining method was called the heaven and earth refining method. The foundation of his refining method was to attract the sun's fire and draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Such an astonishing method was beyond his imagination. Chapter 4157. Looking from afar, one could see the Grandmaster throwing one priceless material after another into the small universal furnace while he constantly changed his hand seals. Below the small universal furnace, the light of the array formation flickered incessantly, dazzling the onlookers. Refining an artifact was an extremely taxing and exhausting task, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Any carelessness could result in failure. Yang Kai did not dabble much in the Tao of artifact refining, but he was proficient in alchemy. Although the two of them were from different territories, they had many similarities. Grandmaster Nuisance's heaven and earth tempering method was mysterious and extremely peculiar, making Yang Kai unable to take his eyes off it. As more and more materials were thrown into the miniature universe furnace, more and more liquid-like liquid began to appear, and the impurities in the countless materials were quenched out by Grandmaster Nuisance through some special means. At a certain moment, the spirit arrays below the miniature universe furnace changed again, and Grandmaster Nuisance let out a roar, his inner world's aura filling the air. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Grandmaster Nuisance's thin body began to swell, turning from an old man on the verge of death into an indomitable giant about 1,000 meters tall. The giant's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was red from the flames. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. The giant raised his hand, reached into the small universal furnace, and grabbed the liquid-like material out of the furnace. He placed it on a huge forging felt, and then he raised his hand again, grabbed a huge hammer from the side, and smashed it down with a loud bang. Asterisk guang, 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 asterisk every time the hammer smashed down, the stars trembled, and a deafening sound spread throughout the world of heaven and earth. Sparks flew everywhere, each of them possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, but the giant paid no attention to them, allowing them to splash onto his body. This hammering continued for a full 9 days, when the giant suddenly threw the semi-finished product into the miniature universe furnace, drawing in even more ferocious sun fire, and added more materials. Another 9 days later, the giant took out the semi-finished product and continued hammering it. Again and again, with a 9-day cycle, the semi-finished product was constantly reincarnated between the small universe furnace and the forging felt. A huge longsword gradually took shape. Although it was only a half-finished product, Yang Kai could still feel a terrifying power from the longsword. He was shocked. If this longsword was really completed, how terrifying would its power be? After 81 days, Grandmaster Troublemaker suddenly roared, "Get over here, boy." The landlady had been waiting for this moment. She summoned her power and flew to Master Troublemaker's side with Yang Kai. They stood at the foot of the giant, looking as tiny as ants. Blood! Grandmaster Troublemaker waved his sword and placed it in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the giant sword that was several dozen meters long and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, he knew that the artifact refinement should be at the final stage. Grandmaster Yang Kai had asked for his blood in order to leave his mark on the heaven-punishing sword. Once that was done, only he would be able to activate the heaven-punishing sword. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. Not daring to be careless, Yang Kai slashed his palm with his fingers. Blood flowed out. Yang Kai clenched his fist and placed it above the long sword. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the long sword. With a sizzling sound, the drops of blood did not immediately merge into the long sword. Instead, they turned into small blood dragons that swam around the surface of the long sword. Master Troublemaker exclaimed. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Dragon blood? Are you from the dragon race?" This time, even the lady boss looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The landlady did not know that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race. When she had rescued Mia Meng had warned Yang Kai not to let others know about this secret. Although the dragon race was powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others knew about this secret, it might cause some trouble. Mia Meng had also told him that if he really encountered some unsolvable danger, he could reveal the secret of the dragon race bloodline. That way, he would be able to escape the disaster. Generally speaking, in the 3,000 worlds, the dragon race bloodline was a double-edged sword. It might cause Yang Kai endless trouble, but it might also protect him at certain times. That was why Yang Kai had deliberately kept this secret. In the great cosmological realm, he had used the dragonification secret technique a few times. However, those who saw this secret technique were either his own people or dead people. "Ha ha ha, you are from the dragon race. Good." Master Troublemaker laughed thunderously. "Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood." It seemed that the dragon blood was also very beneficial to the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai could only continue to sprinkle his own blood. His recovery ability was very strong. With his dragon bloodline body and the wood elemental power of the immortal tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. In order to sprinkle the dragon blood, he had to constantly stimulate the wound so that it would not heal so quickly. As time passed, the golden dragon blood covered the entire surface of the long sword. "That's enough." Master Troublemaker growled and threw the long sword into the small universal furnace again. The landlady turned her head and looked at him. It was as if she was seeing Yang Kai for the first time. "Boy, you've hidden it well." The landlady snorted coldly. She had always thought that Yang Kai was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, but it was not until Yang Kai came out of the great cosmological realm that she knew that Yang Kai had secretly condensed 4 kinds of upper-grade powers. She also knew that this guy had the bloodline of the dragon race. "It's nothing to show off." Yang Kai smiled. "I'll deal with you later." Yang Kai felt bitter. Not far away, Master Troublemaker had returned to his original appearance. His aura was slightly withered. This refining process had consumed a lot of his energy, but at this point, he did not need to worry too much. The heaven-destroying sword was basically finished. All he needed to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Master Troublemaker suddenly stood up and stared at the small universal furnace with shining eyes. At this moment, the small universal furnace was shaking violently, as if some peerless monster was about to rush out of the furnace. Along with the shaking, streaks of sword chi slashed out of the furnace. However, the small universal furnace was very mysterious. The heaven-destroying sword was suppressed inside and could not escape. Finally, at a certain point, all the commotion stopped. "Huh, it's done." Master Troublemaker laughed and turned to Yang Kai. "Get ready. This treasure was refined with your blood as the catalyst. Only you can collect it. Don't let it escape." Yang Kai nodded solemnly and secretly urged his power, ready to go. In the next moment, as Master Troublemaker changed his spell, a golden light suddenly shot up from the small universal furnace. Yang Kai reacted quickly and reached out his hand to grab the golden light. With a buzzing sound, the void trembled. Yang Kai grasped a golden sword in his hand and it trembled violently. However, before Yang Kai could feel the power of this heaven-punishing sword, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. His whole body was dragged along by the sword, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it. A voice came from afar. "Lady Boss, save me." Lady Boss stood where she was and watched with her arms crossed. She sneered. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-destroying sword carried Yang Kai out of the stars and into the void. Yang Kai desperately tried to summon his power, but it was to no avail. He could feel that the heaven-destroying sword was closely related to him. However, this treasure had just been completed. Its aura was astonishing and its sharpness was unstoppable. Even though he was connected to it, he could not control it. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the prosperous land and was completely isolated from the outside world. He was not afraid of where it could run to. After a few days, the remaining energy in the heaven-punishing sword was gradually exhausted. Yang Kai stood in the void with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he stared at the sword in his hand. Only now did he see the true face of the heaven-punishing sword. When the sword was forged, it was more than 100 feet long. However, when the sword was completed, it was no different from an ordinary sword. It could be seen that there was a secret hidden within the sword. The entire sword was golden in color, and it looked indescribably noble. Yang Kai picked up the sword and waved it a few times, gently drawing a white line across his arm. Immediately, a white mark was left on his arm. He was secretly speechless. This sword was really sharp. One had to know that he had a half-dragon body, so his defense was extremely strong. Even so, such a light cut had left a white mark. If he had used any more force, it was very likely he would have been injured. He wanted to test the power of the sword, but he could not activate it. He knew that the heaven-destroying sword was a formation treasure and activating it required an enormous amount of energy. However, he was only in the Emperor realm, so how could he activate it? Perhaps he could only use the 9 heavens formation to display the power of the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. The forging of the heaven-destroying sword could be said to be extremely fast. It had only taken him 3 months. It had to be known that for such a powerful secret treasure to appear from nothing, it would take a normal weapon refinement grandmaster several years or even longer to refine. However, in the hands of the troublesome weapon refinement grandmaster, it did not take 100 days. It seemed that this was also the work of the heaven-earth tempering technique. In this vast universe, secret treasures were also divided into grades. For example, the grades of the heaven-opening realm ranged from grade 1 to grade 9. This kind of secret treasure could not be used by those below the heaven-opening realm because it required the might of the world to activate the secret treasure. Even if someone from the Emperor realm obtained it, it would be nothing but scrap metal. Any one of the stars or the spirit state could be regarded as a small universe. It naturally nurtured the might of the world and set up the nine heavens formation in the void. This nine heavens formation could mobilize the might of the world in the void to support the heaven-destroying sword, allowing it to display its power. Yang Kai also had a way to forcibly activate the heaven-destroying sword, and that was to draw the might of the small sealed world. However, this would reduce the foundation of the small sealed world, which was extremely disadvantageous to it. Although the small sealed world was not very useful in the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai always had an idea in his mind. When the time came, he would need to use the small sealed world. If this idea could be realized, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Chapter 4158. Yang Kai had used countless precious materials to forge the Heaven's Punishment Sword. There were even a few Tier 6 materials. Strictly speaking, the Heaven's Punishment Sword was at least a Tier 5 secret treasure, possibly even a Tier 6 secret treasure. Yang Kai was naturally very satisfied with such results. Although he had put in a lot of effort, he had also gained a lot. After keeping the Heaven's Punishment Sword, Yang Kai returned to the stars. The master had already started to forge the Tian Luo umbrella. The Heaven's Punishment Sword was an offensive secret treasure, while the Tian Luo umbrella was a defensive secret treasure. With one offensive and one defensive, the nine heavens formation complemented each other. With these two secret treasures, the nine heavens formation of the Void Land finally had a soul. The minimum requirement was satisfied. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had planned to ask the master to refine his shadowless veil. But now it seemed that there was no need to mention it. The Tian Luo umbrella and the Heaven's Punishment Sword had cost the lady boss a chance and Yang Kai's promise to the master. If he asked him to refine the shadowless veil, it would be too much. Yang Kai didn't want to ruin his relationship with this artifact refining grandmaster. The process of forging the Tian Luo umbrella was not unusual, but it took more time than the Heaven's Punishment Sword. It took half a year. Since ancient times, the value of defensive secret treasures was higher than that of offensive secret treasures. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of forging were higher. Even with the legacy of the Blessed Land, the Tian Luo umbrella was only completed after half a year. Yang Kai let out a lot of dragon's blood. The grade of the Tian Luo umbrella was almost the same as the Heaven's Punishment Sword. They were both Tier 6 secret treasures with extremely strong defensive capabilities. After the two secret treasures were completed, the master immediately chased them away. He had no intention of keeping them. Forging two Tier 6 secret treasures in a row was not a small burden for him. Especially for someone like him who was afraid of trouble, it was a kind of torture. Naturally, he wanted to rest quickly. The lady boss took Yang Kai and left, returning the way they came. He had spent quite a bit of time on the way here, but it was much simpler on the way back. After going through the Universal Palace several times, he returned to the Void Land in less than a month. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai and the lady boss left. During this time, the changes in the void were not obvious. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up the nine heavens array, and they were not even halfway done yet. When he saw Great Master Wuliang again, he was haggard and emaciated, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. His entire being was brimming with enthusiasm. When he learned that Yang Kai had obtained two 6th grade formation treasures, he threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. His voice came from afar, "Don't worry, true sovereign. Even if this old man has to stake his old life, I will arrange the nine heavens for you." Yang Kai was worried. He was afraid that this guy would overwork himself and die halfway. If that was the case, then the initial investment would be wasted. After all, the nine heavens array was set up by Great Master Wuliang alone. Even if other array Dao grandmasters were invited, they would not be able to fully understand the mysteries within. There were more people in the Void Land. They were thousands of people brought by Yuhi from the Green Star Palace. Their cultivation was not high, and they were all under the Emperor realm, but it was not a problem to use them as assistants. The entire Void Land was still in full swing. In the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land, Yuhi reported to Yang Kai about their efforts during this period of time with a worried face. "Young master, the cost of arranging the 9 heavens array is too great. Should we discuss with Great Master Wuliang to modify the array?" Yuhi was in charge of the finances of the entire Void Land. Seeing a huge amount of materials being consumed every day really made her heart ache. Although Yang Kai had made a huge fortune in the great cosmological realm and obtained the secret treasury left behind by Su Huang, he still could not bear such consumption. Now that the 9 heavens array was only half arranged, more than 30% of the resources obtained from the great cosmological realm had been consumed. If the 9 heavens array was really arranged completely, Yang Kai's wealth would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he had spent a lot of resources refining the heaven-destroying sword and heavenly Luo umbrella, and these 2 formation treasures were also to be used in the 9 heavens array. The 9 heavens array almost emptied Yang Kai's pockets. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Let's do it according to the original agreement." When he agreed to Great Master Wuliang's request, Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised by such a consumption. The more effort he put in, the greater the harvest. The Void Land was the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, so how could he be careless? If the resources were consumed, there would always be a chance to earn them back in the future. However, if there was a day when a strong enemy attacked and the Void Land could not defend itself, it would be too late for regrets. In addition to what the Lady Boss had told him before, it made him even more determined to arrange the 9 heavens array. If he wanted to directly reach the high-grade opening heavens array, there would be many dangers and obstacles. Perhaps he would be suppressed by the many blessed and heavenly abodes one after another. At that time, the Void Land would be his capital to contend with these blessed and heavenly abodes. Satisfy whatever Great Master Wuliang wants. If he lacks any resources, send people out to buy them in advance. Don't we still have more than 3 billion opening heaven pills? More than 3 billion opening heaven pills was an extremely terrifying number, and almost half of them were obtained by Yang Kai from the space ring of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. This guy had been in charge of Sword Pavilion for countless years and had accumulated more than half of his wealth, but all of it had been given to Yang Kai. There were also the tens of thousands of space rings of Sword Pavilion, which contained many opening heaven pills. Qi Xing had been the dominant figure in the Great Expanse boundary for many years, so there were large transactions taking place in the star market at all times. With each transaction, Qi Xing would take some of the fees. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains make a tower. Although 70% was given to Yang Kai, the remaining 30% was not a small amount. These 3 billion opening heaven pills were saved up in this way. Yuhi said, "We've already used up nearly 1 billion. There are many materials we don't have on hand, so we have to go to the various star markets to buy them." Yang Kai nodded. "That's good, there's no need to be afraid of paying." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside, only to see the Lady Boss leading Old White in. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted, "Lady Boss, are you looking for me?" The Lady Boss smiled, "I'm leaving, so I came to say goodbye to you." "Leaving?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Where are you going?" The Lady Boss smiled, "Back to the first inn. Where else can I go? I'm the shopkeeper of the first inn, and I've been out for more than a year. If I don't go back now, the higher-ups will blame me." Yang Kai curled his lips. "There's no point in staying in the first inn. Lady Boss, you can resign. Come back to the Void Land, and you can do whatever you want." He really didn't want the Lady Boss to leave. Not to mention that the Lady Boss was very good to him, protecting and taking care of him in every way. There were many things waiting to be done in the Void Land, and they were in need of manpower. The lady boss was at the 6th stage, and Lao Bai was at the 5th stage. If they stayed, they could greatly increase the strength of the void land. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped his forehead. What kind of place do you think the first inn is? That you can come and go as you please? Yang Kai took 2 steps back from her poke. Hearing this, he realized a problem and frowned. Speaking of which, I'm also a member of the first inn. The lady boss sneered. What kind of member of the first inn are you? You just came to the first inn to do some temporary work because you owed money. Now that you've paid off your debt, the first inn has nothing to do with you. When you go out in the future, don't use the first inn's name to talk about things. The reason Yang Kai joined the first inn was because many powerhouses had fought over the Golden Crow's corpse and destroyed the first inn. The lady boss had used this as a threat to force Yang Kai to admit that he owed her 10 million opening heaven pills. At that time, Yang Kai was completely broke, and 10 million opening heaven pills was an astronomical figure to him. Later, when he went to Star City, the lady boss had him go to various shops to collect his debts. His progress was good, and he had barely paid off some of his debts. However, this was definitely not the end. The lady boss's words at this moment were undoubtedly an attempt to separate him from the first inn, lest he be dragged down. After all, if he were to use the first inn's name to work alone, would the void belong to Yang Kai or the first inn? Yang Kai understood this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he could easily separate himself from the first inn because he didn't have much to do with it, but the same couldn't be said for the lady boss. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, many people knew of the first inn's Madame Lan. Knowing that he couldn't persuade the lady boss to stay, Yang Kai could only sigh, take out a space ring, and say, "These are some gifts I prepared for the cook and the bookkeeper. I'll have to trouble lady boss to take them back." The lady boss took the space ring and swept it with her divine sense, discovering that there were several sets of 5th-grade resources inside, exactly what the cook and the bookkeeper needed. The lady boss didn't have many subordinates, but Lao Bai, the bookkeeper, and the cook were undoubtedly the ones she trusted the most and had followed her for many years. Without exception, all 3 of them had condensed 5th-grade strength. Lao Bai's progress was faster, and he was the first to reach 5th grade splitting the heavens, while the cook and the bookkeeper were slightly slower, but they were still only 1 or 2 levels away. Yang Kai already knew about this before, so it wasn't troublesome to prepare. He still had some 5th-grade materials on hand, so giving away a few sets wasn't a big deal. You can be considered a rich man now, so I won't refuse you. When they break through to splitting the heavens, I'll have them come over to thank you themselves, the lady boss said as she put away the space ring. The lady boss was a decisive person, leaving as soon as she said she would. Yang Kai and Yuhi sent them all the way out of the void and watched them use their universe escape technique to disappear before turning around and returning. Looking at each other, they all felt a little empty. The void was still bustling with activity. Every day, large amounts of resources were poured into the Great Array. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui were almost unable to settle down, because there were many resources that they needed to go out to buy. Every time they returned to the void for a few days, they would have to go out again. In the current void, there weren't many masters who could stand on the stage. At the very most, there were only Yu He, Lu Shui, and Chen Tianfei. Zhu Jiuyin couldn't be relied on now, as he was still recovering his source. As for Yu He, because she controlled the Great Array Jade Slit Ring and the financial power of the void, she had to stay in the void. It was a pity that Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, 2 4th grade splitting the heavens, were actually reduced to running errands. Chapter 41-59. Everything was on the right track, and all that was left was to wait. It was time to return to the astral plane. As long as the hidden dangers of the astral plane were not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. Calculating the time, it had been about 15 years since he left the astral plane. Before he left, the astral plane was not very stable, and the laws of the world were severely damaged. Although he and the other great emperors had thought of some ways to delay the collapse of the astral plane, in the end, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. After such a long time, he did not know how the situation was in the astral plane. In any case, there was not much difference whether he was there or not in the construction of the void. He only needed he to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang. And by the time he returned from the astral plane, the 9 heavens array here would have been set up, and it was about time. With a decision in mind, he immediately summoned Yu-He and quietly told her about this matter. Yu-He did not stop him and only said, "Young master, you can go if you want, but you have to bring Chen Tianfei or Lu Shui. With one of them protecting you, I will feel more at ease." In the end, Yang Kai was still in the Emperor realm. Traversing through the 3,000 worlds would definitely be dangerous. If he had a 4th rank splitter to protect him, it would save him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need. The void is currently lacking manpower. Ah Fei and Lu Shui are both very important talents. With them around, the progress here will be faster. I'm only going to deal with some personal matters, so there's no need for them." Yu-He naturally did not agree. She immediately suggested that it was fine to not bring Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, but to bring herself along. This was even more impossible. She still had to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang to set up the array. Anyone could go, but she could not. The two argued for a long time, but Yu-He did not give in at all. She was not at ease with Yang Kai leaving alone, so Yang Kai could only nod in agreement. Yu-He decided to let Lu Shui follow Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman and was more meticulous. If she followed Yang Kai, it would be easier to take care of him. "Let Guozian come along too," Yu-He said. Yang Kai laughed. "He's a 2nd rank splitter, why would he follow me?" In any case, Lu Shui was at the 4th rank, so she could still be of some use in dangerous situations. Guozian's 2nd rank splitter seemed a little weak. Yu-He snorted and said, "Anyway, I don't care. If you bring Lu Shui, you have to bring Guozian." Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly reacted. He could only nod and say, "Okay, then the 2 of them." He sighed inwardly. The Void Realm was in dire need of people, and taking away 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators was something he should not have done. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could not dissuade Yu-He, so he could only agree. Before leaving, Yang Kai took out a colorful fruit and handed it to Yu-He. Yu-He received the fruit and her brows furrowed slightly. This is... She could sense an extremely rich world force from the fruit. World fruit. Yu-He's beautiful eyes widened instantly as she cried out involuntarily, "This is the world fruit?" In any case, she was a 5th stage heaven splitter, so she had obviously heard of the world fruit. However, wasn't this kind of divine object supposed to only exist in legends? She had never imagined that one day she would actually see it with her own eyes and hold it in her hands. "This is a medium-rank world fruit. After I leave, find some time to refine it. It'll be of great benefit to you," Yang Kai instructed. He had a total of 16 world fruits, but only 3 of them were medium rank. A medium rank world fruit was undoubtedly most suitable for a 5th stage heaven splitter. After consuming it and refining its medicinal effects, one could directly advance to the 6th stage. A 4th stage and 3rd stage heaven splitter could also be consumed, but the benefits would be much smaller. As for a 6th stage heaven splitter, even consuming it would have no effect. "This is something you obtained from the land of ancients?" Yu-He asked in surprise. She was well aware of what Yang Kai had obtained in the Great Void Realm, but she had never heard of Yang Kai obtaining a world fruit. The only possibility was that he had obtained it from the land of ancients. Yang Kai nodded. "Young master, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it." Yuhi pushed the world fruit back. Yang Kai said, "If I tell you to use it, then just use it. I have plenty of these things on hand." Liar. Yuhi curled her lips. "Although I've never seen a world fruit before, I know that everyone only has one chance to obtain a world fruit from the world fruit tree. Why are there so many?" As she spoke, Yuhi stared at Yang Kai's palm in surprise. There were several more world fruits there. Yang Kai chuckled. "Do you believe me now? Your cultivation will also be helpful to the land of void. Unfortunately, most of the world fruits I have are low rank and not very valuable. If they were all medium rank, I would be able to produce a batch of medium rank heaven splitters." Yuhi asked curiously, "How can low rank world fruits be worthless?" Yang Kai said, "Low rank heaven splitters can only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters." "How valuable is that?" Yuhi laughed. "Young master, you're wrong to think that way. Low-rank world fruits can indeed only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters, but they can increase his growth limit. This kind of good thing can't be bought with money." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yuhi raised the medium-rank world fruit in her hand and said, "Take me as an example. I've reached the 5th stage heaven splitters, so my limit will be the 7th stage. If I take too many heaven splitters, they won't have any effect on me. However, if I take this world fruit, I can advance to the 6th stage, and my limit will be the 8th stage." "You can calculate it like that?" Yang Kai was surprised. Low-rank world fruits can help a low-rank heaven splitters advance by a single stage. That alone isn't very valuable, but increasing the limit by a single stage is something that many people dream of. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. It turned out that he had underestimated the value of low-rank world fruits all this time. He had thought that the dozen or so fruits in his hand were of little value. But now, it seemed that those dozen or so fruits were also treasures. This made him overjoyed. He felt like he had just picked up a large sum of money. Clutching the world fruit in her hand, Yuhi pursed her lips and said, "I'll accept this fruit." "Thank you, young master." She hadn't known that Yang Kai had even more world fruits, so she couldn't bear to take such a precious thing. Now that she knew, she didn't refuse. Just as Yang Kai had said, her advancement to the 6th stage would bring great benefits to the entire void. She herself had been accumulating heaven splitters for hundreds of years. Once she advanced to the 6th stage, this accumulation would settle down again. At that time, she wouldn't be far from reaching the 7th stage. The 7th stage was a high-rank heaven splitters. After arranging everything, Yang Kai called Lu Shui and Guozian over and soared into the sky. Outside the void, Lu Shui took out a pinwheel-shaped artifact. The three of them walked into it. Under Lu Shui's control, the pinwheel-shaped artifact turned into a streak of light and swept through the void. The 3,000 realms were vast. Large territory after territory bordered each other. Yang Kai actually didn't know where the star boundary was. He had bought a universe map in the star market and had been studying the location of the star boundary since then. Although he couldn't be sure, there were 3 possible places. He could only search one place at a time. Yang Kai secretly prayed that one of the 3 places was correct. If all 3 were wrong, then he really didn't know what to do. Calculating the distance, the star boundary shouldn't be too far from the void. Not long after he and Zhang Ruoshi came out of the star boundary, they encountered a 1,000-jointed insect. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed insect, the 2 of them separated. Yang Kai fell into a large territory, and it was there that he was lured into entering the Qiqiao land by Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duan Hai. He led the way in the pinwheel-shaped artifact while Lu Shui sped along. Passing through one large territory after another, they encountered some dangers along the way. They were chased and intercepted by some star beasts. The 3 of them avoided them if they could, but if they couldn't, they could only fight. After 2 to 3 months, the three of them entered a large territory. Lu Shue's voice came, "Master, we've arrived." This large territory was the first destination of Yang Kai's trip. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the pinwheel-shaped artifact and looked around expectantly. He didn't find anything. He wasn't discouraged. After all, a large territory was too vast. The star boundary might be hidden in some corner of this large territory, so it was normal that he couldn't find it. Moreover, he came from the star boundary and was recognized by the star boundary as one of the great emperors of the void. If the star boundary was really in this large territory, as long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they should be able to sense each other. Ordering Lu Shui to continue searching in this large territory, Yang Kai kept perceiving his surroundings. After a month, Yang Kai sighed, "Let's go to the next place." The star boundary wasn't in this large territory. In this 1 month, he had practically run all over this large territory, but he didn't find anything. Lu Shui nodded and followed Yang Kai's directions to the next destination. Time passed by quickly. More than 10 days later, somewhere in the void, the dust of a great battle fell to the ground. Lu Shui panted, her chest rising and falling. There was a huge wound on Guozian's waist that almost cut him in half. Although Yang Kai looked unharmed, his face was pale. He coughed lightly, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wandering in the void, they would encounter all kinds of dangers from time to time. This time, the three of them were really unlucky. They encountered a group of more than 10 star flame foals. For some reason, this group of star beasts chased after the three of them. They couldn't get rid of them at all. Helpless, the three of them could only fight a battle. The group of star beasts was exterminated, and the three of them were injured to varying degrees. Even Lu Shui's pinwheel-shaped artifact was damaged. But they didn't succeed. Yang Kai was filled with resentment. "Master, we need to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace to recuperate," Lu Shui said as she flicked the blood off her icy water sword. Yang Kai nodded, "Then let's go." In their current state, it wasn't suitable for the three of them to continue forward. If they encountered any danger, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, there was a heavenly palace in this large territory, so they could make a trip there to recuperate. Of course, the most important thing was to repair Lu Shui's artifact. Without it, the three of them would have to expend too much energy traveling through the void. Chapter 4160. Yang Kai had never been to the Heavenly Temple in this large territory before, but Lu Shui had been here before. According to her, before she joined Crimson Star, she had once roamed the world with her sword. She had lived a wandering life for more than 100 years. In that 100 years, she had traveled to many large regions and left her mark in many heavenly temples. This made things much more convenient. Yang Kai and Guozian entered the 6 Unity Wish pouch while Lu Shui used the Heaven and Earth escape technique to arrive at the Heavenly Temple in a flash. The Heavenly Temple was different from the Star Market. The latter was mainly used to facilitate cultivator trade and communication, while the former had a very strong strategic value. This was also why the Heavenly Temple was firmly controlled by the various blessed and heavenly temples. However, the Heavenly Temple also had some star market functions. A traveling cultivator could rest here and replenish their needs, but the price was generally higher. Moreover, the variety of goods here was not as complete, far inferior to the various star markets. Arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Lu Shui let Yang Kai and Guozian out. The three of them immediately found an inn and settled down, preparing to rest for a few days before continuing on their journey. At the same time, in a certain shop in the Heavenly Temple, a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face was bargaining with the shop owner. The two seemed to be familiar with each other and should have made several transactions before, so even though he was bargaining, he did not show the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he was neither too fast nor too slow. The shop owner was certain that the middle-aged man in front of him was in urgent need of his goods and was not afraid that he would lower the price, so he dealt with him calmly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something and let out a soft cry of surprise before turning his head in a certain direction. The shop owner glanced at him and chuckled, "Hey, it's not that this one wants to make a profit from you, but the cost price of these things is right here. If I follow your price, I will suffer a loss. You and I have known each other for over 100 years, when have you ever seen me outbid you in terms of price? I really haven't made much from our transactions." The middle-aged man called Hey. He had a strange look in his eyes. He turned his head and nodded. "Let's do it according to your price." The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't think that Black River would agree so readily. After all, the value of the goods this time wasn't cheap, and there was still room for negotiation. He was prepared to have a proper confrontation with Black River, but who would have thought that Black River would agree before he even used his full strength? However, this was also what he had hoped for. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Black River, you're a straightforward person. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over." As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the storeroom. Not long after, Yang Kai returned with a space ring. Both sides checked it, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was complete. He did not linger and directly left the shop. He turned left and right in the Universal Palace and soon arrived in front of an inn. He raised his head and looked at it for a moment before slowly walking in. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's trio booked a room, but before they could settle in, Lu Shui hurriedly left. She had to find someone to help repair her wind chariot artifact. After all, she still had to rely on this artifact to travel between the various large territories. If she lost it, the consumption would be too great. Kai Yang and Guozian remained in the room to meditate and adjust their breathing. A few days later, everyone's injuries had almost completely healed. Lu Shui's artifact was also being repaired, but it would take at least half a month to get it back. Although Yang Kai was anxious to return to the star boundary, it was useless to be anxious in this situation, so he simply calmed down and waited. Since he had come to this Universal Palace, Yang Kai naturally wanted to leave his brand behind. Immediately, Yang Kai led Guozian and Lu Shui out of the inn and towards the central spirit array. If a cultivator wanted to leave their brand behind in the Universal Palace, they would have to spend 10,000 heaven-opening pills. This price was universal across the 3,000 worlds, neither more nor less. Although 10,000 heaven-opening pills was not a small amount, it could save lives in certain situations. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had some financial resources, they would not be stingy in this regard. However, it was impossible for every cultivator to leave their brand behind in only one Universal Palace. Every Universal Palace would cost 10,000 heaven-opening pills, so the cost was not small. Yang Kai had spent at least 1,000,000 heaven-opening pills on the Universal Palace so far. In other words, he had left his brand behind in at least 100 different Universal Palaces. In fact, he was still very interested in the Universal Palace. After all, it involved the space principles and could allow him to teleport over long distances. Although he could also teleport, the distance he could cover was far inferior to the universe escape technique. In any large territory, as long as there was a Universal Palace, the universe escape technique could respond to it from a distance. This was something his teleportation could not compare to, and even the space spirit bead was inferior. The space spirit bead's sensing range was also limited. Yang Kai had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries of the Universal Palace, then his attainments in the space principles would definitely rise by a large margin. However, there were pros and cons. Although the universe escape technique was very mysterious and could be cultivated by anyone, it required some time to use. Yang Kai had seen a 7th-stage heaven-opening cultivator use the universe escape technique with his own eyes. It was the boss behind the first inn. Even someone as strong as this person needed to spend several breaths of time to use it successfully. And in a life-or-death crisis, who would give you so much time to escape? Time was one thing, and pressure was another. The further one was from the Universal Palace, the greater the pressure one would feel when using the universe escape technique. If one exceeded one's limit, even if they succeeded in using it, there was a possibility that they would suddenly die during the teleportation process. This was not unprecedented. Many cultivators had no choice but to use the universe escape technique in times of crisis. Although they escaped the calamity in front of them, they would be teleported to the Universal Palace as a tattered corpse. However, even though there were all sorts of drawbacks, the cosmic escape technique was still popularized in the entire Trichiliacosm. It was a secret technique that many cultivators placed high hopes on to travel and escape. After spending 20,000 heaven-opening pills, Yang Kai and Guozian left their own brand in the Universal Palace in turn. After leaving the Universal Palace, they were not in a hurry to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, Yang Kai led the two of them around. It was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the Universal Palace, but it was the first time he had come to this place. Unlike the Star Market, there were not many shops here, and the goods were not complete. Moreover, the prices were generally high. Passing by a jewelry store, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he walked in. Returning to the star boundary this time, he could not return empty-handed. Forget about the others, he had to bring back some gifts for his wives and parents. After a little calculation, Yang Kai saw Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, Yu Rumeng, his parents, and his little sister Yang Shui. There were quite a few people, and there was also Ji Yao. In addition, there was also Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yun, and the others. Naturally, the jewelry store did not sell simple pieces of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry was an artifact with a wide variety of functions. Although the price was a little higher, Yang Kai did not lack heaven-opening pills, so he did not care too much. The 9 heaven spirit array cost a lot, and he was willing to pay for it, so what was a trivial artifact worth? A young girl dressed as a maidservant walked over with a sweet smile on her face and a faint fragrance wafting from her body, giving one a good impression of her. The young girl's cultivation was not high, only in the Emperor realm, but having been here all year round, she could see that Yang Kai was extraordinary at a glance, so her attitude was naturally cordial. Yang Kai walked in front of the counter and looked around while the young girl softly introduced one item after another in great detail. Soon, Yang Kai took a fancy to a phoenix hairpin, and Su Yan's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. This phoenix hairpin was luxurious and should suit her temperament perfectly, and it also happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yan and the others' cultivations were not high enough, so even if they had offensive artifacts, they could not display too much power, but defensive artifacts could sometimes protect them. Yang Kai planned to buy a defensive artifact for each of them. Reaching out to grab the phoenix hairpin, Yang Kai did not expect that a big hand would reach out from the side and grab the phoenix hairpin first. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face looking at him. As their eyes met, the man smiled at Yang Kai and nodded. Has little brother also taken a fancy to this thing? Yang Kai smiled and said, Indeed. The middle-aged man said, What a coincidence, this king has also taken a fancy to this thing, would little brother be willing to part with it? It's in your hands, you got it first, so it's yours. There's no need to part with it, Yang Kai said indifferently. Many thanks, the middle-aged man laughed, little brother is a forthright person, how should I address you? We've just met by chance, why bother asking? Yang Kai slowly shook his head and motioned to the maidservant to continue leading the way. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed that this inexplicable middle-aged man had ruined Yang Kai's shopping mood, so she became even more attentive to serving him. Soon, Yang Kai bought a lot of jewelry, causing the smile on the maidservant's face to become even brighter. After paying the bill, Yang Kai put everything into his space ring and led Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan out of the shop, only to see a man in front of him smiling at him. It was the man who had snatched the phoenix hairpin from him. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is this sir waiting for me?" The middle-aged man nodded, "Indeed." "What is the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The man said, "This king feels very apologetic for snatching one of your jewelry, so I would like to set up a banquet to apologize to little brother. I wonder if little brother would accept?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, "Sir is too serious. That phoenix hairpin was obtained by you first, so it's naturally yours. As for the banquet, there's no need, I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Saying so, he cupped his fists and led Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan away. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the middle-aged man didn't insist and simply watched him leave with a smile. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to the inn and entered his room. Lu Shui said, "Master, I'm afraid that man doesn't have good intentions." Guo Ziyan nodded, "I feel the same way. This man's face is filled with malice. It's said that one's appearance is born from one's heart, so I'm afraid he's not a good person." Yang Kai asked, "Do you know that man?" Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen him before. Chapter 4161. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were countless cultivators. Lu Shui had traveled extensively for many years, and although she was quite knowledgeable, how could she recognize someone she had never met before? Guo Ziyan was even more so. He was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so his knowledge was limited. "But master, that person is at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter," Lu Shui said. Although the middle-aged man did not release any aura, making it impossible to accurately judge his cultivation, Lu Shui still felt some pressure in front of him. Lu Shui herself was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so someone who could make her feel pressure was at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. With Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan's strength, it was impossible to contend with a fifth-stage heaven splitter. If this person really wanted to harm them, it would be quite troublesome. And this was only the most conservative estimate. If this person was a sixth-stage heaven splitter, it would be even more troublesome. Although the chances aren't high, we can't not guard against this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before quietly sending a message to Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan. The two immediately nodded and left. Half a month later, Lu Shui retrieved her windmill artifact, but she was not in a hurry to set off. After another 2 months, the three of them left the inn and set off. A few days later, a huge territory gate appeared in front of them, and the windmill rushed in and soon disappeared. Less than an hour after Yang Kai's group of 3 entered the territory gate, a stream of light suddenly flew over from the distance and landed in front of the territory gate. This person was the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression that Yang Kai had occasionally seen in the Universal Temple. Staring at the territory gate, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Did you go in? Humph, you won't be able to escape from this king's palm." Saying so, he plunged into the territory gate, his world force fluctuating and turning into a powerful barrier to resist the pressure of the territory gate. Passing through the territory gate was risky. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the mid-grade of Split the Heavens could pass through it with their physical body without the help of any external objects. Below the mid-grade of Split the Heavens, if one didn't use any secret treasures or secret arts, it was very likely that they would be crushed to death. The pressure in the territory gate was terrifying. However, even though the middle-aged man had a fifth-stage heaven splitter cultivation base, when passing through the territory gate, his soul was shaken and he felt slightly dizzy. He had experienced this kind of situation countless times, so he didn't panic. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't use any artifacts. Soon, the middle-aged man's vision blurred and he knew he had arrived at another large territory. However, before he could stabilize himself, a sword light suddenly slashed at him from the side. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. In a split second, he realized that he had been ambushed, and the person who had attacked him was not inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Who would ambush him here? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly retreated, but the sword light was like a maggot that stuck to his bones. Normally, with his background, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist such an attack. After all, his strength wasn't weak, but the moment he passed through the territory gate, his soul and Dao seal were both shaken, reducing his strength by at least 30%. The sword light directly tore through the protective barrier around his body and slashed at him. His clothes were torn and blood splashed as a foot-long wound immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's chest. His flesh was torn and his bones were exposed. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken the opportunity to retreat and delay for a while, allowing him to display a defensive secret technique, this sword light would have taken half his life. Even so, at this moment, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The wound was filled with sword intent, and he had to divert his attention to suppress it to prevent it from worsening. At this moment, another figure appeared from the side, holding a giant shield covered in dragon patterns, and slammed into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was knocked back, a tremendous force sweeping across his body, causing him to tumble and spit out a mouthful of blood. The sword light flashed again, turning into a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered him, each one threatening to take his life. However, after a while, the middle-aged man somewhat recovered and with a roar, he raised his hand and summoned a shovel-like artifact. Urging his world force, he shoveled left and right, shattering the sword light. In the end, he was still a veteran fifth-order heaven splitter. Although he had suffered a big loss from this sneak attack, after stabilizing his footing, he immediately displayed his powerful background. The other person holding the giant shield covered in dragon patterns attacked again, raising his shield high and smashing it down fiercely. The middle-aged man flew into a rage. A trivial third-order dares act presumptuously in front of this king. Although he didn't see who had attacked him, at this moment, under his divine sense, he could perceive that he was fighting a fifth-order and a third-order heaven splitter. The fifth-order heaven splitter had the same cultivation as him, causing him to be wary, but this third-order heaven splitter also dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, causing him to be furious. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. A long whip-like artifact appeared in his hand. The sound of a river surging could be heard from the whip. The power of water was abundant. This artifact was refined from a large river. The black river whip lashed through the air and smashed into the giant shield. The giant shield groaned as it couldn't bear the weight. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, and the owner of the giant shield was sent flying like a ragged sack. His body kept tumbling in the void as blood flowed out of his mouth. A third-order heaven splitter against a fifth-order heaven splitter was just too difficult. If it weren't for the giant shield itself being a good defensive artifact, this blow would have killed him on the spot. At this moment, although he wasn't in any danger of losing his life, under the enemy's attack, his Dao seal was constantly vibrating and he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shattered sword light once again bloomed with a strange brilliance, leaving behind a series of sword scars on the middle-aged man's body. Blood splashed out as the middle-aged man panicked. One wrong step had led to many wrong steps. He had been sneak attacked while crossing through territory, causing him to completely lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantageous position. Who was it that had actually ambushed him here? Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. The middle-aged man looked around and soon saw a figure standing not far away, quietly watching. His eyes couldn't help shrinking as he cried out, "It's you." This person was actually Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he revealed a sarcastic smile. "Black River, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai call out his name and was even more shocked and angered. "How do you know this king's origins?" Yang Kai sneered, "It's not like you don't know anyone in World Temple. It's not like they don't know you." After returning from the jewelry store that day, Yang Kai had asked Lu Xue and Guozian to inquire about him. Both of them were experienced cultivators, so it was not difficult for them to obtain some information without batting an eyelid. The truth they obtained stunned Yang Kai. The guy who wanted to set up a banquet and apologize was actually Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River before, but the name Black River made him vigilant. If he was not mistaken, there might be some grievances between him and Heavenly Monarch Black River, and the source of this grievance was Fong Tai, whom he met in the Seven Openings Earth Fire Spirit Land. Fong Tai was a servant in the Fire Spirit Land and had been lured in by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. This guy claimed to be from Black River boundary and had a token left to him by his ancestors. He had escaped the shackles of World Temple and came to the 3,000 worlds, so he naturally wanted to rely on the token to find his family's elders and obtain their protection. However, he had coincidentally entered the Seven Openings Earth and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Duan Hai had obviously heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name. He had lured a descendant of the Heavenly Monarch to become a servant. If news of this spread, Heavenly Monarch Black River would definitely not let him go. In order to avoid future troubles, he planned to let Fong Tai escape from the Seven Openings Earth and then ordered Yang Kai to chase after him. Yang Kai still remembered that there were 2 lower-rank Heaven Splitters accompanying him at that time. They found traces of Fong Tai in a Qiankuan world, and Yang Kai fought him one-on-one, killing him with his spear. It was also at that time that Yang Kai encountered Su Huang, which led to the chaos in the Seven Openings Earth. Su Huang was a 5th-rank Heaven Splitter. When Yang Kai killed Fong Tai, he was hiding at the side and saw everything clearly. He sensed some inside information and told Yang Kai that there was a restriction in Fong Tai's body. Whoever killed him would leave behind a hidden brand. Unless Yang Kai advanced to Heaven Splitter, this brand could not be removed. The biggest use of this brand was to identify the murderer. If he encountered the owner of this brand in the future, he would be immediately detected. All this time, Yang Kai had not taken this matter to heart. After all, the universe was so big. How could he coincidentally encounter the owner of this brand? But who would have thought that things would be so coincidental? When Yang Kai learned of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name, he immediately reacted. Fong Tai came from the Black River realm, and that guy was Heavenly Monarch Black River. Perhaps he was the one who planted the brand on Fong Tai. If that was really the case, then the matter of him killing Fong Tai would be exposed. This Heavenly Monarch Black River seemed to have chosen the same piece of jewelry as him in the jewelry store. He was definitely approaching him on purpose to test him. Since he was aware of this, how could Kai Yang not be on guard? Originally, he planned to leave the Universal Temple in half a month and continue on his journey. However, he forcibly stayed in the Universal Temple for 2 more months to make preparations. The results of his preparations were very obvious. After an ambush, Heavenly Monarch Black River could not raise his head. Unlike Yang Kai's calmness, Heavenly Monarch Black River was both shocked and angry. He was angry that he had been plotted against unknowingly despite his shrewdness. He was shocked because the auras of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators beside this little brat were different from what he had sensed before. When he first saw these 3 people, Heavenly Monarch Black River secretly checked the cultivation of the 2 people beside Yang Kai. The woman was definitely at the 4th stage Heaven Splitter, and the man was only at the 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. As for Yang Kai himself, he was a mere Emperor Venerable. He did not take him seriously at all. However, after this fight, he realized that he was very wrong. The man was not at the 2nd stage, but at the 3rd stage. Not only that, the key point was that the woman holding the sword was actually a rank 5. Chapter 4162. Heavenly Monarch Black River was only at the 5th rank, while that woman's cultivation was no different from his. Furthermore, he was ambushed, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. This junior was so cunning that she actually had her subordinates conceal their auras and trap him. Heavenly Monarch Black River was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought that Lu Shui and Guozian had used some sort of secret technique to restrain their auras, but things weren't as he had imagined. 2 months ago, Lu Shui had truly been a 4th-stage heaven-opening cultivator, and Guozian had truly been a 2nd-stage heaven-opening cultivator. The reason for such obvious changes in such a short period of time was all because of the world fruit. Lu Shui and Guozian's intelligence on Heavenly Monarch Black River gave Yang Kai a headache. Although the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank was only 1 rank, the difference in true battle prowess was like heaven and earth. Lu Shui was completely unable to fight against Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai could not hide in the Universal Palace forever. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to let Lu Shui increase her own grade. However, advancing to the heaven-opening realm was extremely difficult. It usually required a long period of accumulation and consolidation. How could Yang Kai afford to wait? Fortunately, he had the world fruit. Of the 3 mid-rank world fruits, he had given 1 to Yu He before leaving, so he still had 2 left. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai could not care less. He immediately took out another one and gave it to Lu Shui to refine. Guozian also obtained a low-rank world fruit. The 2 months spent in the Universal Palace was the time that Lu Shui and Guozian spent refining the world fruit. The world fruit was indeed a legendary existence. With the help of this divine object, the 2 of them advanced, resulting in the current situation. However, although Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank, she was definitely not Black River's match in a one-on-one battle. After all, Lu Shui had just advanced, so her foundation was not stable. She still needed a long time to consolidate her strength before she could truly unleash her full strength. On the other hand, Black River was a veteran 5th rank. Whether it was the foundation of the little universe in his body or the world force in his body, he was not something Lu Shui, a newcomer, could compare to. There was a clear difference in strength between heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same rank. However, Lu Shui still had the ability to fight with him. The effect of the ambush was immediate. In the void, the battle continued. Lu Shui's long sword danced in an airtight manner, doing her best to maintain the advantage she had obtained with great difficulty, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As for Guozian, he immediately turned back after being sent flying. In a battle between 2 5th-stage heavenly splitters, his role as a newly ascended 3rd-stage heavenly splitter was limited. However, he could still divert Black River's attention a little, and the price he had to pay was suffering heavy injuries again and again. In the end, Black River's foundation was stronger. After fighting for a long time, he slowly stabilized his footing and soon found a turning point. His fight with Lu Shui made him realize that his opponent was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This 5th-stage heaven-opening woman's true strength was somewhat lacking compared to his own. If he fought with his life on the line, she would definitely not be his opponent. However, Black River pretended not to notice. He roared furiously as he retreated in defeat. He looked like he was no match for Black River. Lu Shui became more and more unforgiving. The power of a 5th-stage heavenly splitter made her infatuated. Her many years of pursuit had come true, and she increasingly felt that her choice to stay in the void was right. Otherwise, it would take her at least a few decades to ascend to the 5th stage on her own. But now, a world fruit had made her dream come true. The benefits brought by the world fruit were not as simple as ascending to the first stage. The greatest benefit was that it allowed her limits to increase. In the past, her limit was the sixth stage, which was still within the range of the middle stage heavenly splitter. But now, her limit was the seventh stage. She had never thought that she would have the chance to peek into the splendor of an upper stage heavenly splitter in her lifetime. This made Lu Shui feel a sense of gratitude. Naturally, she would do her best to protect Yang Kai's safety. The mighty force of the world surged and poured into the aqua sword in her hand. The sword light overflowed, and the sword chi rampaged. Black River could only parry and had no power to fight back. In the fierce battle, Lu Shui grasped a flaw in Lord of Heaven Black River and stabbed her sword. This sword light shone brightly. It was Lu Shui's all-out attack. Even Black River, who was also a fifth stage heavenly splitter, would lose half his life if he was stabbed. But just as this sword was about to succeed, Lord of Heaven Black River sneered. The Black River whip lashed out in the air, and his aura skyrocketed. Lu Shui suddenly felt a terrifying force coming toward her. The mighty force of the world suppressed her, making her feel that she was invincible. This person had been hiding his strength all this time. Lu Shui was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered. The Black River whip lashed Lu Shui's body. With a muffled groan, Lu Shui felt as if her entire body was about to shatter. The mini-universe in her body trembled, and the mighty force of the world was in chaos. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord of Heaven Black River had broken free from her entanglement and was charging toward Yang Kai. She had fallen into his trap. Lu Shui grit her teeth. How could she not know that she had been caught in a moment of carelessness? He clearly had the strength to turn the tide, but he had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for this moment to strike. His target from beginning to end had only been Yang Kai. Yang Kai's group of three had always been led by him. This was obvious. It would not be easy for Lord of Heaven Black River to kill Lu Shui. But as long as he captured Yang Kai, this battle would be over in an instant. At that time, with Yang Kai in his hands, he could decide whether to leave or stay. Lord of Heaven Black River had a good plan. Lu Shui was immersed in the power of the fifth stage heavenly splitter and did not notice at all. When she reacted, it was already too late. As she retreated, Lu Shui gritted her teeth. Her glabella suddenly split open as if a third eye had grown on her forehead. Glabella soared. This move was Lu Shui's trump card. She would not use it under normal circumstances because it consumed too much energy. Now that Yang Kai's life was on the line, she blamed herself and did not care too much. An illusory sword light slashed out from her glabella. It was neither magnificent nor majestic. It was silent and full of hidden killing intent. The sword light left her body and slashed toward Lord of Heaven Black River's back. At the same time, Yang Kai looked terrified. He opened his eyes wide and staggered backward. He shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I won't be so polite to you." His threatening words made Lord of Heaven Black River laugh. "Junior, you dare to kill my descendant. Today, I will make you beg for death." He reached out to grab Yang Kai. With one grab, heaven and earth were sealed. Even the void was completely suppressed. The power of the fifth stage heavenly splitter was evident. It was not that Lord of Heaven Black River did not notice the glabella sword coming at him from behind. However, he was confident that he could capture Yang Kai first and then avoid this terrifying attack. Time seemed to stop. Lu Shui, who had slashed out with the glabella sword, chased after him with a pale face. Not far away, Guozian also roared and charged over with his shield, disregarding his own safety. Although the two were anxious to save Yang Kai, how could they be faster than Lord of Heaven Black River, who had premeditated this? Seeing that the big hand was about to capture Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Lord of Heaven Black River. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the gourd vine. The vine shook and pierced through the 7 small gourds. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements immediately formed a miraculous cycle. The aura of the world's power spread out. Yang Kai did not hesitate and lashed his whip at Lord of Heaven Black River. 5th stage Heavenly Splitter. Lord of Heaven Black River's sinister smile turned into astonishment. He actually felt the aura of the 5th stage Heavenly Splitter from this whip. He could not help but have a huge question in his mind. Could it be that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He seemed to be from the Emperor realm but was actually a 5th stage Heavenly Splitter. His moment of astonishment and hesitation caused him to miss a good opportunity. The gourd vine swept over and shattered Lord of Heaven Black River's big hand. Lord of Heaven Black River was shocked and hurriedly summoned his Lord of Heaven Black River whip to block. The 2 whips collided and a violent energy shockwave spread out. On the gourd vine, the 7 small gourds rolled into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although he could activate the might of the gourd vine, this thing could only catch his opponent off guard and could not fight for a long time. His opponent was a genuine 5th stage Heavenly Splitter. After a short confrontation, he immediately suffered a great loss. He felt his internal organs tumble and countless bones break. He was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. But this was enough. Although the gourd vine could only attack once in a short time, it still managed to block Lord of Heaven Black River and send him flying. Chi, with a loud sound, Lord of Heaven Black River's face twisted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Lu Shue's heart's brow sword had cut into his back, immediately tearing open a foot-long wound. Through this wound, one could almost see his broken internal organs. If it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he could have captured Yang Kai and then escaped from the heart's brow sword. But that moment of delay had caused him to miss a good opportunity, allowing Lu Shue's attack to succeed. The heart's brow sword was Lu Shue's trump card and possessed terrifying power. After taking this blow, Lord of Heaven Black River's aura quickly withered. "Junior, you treacherous bastard. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Lord of Heaven Black River roared and turned around to flee. He was seriously injured, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. All he wanted to do was to find a place to heal his wounds. Acting like this was extremely decisive, because he also knew that in his current state, there was nothing he could do to Yang Kai. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to take things slowly. But how could Yang Kai let him retreat? Seeing Lord of Heaven Black River fly away, Yang Kai immediately called out to Lu Shui, "Quick, chase after him." Lu Shui obeyed and immediately tossed out her wind chariot artifact. The 3 of them rushed inside and chased after Lord of Heaven Black River. Inside the wind chariot, Lu Shui wore a look of lingering fear. Just now, because of her carelessness, Yang Kai had almost died. If it weren't for Yang Kai's life-saving ability at the last moment, he would have been captured. Her self-blame made her angry, so she spared no effort in her pursuit, not caring about her own injuries. Coupled with the fact that Lord of Heaven Black River was seriously injured, the distance between them was rapidly closing. "Take your time, there's no need to rush." Yang Kai seemed to see through Lu Shue's thoughts and comforted her before sitting down cross-legged with Guozian and taking out pills to refine. Although all 3 of them had been injured in this battle, Lord of Heaven Black River had not fared well either. This was after Lu Shue's grade had been raised. If it were before, facing a 5th stage splitting the heavens like Lord of Heaven Black River, he would not have been able to resist. Chapter 4163. The current situation was in Yang Kai's favor. Black River was alone. He had to run and heal. As long as they kept him occupied and didn't give him the time to heal, he would exhaust his strength sooner or later. At that time, Black River would be at his mercy. Black River clearly realized this and desperately tried to shake off his pursuers. However, he was heavily injured. How could he succeed so easily? As the two parties fled, they crossed more than half of the territory. As they pursued, Lu Shui constantly attacked, slashing out one shocking sword ray after another. Although she couldn't do anything to Black River due to the distance, he was scared out of his wits. He simply didn't have the time to stop and heal. "Junior, don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At worst, this king will perish together with you." Black River shouted angrily. Yang Kai stood in the windmill and sneered, unmoved. The more Black River acted like this, the more it showed that he was at the end of his road. Otherwise, how could a fifth-grade heaven splitter shout such words? Several days later, the windmill circled around a Qianquan world and suddenly lost track of Black River. The three of them lowered their heads and looked at the Qianquan world below. This world was similar to the star boundary. There were many such Qianquan worlds in the 3,000 worlds. Black River's sudden disappearance undoubtedly meant that he had escaped into this world. It had to be said that this was a wise choice. Merging into this Qianquan world, as long as he restrained his aura, he would be like a drop of water merging into the sea. Without special methods, it would be impossible to find him. What Kai Yang and the others lacked was this kind of method. Frowning, Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment and quickly made up his mind. Go down. This time, if he didn't take the opportunity to deal with Black River, he would definitely be entangled with him in the future. If Black River ran to the star boundary with him, then it would be troublesome. Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill towards the Qianquan world. Every universe world had a layer of invisible barrier. This layer of barrier not only protected the martial artists of this world, but also restrained them. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they break free from this layer of restraint and go to the world outside the Qianquan world. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of restrictions. This kind of restraint was naturally nothing to Lu Shui, and she easily broke through it. After putting away the windmill, the three of them looked around, but there was no trace of Dark River. That guy had long since run off to hide somewhere. However, this was also within Yang Kai's expectations. If it were him, he would have done the same. Snorting coldly, Yang Kai growled, "Where are the great emperors of this world? Hurry up and pay your respects." There wasn't much difference between this realm and the star realm, and the laws of heaven and earth were also about the same standard. Thus, there were definitely great emperors in this realm. It was just that the number of great emperors would depend on the size of the bottle of heaven and earth in this realm. When Yang Kai had entered this Qianquan world, he had clearly sensed several divine senses probing him. Needless to say, these divine senses belonged to the great emperors of this world. The great emperors of each realm had obtained the acknowledgement of the wills of their respective Qianquan world. Within this Qianquan world, there were many conveniences, and they could use the world force of that realm. It could be said that although the great emperors were only at the level of the emperor realm, they could display the strength of the heaven-opening realm on their home ground. After all, the fundamental difference between the emperor realm and the heaven-opening realm was the world force. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star realm and devoured many demon saints, he had also displayed the strength of the heaven-opening realm. However, in the star realm, Yang Kai and the other great emperors had still been able to use the world force of the star realm to kill him. Generally speaking, if the great emperors were to use their full strength in their respective Qianquan worlds, they would be able to display the strength of the low-rank heaven-opening realm. Thus, in some Qianquan worlds, some great emperors were unwilling to leave their own territories, because once they did, they would lose the support of the world force. However, there were also benefits to jumping out of the star realm, and that was the opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the martial Tao at a higher level. If one wanted to find traces of Black River in this realm, the best choice was to seek help from the great emperors of this realm. They definitely knew where Black River was currently hiding. However, what made Yang Kai feel speechless was that after he shouted, there was no response. The great emperors of this realm acted as if they had not heard him, clearly wanting to stay out of this matter. First, the uninvited guest, Black River, had rashly intruded, followed by Yang Kai and the others. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a dispute between heaven-opening realm experts. It was understandable that the great emperors of this realm wanted to protect themselves and were unwilling to get involved. Yang Kai naturally would not let this matter rest. Looking down for a while, he nodded, "What a wonderful paradise. This city is not small and has a large population. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. What's rare is that there is no dispute at all. The great emperors of this realm have truly managed it well." Guozian and Lu Shui also followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw a large city down below. They didn't know why Yang Kai was suddenly commenting on this city. "Flatten this city for me. Don't leave a single person alive." Yang Kai suddenly pointed, a sinister look on his face. Guozian and Lu Shui both turned their heads to look, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. The two of them had not followed Yang Kai for long, but they had not followed him for a short period of time either. According to their understanding, Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person and could even be said to be a very reasonable person. How could he suddenly give such a demonic order? That large city below had a population of more than 1 million people? This was 1 million people, not 1 million livestock. While Lu Shui was still hesitating, Guozian cupped his fists and shouted, "Yes." As Guozian spoke, he immediately flew to the sky above the city. Ignoring his injuries, he urged the world force and slowly raised his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and a huge palm print formed above the city. Following Guozian's action, the giant palm slowly pressed down. Lu Shui's heart leapt to her throat while Yang Kai sneered. In the city, countless people looked up. The giant palm covered the light in front of them, and as it fell, the aura of death filled the air. The city fell into chaos. Screams and cries of panic resounded through the sky. Although Guozian was only a third order opening the heavens, which was nothing in the 3,000 great worlds, he still had the ability to destroy such a city. Just as the giant palm was about to press down, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" At the same time, the heaven and earth force in this realm was mobilized and transformed into dense rays of light that collided with the giant palm. In an instant, the giant palm was riddled with holes. Guozian groaned and took a few steps back. The residents of the city who had narrowly escaped death cried out in alarm, "It's the Sea of Qi Master. The Seven Seas Master has come to save us. The Sea of Qi Master must uphold justice for us." The Sea of Qi Master, countless people below cheered. Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw an elderly man hurriedly flying over, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he flew. This old man was clearly the Sea of Qi Master that the residents of the city below were talking about. If possible, he naturally did not want to appear and participate in such a battle between opening the heavens, but Yang Kai had threatened the lives of millions of residents of the city below, so even if he was unwilling, he had to appear. After all, he was one of the great emperors recognized by the world will. If he sat idly by and did not care about the lives of the people here, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash from the world will. Yang Kai was also one of the great emperors, so he was well aware of this. Sometimes, it was far more effective to use force than to persuade with kind words. He did not really want to slaughter the millions of people. Even if the Sea of Qi old man did not stop him at the last moment, Yang Kai would have asked Guozian to stop. After all, he was not a real demon. Although this method was a little extreme, it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. The Sea of Qi of the Thousand Thoughts realm greets the master. The elderly man flew in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Yang Kai's face was unruly, and his face was full of killing intent. He was full of demonic nature, as if he was really a heinous demon. He glanced at him and sneered, "Continue to hide? I thought you were not going to come out." The Sea of Qi old man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and apologized, "I was in seclusion and did not know that the master was coming. Please forgive me, master. Since you know that you are guilty, how do you want to die?" Yang Kai was filled with killing intent. The Sea of Qi old man was shocked. He had just said it casually, but this person took it seriously. He was really a demon. He was anxious and fearful. "Please punish me, master." Although he was one of the great emperors, he knew that even if he was in the Thousand Thoughts realm, with the support of the realm's mighty force, he would not be able to resist. Yang Kai said coldly, "I should have pulled out your tendons and skin, and extracted your soul to serve as a warning to others. However, I have something important to do now, and I need you to do something. I will spare your life for now, but if you can redeem yourself, I will spare your life." The Sea of Qi old man's heart was bitter, but he could guess Yang Kai's intention. He said respectfully, "Master, please tell me what to do." Yang Kai said, "This king chased a demon all the way here, but that demon suddenly disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding somewhere. As the great emperor of this world, nothing can escape your notice. Quickly point this king in the right direction, and once this matter is settled, you will be rewarded handsomely. Chasing a demon, you are a great demon." The Sea of Qi old man cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He said submissively, "Master, you are too kind. I am old, and my eyesight is not good." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted, "Guozian, flatten that city, and leave no one alive." "Yes, master," Guozian said solemnly. "Wait." The Sea of Qi old man quickly shouted. Yang Kai sneered, "What else do you want to say?" What else could the Sea of Qi old man say? He really did not want to be involved in this dispute. Whether it was Yang Kai or He, they were not people he could afford to offend. However, Yang Kai was such a demon. He had no choice. The Sea of Qi old man secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He calmed himself down and said, "Master, please know that my Thousand Thoughts realm is the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Everything in this realm belongs to the illusionary flower, Water Moon." Yang Kai's expression changed. Illusionary flower, Water Moon? He immediately thought of a petite woman. Chapter 4164. The Thousand Thoughts world was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. In other words, the illusionary flower, Water Moon was in this territory and was not far from it. It was just like how the San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were the lower realms of the Void Land. The Void Land controlled more than 10 Qian Kun worlds. The San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were just two of them. The resources and human resources in these Qian Kun worlds belonged to the Void Land. With the support of these Qian Kun worlds, there would be an endless supply of talents. There were even some rare treasures in many lower realms of Qian Kun worlds. Yang Kai knew about the illusionary flower, Water Moon. When he was fighting for the Golden Crow's corpse on the Sun Star, Yang Kai had met a fourth-stage heaven splitter from the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Yang Kai looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes. "Do you know Yuan Xiaoman?" The old man was overjoyed. "Master, you know Senior Xiaoman?" Yang Kai snorted. "Of course I know her. Why wouldn't I know her? But even if Yuan Xiaoman was here, she wouldn't dare to disobey me, let alone you. Guozian, flatten that city for me." "Yes." Stop. The old man was shocked. He brought up the illusionary flower, Water Moon, to make Yang Kai hesitate. Who knew that the person in front of him did not care about the upper sect at all? Even if he knew that this was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon, he was not afraid. Who did the Thousand Thoughts world offend? The old man was infuriated that he had to face such a calamity for no reason. Such a character was not someone the Sea of Qi could afford to offend, nor was he someone the Thousand Thoughts world could afford to offend. I'll take you there, I'll take you there. Master, please have mercy. The old man looked dispirited as he made up his mind. Although he did not know who the Heaven Splitter was, if he did not follow this demon's will, the millions of people below would be in trouble. The old man could only make this choice. He secretly decided that after this matter was over, he would go to the illusionary flower, Water Moon, and look for the upper sex experts. If you knew this was going to happen, why did you do it? Yang Kai snorted. Lead the way. The old man sighed and led the way. Yang Kai called Guoziyan back and brought Guoziyan and Lu Shui behind him. Not long after, the group of people arrived above the sea. Looking down, there was a small island below. Arriving here, Qi Si's old man stopped and signaled to Yang Kai with his eyes. Kai Yang understood and sneered, "Is this the place?" "It's a good place. The Realm Splitter." And Realm Splitter was stage Heaven Splitter. Stage Realm stage was 2. The Heaven stage World Realm World. Yang Kai waved his hand at the old man Qi Si. The old man Qi Si immediately escaped, disappearing in the blink of an eye. For him, guiding Yang Kai to the location of the Black River was already his limit. It was impossible for him to risk his life and get involved in a battle between heaven-opening realm masters. Looking down, Yang Kai asked, "Did you see anything?" Guoziyan and Lu Shui shook their heads, indicating that they did not see anything. Yang Kai knew that the old man Qi Si could not have deceived him. Since he pointed to this place, it was definitely correct. Unless the Black River had the ability to deceive the old man Qi Si. The possibility of this was not high. As great emperors, they were recognized by the will of heaven and earth and could sense any movement in this world. The island was not big and there was no one there. Yang Kai did not pretend and waved his hand, "Find him." Guoziyan and Lu Shui immediately rushed out, using their own methods to bombard the island. The island quickly shattered, and a vague aura suddenly appeared. Lu Shui's eyes flashed, "Found him." She slashed downwards, and the roaring seawater was instantly sealed in ice. With a loud boom, a figure broke out of the ice under the sea. He was in a sorry state and his aura was weak. Who else could it be but the Black River? He had been injured by Lu Shui's heart's brow sword and was hit repeatedly while running. Even if he was a 5th-grade martial artist, he could not hold on. If not for that, he would not have escaped into this world to recover. But it didn't take long for his whereabouts to be exposed. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He roared, "Junior, don't be so ruthless. There is no deep hatred between you and me. Why do you have to kill me?" Yang Kai chuckled, "You came to find trouble with me, and now you say this. Aren't you ashamed?" Hey, he wasn't ashamed. If he had known that Yang Kai had a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter by his side, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Although he was certain that Yang Kai had killed one of his juniors, the dead couldn't come back to life. It was extremely irrational to rashly make an enemy out of a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter for a junior. For Black River to be able to cultivate all the way to the 5th-grade martial artist, he was naturally not someone who did not know what was good for him. On the contrary, he was very good at judging the situation. If Lu Shui had revealed the aura of a 5th-grade martial artist, Black River might not have seen Yang Kai. However, it was too late to say anything now. After forcing him out, Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan pressed forward, combining their strength to fiercely attack Black River. Guo Ziyan was only a 3rd-grade martial artist, so it was too difficult for him to face a 5th-grade martial artist. However, Black River's condition was not good and he was only pinning him down from the side. Most of the pressure was shouldered by Lu Shui, so there wasn't much danger. The situation was deteriorating day by day. Black River's face was filled with despair. He faintly felt that he would die here today. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but that he couldn't. His heart was filled with regret and he roared with grief and indignation, "Just what do you want? Give me an answer. I admit defeat." Yang Kai sneered, not saying a word. It was as if he wanted to kill him no matter what. Black River's heart sank to the bottom. However, it was also because of Yang Kai's attitude that his determination to fight to the death was stimulated. Without caring about his own consumption, he attacked with all his might, risking his life to take Yang Kai's life. Guo Ziyan was forced to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Previously, Black River had held some hope and held back his strength, so Guo Ziyan could still participate. But now, Black River was no longer afraid of death. Guo Ziyan could no longer join the battle. He could only wander to the side, using some secret techniques to support him from afar. With a loud bang, a crater several hundred miles in diameter appeared on the surface of the sea. The seawater in the crater evaporated and the world hummed. Countless cracks appeared in the void, swimming around like fish. 2 5th-grade heaven splitters were fighting here. This world was also somewhat unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the great emperors of this world had long been paying attention to this battle. They constantly mobilized the power of the world to calm the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, this territory of the sea would have been destroyed and plunged into misery. And Black River's desperate struggle was also fruitful. Lu Shui had only just advanced to the 5th-grade heaven splitter, so she did not have time to consolidate her cultivation. Her heart's brow sword had heavily injured Black Sail before because Yang Kai had used the gourd vine to catch Black River off guard. Moreover, the heart's brow sword's secret technique consumed too much of her energy. It would be impossible for her to use it again in a short period of time. This clash instantly caused her to fall. Her delicate body was sent flying like a rag sack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura was extremely weak. A good chance. When Black River saw this, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation, rushing towards the sky. Guo Ziyan wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying by a whip. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with the support of the space principles, he instantly arrived in front of Lu Shui and reached out to support her. Lu Shui coughed out a mouthful of blood and gritted her teeth, "Master, this humble one can still fight." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a bunch of grapes. As soon as the grape appeared, he put his hands on his waist and laughed, "Uncle Pooh is here." As soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong and glared at Yang Kai, "Smelly brat, what are you doing? I'll kill you." His 2 short hands kept scratching, as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death, but Yang Kai had already plucked a grape from his head and stuffed him back into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stuffed the grape into Lu Shui's mouth, "Eat." Lu Shui swallowed it directly, and in the next moment, her dim eyes bloomed with an amazing brilliance. In the land of everlastingness, Yang Kai obtained a total of 3 saint-grade medicines, each with their own miraculous effects. Among them, the profound colored illusory mushroom had an extraordinary hallucinogenic effect, and the gourd vine was even more amazing. The 7 small gourds contained yin-yang and 5 elements force of the 5th grade. With the help of the gourd vine, he could erupt with a fifth-grade heaven-opening attack. Although the Pu Baixiong did not have the ability to fight enemies, it was a saint-grade medicine for recovery and healing. Yang Kai had eaten 2 grapes before, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. The surging medicinal efficacies exploded in her stomach, and a majestic vitality nourished her physique and meridians. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xue's injuries were mostly healed, and her originally weak aura swept out again. "Many thanks, Master," Lu Xue said gratefully. "Catch up with him, but don't kill him," Yang Kai ordered. Lu Xue nodded and turned into a sword light, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai went to Guoziyan's side and examined him, finding that he was fine, but he had consumed too much energy. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. After a while, Yang Kai and Guoziyan also rushed into the sky. After the 3 of them all left, in the sky above the chaotic sea territory, one figure after another appeared. These people were led by the old man with the Qi Sea, and there were a total of 9 of them, all of them great emperors of this realm. Looking at the ruined battlefield, the churning seawater, and the shattered laws, the great emperors had grim expressions, fear lingering in their hearts. This was truly a case of sitting at home and disaster descending from the heavens. However, this battle concerned the heaven-opening realm, so they were powerless to stop it. Fortunately, this battle ended quickly and did not have too great of an impact on this realm. "There's something here." One of the great emperors suddenly discovered something and reached out with his hand, pulling a spatial ring into his hand. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he was stunned. Seeing this, the other great emperors hurriedly inquired about the situation. When they learned the truth, they were all wild with joy. This spatial ring actually contained several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills. To any the emperor realm, this was an enormous fortune. Chapter 4165. Such an item could not have been left here for no reason. It was obvious that someone had left it behind. Elder Qi Hai pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "So that person is not a devil. He was just bluffing me." This ring was obviously left behind by Yang Kai as a form of compensation for this world. If he really was a heinous demon, he could simply pat his butt and leave, regardless of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind him. As one of the great emperors of this realm, Elder Qi Hai was not a fool. He only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. However, this matter was of utmost importance, and they had to report it to the upper sect. The 9 great monarchs first divided the opening heaven pellets among themselves, and after a short discussion, the elder in Qi Si and the other female great monarch left for the Thousand Thoughts world to report to the upper sect. When Elder Qi Hai and the female great monarch departed, somewhere in the void, heavenly monarch Black River's face was ashen. His aura was weak, and there were many sword wounds on his body. Blood was dripping from them, and his eyebrows were twitching as he stood there stiffly. Not far in front of him, Lu Xue was staring at him. She did not take the opportunity to kill him. Black River knew that he was on the brink of death. If the woman in front of him really wanted to take his life, he would not be able to resist. However, although the enemy had yet to make a move, their aura was firmly locked onto him. Black River believed that as long as he made the slightest unusual move, it would definitely attract a storm of attacks. At that time, he would definitely not be able to withstand it, so he did not dare to act rashly. How could this be? Black River could not understand. Previously in the Thousand Thoughts realm, he had used his full strength and should have severely injured this woman. She should not have much strength left. However, that was not the case. Not only was this woman's condition not as bad as he had expected, but she was also rapidly recovering. Black River did not know what kind of miraculous pill she had taken or what kind of secret technique she had used, but the only thing he knew was that in this battle, although he had done his best, he had still suffered a crushing defeat. He had lost. Just as the two were confronting each other, Yang Kai and Guozian finally arrived. Seeing this, Yang Kai was not surprised at all. Originally, Black River was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Lu Shui ate a saint medicine grape and chased after him. How could Black River stop her? If not for Yang Kai's warning, Black River would have been a corpse by now. Seeing Yang Kai, Black River had a complicated expression. Ever since he felt the aura of the restriction he had planted in the Universal Palace, he had been planning to avenge his descendant. Black River was Black River. Black River's Black River, but his descendant was killed. He didn't put Kai Yang's lineup in his eyes. He believed that with his own ability, he could deal with these three people. But who would have thought that a single mistake would cause him to step into the gates of hell? Forcing out a smile, Black River said to Yang Kai, "Little brother, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. I am willing to pay a price and make peace with you. Moreover, I vow that I will never bother you again in the future." Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower their heads. Black River did not want to lower his head like this, but for the sake of his own life, he could abandon his face. Seeing his attitude, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. If Black River would rather die than submit, it would be troublesome. He had paid a great price this time, so he had to recoup the cost. Price? What price? Yang Kai looked at him calmly. Black River felt a weight lift from his heart. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would order him to kill him as soon as he arrived. If that happened, he would really have no way to live. As long as Yang Kai was willing to negotiate, it was a good thing. Although his heart ached, he quickly took out an object from his miniature universe world and held it in his palm. "Little brother, take a look at this. What do you think?" This object exuded a brilliant golden light and surged with the rich power of metal. It was a 5th-grade resource. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only glanced over it before losing interest and snorting, "Trash." "Trash?" Black River raised his eyebrows. This was a 5th-grade resource, a good thing worth at least 1.5 million heaven-opening pills. He had obtained it with great difficulty, so how could it be trash? This fellow was trying to raise the price. Black River clenched his teeth and took out another set of resources, nearly emptying his pockets. But in Yang Kai's eyes, these things only received a single evaluation. Trash. Trash. Black River's eyebrows jumped. He had already taken out all of his valuables but still could not move Yang Kai. Did he really want to kill him? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Black River said, "Little brother, what do you want? Please state it clearly." Yang Kai's lips curled up as he looked him over and said, "I only have one request. If you agree to it, I will spare your life, but if you dare say no, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Black River's expression changed slightly and he cupped his hands. "Please speak. If this Black River is capable of doing so, I will not refuse." Yang Kai immediately became enthusiastic and raised his hand to summon a simple animal skin book, flipping it open and saying, "It's simple, just leave your name and aura here." "This is..." Black River's eyes were sharp and he immediately saw the 3 large words on the page. He said in shock, "Loyalty and righteousness? You actually have the Loyalty and Righteousness book." This was the famous Loyalty and Righteousness demon's item, so how had it fallen into this boy's hands? Wasn't the Loyalty and Righteousness book destroyed with the fall of the Loyalty and Righteousness demon? What was the relationship between this boy and the Loyalty and Righteousness demon? "Oh." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, "You know about the Loyalty and Righteousness book? That makes things easy. You want to enslave this Black River?" Black River flew into a rage. For the sake of survival, he was willing to pay a price, but that didn't mean he was willing to be enslaved. He was a dignified fifth-stage heaven splitter, so how could he be willing to live under the Emperor realm and be ordered around by others? Yang Kai's expression sank and killing intent surged. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then I'll ask you to die. Asterisk clang, asterisk Lu Shue's sword shook and a clear sword cry rang out. Black River jumped in fright and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Wait, I don't have time to wait for you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Choose for yourself whether you want to live or die." Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned to Lu Shui. Lu Shui took a step forward, her world force fluctuating as she pointed her sword at Black River. Black River's sweat fell like rain as he struggled in his heart. He was a fifth-stage heaven splitter and was normally aloof, so he naturally didn't want to be enslaved, but now that his life was in someone else's hands, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Feeling Lu Shue's cold killing intent, he realized that Yang Kai wasn't joking. If he really refused, he would end up in tragedy today. But should he just agree like that? Then where would he put his face? 10 breaths of time quickly passed and Yang Kai's expression was cold. Stubborn fool, kill him. Lu Shui was about to make her move. Black River lowered his head and said, "I admit defeat. I ask little brother to show mercy." He wasn't an unyielding person to begin with. If not, he wouldn't have admitted defeat so quickly. Now, for the sake of survival, leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness register was acceptable. At worst, he would find a way to get rid of this restraint in the future. Yang Kai chuckled, "A wise man submits to circumstances." She immediately had Heiha leave his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness register. Throughout the entire process, Lu Shui was on high alert, her aura firmly locked onto Heiha. If he had any ill intentions, Lu Shui would definitely attack him at the first possible moment. Soon, the words Black River appeared on the second page of the loyalty and righteousness register. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was now a connection between the loyalty and Black River. The loyalty and righteousness register was a strange object that didn't need to be refined to display its effects. It was refined from the skin and flesh of the Xia. The Xia was one of the divine spirits, born with the ability to distinguish right from wrong, loyalty and treachery. The loyalty and righteousness register refined from its body had this effect. However, while this thing had many advantages, it also had its drawbacks. Yang Kai couldn't refine it, so he couldn't completely control the loyalty and righteousness register. In other words, whoever held the loyalty and righteousness register would be able to control the life and death of the people on the register. The loyalty and righteousness register originally only had a single name, Chen Tianfei. Now, the second page had Black River, but the entire loyalty and righteousness register only had 9 pages. In other words, the loyalty and righteousness register could only enslave 9 people. Using one of the slots in exchange for a fifth-stage heaven splitter as a hired thug was a very good deal. However, Yang Kai also invested a lot. At the very least, the value of 2 world fruits was extraordinary. In order to give Lu Shui the power to fight Black River, he didn't hesitate to use a middle-grade world fruit. Even Guozian used a low-grade world fruit to advance to the third-stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai only had 3 middle-grade world fruits in total. He had left 1 for Yu He and 1 for Lu Shui. Now, there was only 1 left. Black River was also a character. Since he had already left his name on the loyalty and righteousness register, he couldn't resist anymore. His mentality changed very quickly, and he took the initiative to give the things he had taken out to Yang Kai as an apology. Yang Kai didn't refuse and happily accepted them. Although these things were nothing in his eyes, the Void had spent a lot of resources on the 9 Heavens Great Array. It was good to have them replenished at this time. Lu Shui took out the pinwheel again, and the 4 of them entered it. Lu Shui drove it, and the remaining 3 healed their wounds. Black River's injuries were very serious, and it would take at least a year and a half to fully recover. The main reason was that Lu Shui hadn't held back when fighting with him. The Heart's Brow sword had almost killed him on the spot. Now, even with Lu Shui's help to disperse the sword intent, it would be troublesome for him to recover. Yang Kai directly grabbed Pu Baixiong. This time, he didn't take the grapes on his head. Instead, he let him stay beside Black River and help him heal. Pu Baixiong was a healing panacea, and the grapes on his head were a healing panacea. However, even if he didn't take the grapes, his body would constantly emit surging vitality, which was very beneficial to his recovery. Seeing this, Black River sighed in amazement. Only now did he know that Yang Kai's previous evaluation of his things as trash wasn't groundless. Compared to such a panacea, his things could really be thrown into the trash. Chapter 4166. 4 months later, a windmill stopped in front of a huge territory gate. The gate to the territory gate was so bright that it could be seen even from a great distance. Inside the windmill, Yang Kai looked at the territory gate with a calm expression, but his heart was restless. He actually didn't know where the star boundary was. Ever since he bought the universe map, he had been searching for it. There were 3 possible locations where the star boundary might exist, and he firmly remembered them in his heart. Before encountering He had already searched a large territory but found nothing. After subduing He, 2 months ago, he entered the second possible large territory but still found no trace of the star boundary. After crossing this territory gate, he would arrive at the last large territory. If there was still no star boundary in this large territory, Yang Kai really didn't know where to look. These 3 possible large territory weren't found by Yang Kai based on his intuition, but on some basis. For many years, besides the great demon god Mo Sheng and Tian Xing, no other heaven-opening realm cultivators had visited the star boundary. In other words, the star boundary should be located in a very remote location, and the resources in the large domain should be relatively poor, so it was impossible to attract the attention of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Otherwise, the star boundary should be like the Golden Sun continent and the Thousand Thoughts world, becoming a lower realm of some force. In fact, if it weren't for great demon god invading the star boundary and Zhang Ruoxi inheriting his ancestors' will, Yang Kai wouldn't have known about the heaven-opening realm. With this judgment, he had some basis. The 3 possible large regions that he had searched for didn't have any powers. There were only a few scattered Qinkuan worlds that had weak vitality and were lacking in resources. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything the first 2 times, and he didn't know what the result of this last search would be. If he still couldn't find the star boundary, then he could only look for Zhang Ruoxi. She had inherited Tian Xing's will, and although it wasn't complete, she might know the location of the star boundary. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai said, "Let's go in." Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill into the territory gate. Even with the protection of the flight-type artifact, everyone in the windmill still felt dizzy. However, it was not a big problem. A moment later, the windmill crossed the territory gate and entered another large territory. Yang Kai immediately released his senses, and soon, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He did not discover anything. He was one of the great emperors of the void recognized by the astral world's will. If the distance was right, he should be able to sense the existence of the astral world. Given the current situation, either the astral plane was not within this large territory, or the distance between them was too great. Praying that it was the latter, Yang Kai had Lu Shui continue to operate the windmill and search this large territory. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. A huge surprise appeared on his face as he whispered, "Over there, over there." Lu Shui immediately changed direction and rushed in the direction he pointed. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations, master. "Congratulations, Master. Hard work pays off. You finally got what you wanted." After more than 4 months of recuperation, his injuries were basically healed. Originally, it would not have been so fast, but with Pu Baixiong's help, the healing process was greatly improved. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was looking for these days, he faintly felt that he should be looking for a place. Now that he saw Yang Kai's happy expression, he naturally found it. And after such a long time, he gradually adapted to his position and no longer felt remorse. This was especially so after interacting with Yang Kai for a long time and discovering that he was not harsh on himself, so he let go of his status as a 5th stage heaven splitter. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai was delighted and laughed, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Congratulations, congratulations." Hey, he rubbed his nose, speechless. He thought to himself, what's there to be happy about? Under Lu Shue's full power, the windmill moved at an incredible speed, and a day later, a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking around, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief, as if he was a wanderer returning home with a sense of anticipation and anxiety. This half-moon-shaped universe world was the star boundary. In another direction, there was another layer of perception that was faintly connected to him. That was the newly born demonic domain, where the Dharmakaya was now overseeing. Back then, Yang Kai had used the small sealed world to roll around and swallow all the continents in the demon territory, merging them into the small sealed world to form the 3rd territory. After the War of the Two Worlds, the star boundary suffered heavy losses, and the attacking demon race army was almost completely wiped out. However, there were still countless demon race forces in the 3rd territory. Yang Kai pulled out the main body of the small sealed world and turned it back into the sealed world bead, while the rest became the new demon territory. The embodiment had to stay there for some reasons, and the 2 demon saint, Bai Liemo and Chang Tian, also lived there. However, now was not the time to go there. Yang Kai still had to return to the star boundary first. As they got closer, the outline of the star boundary became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly looked surprised and said, "Master, there seems to be something over there. There seems to be a big thing on the periphery of the universe world." Hey, he also noticed this and looked over with his full eyesight. He could not help but be surprised. "This is a giant god spirit?" As he spoke, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That big thing was a giant god spirit. Although he was a 5th stage heaven opening master and had seen a lot, this was the first time he had seen a living giant god spirit. Before this, he had only heard about it. This was a giant god spirit, standing at the top of the 3,000 worlds and the entire vast universe. Although he had long heard that the giant god spirit clan was peaceful and did not like to fight, and as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them, he still felt a little creeped out when he suddenly found a giant god spirit in such a place. Lu Shui also felt her scalp tingle and turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I am an old acquaintance of it." Guo Ziyan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Ada had not left, which undoubtedly meant that the situation in the star boundary was not optimistic. It had to be known that the giant god spirit clan was innately gifted. Although they were peaceful, they ate dead Qian Kun worlds as food. In this vast universe, whenever a Qian Kun world was about to die, they would be able to smell that special aura and rush over in advance. Then, they would wait for the opportunity to swallow the world after it died. If the situation in the star boundary had changed, Ada should have left, but at this moment, he was still here. As everyone trembled with fear, the windmill quickly approached the giant god spirit. However, very quickly, a delicate shout came from afar, "Who is it? This is the star boundary, please stop, or else you will be killed without mercy." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai chuckled and suppressed his voice. "Little girl, you really have a big tone. I won't stop, so what can you do to me? The three heaven-opening masters in the windmill looked at him speechlessly. The voice was silent for a while, then suddenly clenched her teeth and said, "Damn ghost, you're willing to come back." She obviously also recognized Yang Kai's voice. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his figure flashing as he jumped out of the windmill. Looking up, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. Her face was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were like a divine spring, emitting a soul-stealing light. At this moment, she was looking at Yang Kai with reddened eyes, gritting her teeth. "I'm back." Yang Kai spread his arms and shouted. That person let out a tender cry and happily flew over, rushing into his embrace. Yang Kai took a deep breath, smelling that familiar fragrance, then lowered his head and kissed her hair. "I'm back, Ru Meng, long time no see." This woman was the succubus demon saint, Ru Meng. Ru Meng raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Although it had only been 10-odd years since Yang Kai had left the star boundary, she felt like thousands of years had passed. It wasn't just because she missed him, but because after Yang Kai left, the great emperors had all gone into seclusion to recover. In the entire star boundary, she was the only one with the strength of a great emperor. It could be said that the survival of the star boundary rested on her shoulders. The pressure was like a mountain. Especially as time passed, the situation of the star boundary became more and more unfavorable. How many times had she been afraid of letting down Yang Kai? How many times had she been afraid that the star boundary wouldn't be able to hold on and would be destroyed? But now, she could finally put down this heavy burden. She was so relaxed that she almost wanted to cry. Yang Kai pulled her into his embrace and stared at the star boundary with a solemn expression. The entire star boundary was now filled with a thick aura of death. Even without entering it, he could feel the corruption of the world's laws. He didn't expect the situation of the star boundary to be so serious. Although he brought back the roots of the world tree this time, he wasn't sure if it could save the star boundary. He could only plan for the worst. If even the roots of the world tree were ineffective, then he could only take away all the living creatures in the star boundary. But in this way, there were also great drawbacks. The void couldn't accommodate so many people, and most of the cultivator in the star boundary had low strength. Even if they went to the void, it wouldn't make much sense. Staying in the star boundary would allow them to grow better. While the two were being affectionate, Wuxia and the others slowly flew over. When they got closer, they realized why there was a giant god here. It turned out that it was attracted by the dying world. It seemed that the legends about the giant god were true. They looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. In their opinion, this world was hopeless. It was only a matter of time before it perished. These people are. Ru Meng noticed that someone was approaching and quickly broke free from Yang Kai's embrace and asked curiously. "A few of my subordinates." Yang Kai explained. Wuxia and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, madam." Ru Meng was stunned. With her cultivation as a demon saint, she couldn't sense the depth of these three people. Each of them gave her a feeling that they were not inferior to the great demon god. In fact, they were even more powerful. When the great demon god wreaked havoc in the star boundary almost exhausted all of its strength to kill him. The great emperors were almost buried with him. These three people were actually Yang Kai's subordinates. What had her man experienced in the outside world all these years? Ru Meng's heart was full of doubts. Chapter 4167. Although she was puzzled, Ru Meng did not forget her etiquette. She smiled and nodded at the three of them. "Thank you for your protection. This concubine thanks you on behalf of my husband." Wuxia and the others hurriedly said they did not dare, but in their hearts, they were amazed. Although Yu Meng's cultivation was nothing in their eyes, her enchanting and charming face was hard to find in the world. They all sighed, their master's luck with women was really good. After chatting with Yu Meng for a while, Yang Kai learned that the reason she appeared here was to feed Ada. Many of the great emperors of Star Boundary were in seclusion, so she was the only high-end fighting force left in Star Boundary. And Ada had been waiting outside Star Boundary, eyeing it covetously. Although Yang Kai had made an agreement with him before he left, this guy's brain was not very good. Who knew when he would swallow Star Boundary? In order to stabilize him, Yu Meng had to send him some food every once in a while. His food was refined by the great emperors of the secular world using the dead stars in the territory of the lower Star Boundary. It was similar to the One Realm bead. Yang Kai nodded, pulled Yu Meng, and arrived in front of Ada in a flash. Compared with this behemoth, Yang Kai was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. When he used the dragon transformation secret technique and turned into a half-dragon, he was still able to get into Ada's nostrils and grab his nose hair. One could imagine how huge the body of the giant god spirit clan was. Yang Kai waved his hand enthusiastically, making Lu Shua and the others not far away nervous. They were afraid that a breath from the giant god spirit would blow Yang Kai's soul away. Ada was chewing in his mouth, and a crunching sound came from his mouth. Hearing the sound, he stretched his neck forward and looked carefully, then suddenly grinned and said, "It's you, little ant, Ada recognizes you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It seems you are not too stupid. Ada recognizes you. Ada is hungry. Ada wants to eat." The giant god spirit leaned over. It was as if the entire universe was pressing down on him. Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. At this point, he could be considered to have seen some wonderful things outside the universe. He had even seen a few high-grade split the heavens, but those high-grade split the heavens were not as powerful as this giant god spirit. As expected of the top species in the entire universe. Fortunately, there were very few people in this race, and their intelligence was not high. Otherwise, how could there be room for other species to survive in this world? The Tao of Heaven was to take away the excess but not the deficiency. As he spoke, a thunderous sound came from his stomach. It was deafening, and Lu Shua and the others' faces turned ashen. Yang Kai quickly nudged Yu Meng who was beside him. The latter understood and threw some One Realm bead over. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ada chewed happily. Yang Kai did not dare to stay any longer, lest the giant god spirit ask him for food again. He said to Lu Shua and the others, "You all stay here." The world principles of the Star Boundary were broken and could not withstand too much power. Lu Shua and the others were all at the split the heavens, so if they really rashly entered the Star Boundary, it would not be good for the Star Boundary. To be safe, it was better to leave them outside. Lu Shua and the others nodded and watched as Yang Kai and Yu Meng rushed into the Star Boundary. After the two of them left, the three of them looked at each other and retreated without leaving a trace, only stopping when they had retreated far away. There was nothing they could do about it. The pressure the giant god spirit gave off was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. The Star Boundary was broken, the world principles were in chaos, and the void was full of cracks, leaving traces of the war decades ago. In the past few decades, the entire Star Boundary had walked further and further on the road to destruction, and even the great emperors were powerless to reverse the situation. The world principles were in chaos, and even the living conditions of the Star Boundary had become extremely bad. Natural disasters continued to occur everywhere, causing unimaginable losses to the Star Boundary every year, cutting bloody wounds on the already broken body of the Star Boundary. In the Eastern Territory, above the sea, a ship was fleeing for its life. Behind the ship, the waves were thousands of feet high, sweeping across the sky, and the whole sky was dark. Although the many cultivator on the ship tried their best to resist, it was difficult to resist the terrifying power of nature. Screams and cries of panic rang out, and hundreds of people on the ship showed despair. In the southern territory, the mountains trembled, and huge gullies appeared in the earth. From the gullies, hot magma spewed out, destroying villages, and countless people lost their homes. Many forces led by the Azure Sun Temple worked together to resist the disaster, but it was just a drop in the bucket, and they could only try to minimize casualties. In the Western Territory, a sandstorm swept over, swallowing everything in its path. At the edge of the desert, the new patriarch of the Lu family looked at the terrible sandstorm that covered the sky and the earth with an ashen face and murmured, "It's over, it's all over." During the Great War of the Two Realms, because the great Emperor Ying was born in the Western Territory, and because the passage between the two realms was built in the Western Territory, the Western Territory suffered the most losses. At this time, it had been almost 70 years since the Great War of the Two Realms. The Lu family was a family that rose to prominence after the Great War of the Two Realms. The patriarch of the Lu family was also quite capable and had led the Lu family upward over the years. However, in the face of this terrible sandstorm, any means were weak. He could only watch the sandstorm hit and secretly pray that his family's protective array could resist the power of nature. However, the patriarch of the Lu family also knew that such a terrible disaster could not be resisted by his family. After this, how many people could survive? In the Northern Territory, heavy snow was falling, and the climate was extremely cold. The ice on the lakes was up to 3 feet thick, and the cold wave hit and froze all life. However, compared with the other territory, the situation in the Northern Territory was the best because the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. Many disciples of the High Heaven Palace, who had achieved success in their cultivation, would go out to gain experience, and resisting this disaster was the best way to hone their skills. In front of a large city, a palace was suspended in mid-air. Above the palace, there were 4 shining words, "Flowing Time Temple." On the steps of the palace, 2 figures stood, a man and a woman. The man had white hair that fluttered in the wind, and he was wearing a snow-white cloak that fluttered in the wind, making him look heroic and extraordinary. The woman had a beautiful face and a slender figure, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. The two of them faced the direction of the cold wave with dignified expressions. Even though the two of them were not weak now, and they had the help of the divine object, the Flowing Time Temple, in the face of this terrible heavenly might, they did not dare to take it lightly, because behind them, there were millions of people looking forward to it. "It's coming!" Yang Shui shouted in a low voice. Yang Shao nodded and took a deep breath. In the next moment, the two of them raised their palms together, changing hand seals continuously, and striking out fiercely. A low murmur resounded through the world. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. The overwhelming cold wave seemed to have entered a strange state of stagnation at this moment. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Seeing this scene, the city erupted into cheers that soared into the sky. Master Gemini's divine might is unparalleled. Master Gemini, good job. It's all thanks to Master Gemini, otherwise, we would have been finished. Over the years, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had repeatedly taken action, withstanding natural disasters in the Northern Territory, saving countless people, and tempering themselves. They had also earned the title of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Gemini. The overwhelming praise did not make them smile in the slightest, and instead, their expressions became more and more dignified. Yang Shao gritted his teeth and said, "Little ant, this cold wave seems to be fiercer than before." Yang Shui nodded and asked, "Can you hold on?" "Are you kidding me? You think I can't hold on?" Yang Shao replied arrogantly, "Little ant, if you can't hold on, you should have said so earlier. After all, you're a woman, and I'm a man." I can't hold on." Yang Shui's face changed slightly, and without hesitation, she summoned the endless hourglass and joined forces with Yang Shao. 10,008 grains of flowing time Great Emperor Divine Sand flew out of the endless hourglass and into the cold wave. In an instant, the power of the cold wave weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowing time Great Emperor Divine Sand had changed the flow of time, causing the cold wave to weaken rapidly. However, the cold wave continued on endlessly. The flowing time Great Emperor Gemini gritted her teeth and desperately urged her Emperor Qi to resist the cold wave. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of their hearts, "Well done." The two of them were stunned. Immediately after, they saw an invisible hand suddenly appear in the cold wave. With a gentle wave of the hand, the cold wave that the two of them couldn't stop despite using all their strength was actually flattened in an instant. The change was so sudden that neither Yang Shao nor Yang Shui could react in time. If a moment ago it was a crazy storm, then now it was calm and tranquil. That big hand seemed to be smoothing out a wrinkle in their clothes with ease. Turning their heads to look at each other, Yang Shui hesitantly asked, "Shao, did you hear something?" Yang Shao was stunned for a long time before suddenly jumping 3 feet high and shouting, "Adoptive father is back." Saying so, without waiting for Yang Shui to respond, he hurriedly controlled the flowing time temple and rushed in the direction of the high heaven palace, leaving behind the gratitude of millions of people in the great city behind him. At the same time, the waves of the sea in the eastern territory calmed down, and countless people on the big ships still had lingering fears. The earthquake that had lasted for several months in the southern territory also quickly subsided, and the magma that overflowed from the cracks in the ground slowly calmed down. Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting looked at each other in confusion, but in the next moment, both of their hearts moved and their faces lit up with joy. The Void Master is back. The moment before the sandstorm in the western regions reached the Lu clan's headquarters, it suddenly dissipated. After surviving the calamity, the Lu clan's patriarch fell to the ground, his entire body drenched in sweat. In the 4 territories of the world, hundreds of millions of creatures, at the same time, received the shocking news. The great emperors of the void had returned. After a short silence, the 4 territories cheered. Decades ago, during the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the chaotic star territory had almost engulfed the star boundary. It was the sect of the great emperors of the void who protected the last pure land of the star boundary, preserving the last glimmer of hope for the star boundary. It was also the great emperors of the void who finally turned the tide and killed the great demon god, resolving the crisis of the star boundary. After the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the void did not hesitate to jump out of the star boundary and go to the outside world to find a way to save the star boundary. And now, he was back. Chapter 4168. The Return of the Void. The 4 territories were shaken as countless people cheered. In this post-apocalyptic world, hundreds of millions of people were struggling to survive. The return of the great emperors of the void had undoubtedly brought them new hope. Deep in the high heaven palace, the dragon race's great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Shun slowly opened their eyes. The two were husband and wife. They had suffered heavy injuries during the battle with the great demon god. Even after so many years, they were still unable to fully recover due to their dragon race physique. So, they had been working together to heal their injuries. At this moment, they looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. In the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island, the martial beast Mo Huang chuckled, "You're finally back." Saying so, he got up and waved his hand. The door that had been closed for decades opened with a rumble. Mo Shaoqi stood outside and looked at him in surprise. "Father, is Big Brother Yang back? I seem to have heard his voice just now." Mo Huang's face immediately fell as he said bitterly, "Your father has been in seclusion for nearly 70 years to heal his injuries. Why didn't you ask about my injuries?" You only care about your big brother Yang. What kind of logic is this? Mo Xiaoqi blushed slightly and asked shyly, Father, how are your injuries? Mo Huang sighed, I won't die for the time being. Mo Xiaoqi hugged his arm, then take me to the high heaven palace quickly. Mo Huang snorted. The injuries that had been stabilized with great difficulty were about to flare up again. He felt blood boiling in his chest as he shouted in grief and indignation, This king will never forgive you, surnamed Yang. Seeming to notice that Mo Huang's expression was not good, Mo Xiaoqi hurriedly said, Father, don't misunderstand. Maybe big brother Yang has some kind of healing medicine. Daughter is just worried about father's injuries. Mo Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, don't explain. I'm going to ask him about the situation. Mo Xiaoqi immediately cheered. In the Serene Soul Palace, the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace slowly walked out from their seclusion. Outside the palace, Hyoji and the many experts of the Serene Soul Palace had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the great emperors, they all respectfully saluted, Greetings, Palace Master. Yao Jun nodded. He patted Hyoji on the shoulder and said, You've done a good job these years. Although he was always in seclusion, he was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Hyoji was unfazed. It's what I should do. Although he was the son of the great emperors and was somewhat arrogant in his early years, he was subdued by Yang Kai during the War of the Two Worlds and became the commander of the GZ army. He led the GZ army to fight against the demon race. He had grown tremendously. Yao Jun had been in seclusion all these years, so the entire Serene Soul Palace was managed by him. It could be said that everything was in good order. The Eastern Territory had also suffered a lot because of the Serene Soul Palace. Void has returned. Come, follow me to see him. Yao Jun called out. Hyoji nodded and followed behind his father. In the Heaven's Secret Valley, the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect looked at the 3 pieces of ancient turtle shells in front of him and laughed, Good fortune, good fortune. The star boundary has been saved from a desperate situation. This is great news. Gao Zhan stood behind him and was also pleasantly surprised, Master, you mean to say that Void Master's return this time can solve the problem of the star boundary? His eyes were white and he was born blind, but he was the best candidate to inherit the inheritance of the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect. When he was very young, the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect took him in and taught him. Most likely. Chu Tianji chuckled and stood up, Let's go to the High Heaven Palace. In the Medicine Core Valley, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors set out with several disciples. In the Iron Blood Castle, the Iron Blood Great Emperor set out with Lin Yun. There were also the Great Emperors of the Azure Sun Temple, the Great Emperors of the Flower Shadow Valley, and the Ice Feather Great Emperors of the One-Line Sky. Almost at the same time, the great emperors who had been in seclusion for decades came out and rushed to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Not only them, but Luan Feng, Fan Hua, Tsang Go, and other saint masters of the Eastern Territory's savage wild ancient land, Bing Yun, Iceheart Valley's valley master of the Northern Territory, Sheng Yu Zhu of the Rakshasa sect, and many other masters who had a relationship with Yang Kai all set out and headed straight to the High Heaven Palace. All the masters in the Northern Territory returned to the sea. Welcome back, Palace Master. In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, tens of thousands of disciples under the leadership of Great Chief Hua Qingxi and Second Chief Bian Yuqing cupped their fists in unison, their voices shaking the world as they stared at the figure descending from the sky with deep admiration and respect. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw his Grand Master Ling Tai Su, his ancestral founder Chu Ling Shao, his old friends who had followed him all the way from the central continent to Shadowed Star, his parents, Meng Wuya, and Xia Ning Chang. The little senior sister's face was still covered by a thin veil, but her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as tears welled up in her beautiful eyes like stars. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have already thrown herself at him. Shuiyu stood beside her, pursing her red lips as her beautiful eyes filled with bitterness. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the two of them before turning to the others and saying with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work over the years. Has everything been well?" Although he had investigated the situation of the entire star boundary immediately and knew that everyone must have had a hard time over the years, he still felt gratified to be able to see so many familiar faces at this moment. Hua Qingxi replied, "Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward, arriving in front of his parents and saying with shame, "Son greets father and mother. I have not repaid the kindness of raising you all these years and have even caused you to live in fear every day. This son is unfilial." Dong Suju sniffled, holding back the tears in her eyes as she pursed her lips and said, "A man should achieve great things. We don't need you to worry about us." Fourth Master Yang nodded and said, "You being able to solve the current problem of the star boundary is the greatest filial piety you can show us." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "Son will do his best and not disappoint father and mother." He turned around and held his little senior sister in Shuiyu's hands, tenderly saying, "You've worked hard as well." The two of them looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. It wasn't hard at all. Tears fell from their eyes. They knew that this wasn't a good time to act like this, but they couldn't control themselves no matter what. Yu Rumeng immediately went over and comforted them. Yang Kai also met the two elders of the dragon race and Tian Yen. Tian Yen was one of the great emperors from the Divine Ascension Mirror and had made great contributions during the Great War between the two realms. Back then, he had concealed his identity and infiltrated the demon race, causing great losses to the demon race. After the Great War between the two realms, he remained in the High Heaven Palace, but because the star boundaries principles were shattered, he was unable to become one of the great emperors even though he had the foundation of the great emperors. Just as they were talking, the space array flickered and a group of 3 figures appeared. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun, Su Yan, and Ji Yao walking out of the hall one after another. When they saw each other, they naturally exchanged some pleasantries. They hadn't exchanged more than a few words when the space array flickered again. Immediately after, a loud voice rang out, "Adoptive father is back." In the next instant, Yang Xiao rushed out of the hall. His eyes turned and fixed on Yang Kai. He immediately cheered and rushed over, running around Yang Kai and shouting, "Brat, you have no respect for your elders." Zhu Yan couldn't watch any longer. He reached out and grabbed Yang Xiao's ear, dragging him back. Yang Xiao begged for mercy in pain. Yang Shui stood in front of Yang Kai and said in a clear voice, "Big brother." Yang Kai laughed and patted her head, "I haven't seen you in so many years. Little sister is getting more and more beautiful." He loved this little sister very much, but he also owed her a lot. He had been running around outside all these years. Not only was he unable to fulfill his filial duties in front of his parents, but he also failed to fulfill his responsibility as a big brother. It was even thanks to Yang Shui accompanying his parents that he was able to show off his skills outside. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yang Shui's delicate nose wrinkled. Big brother only knows how to talk nonsense. No wonder he can deceive so many sisters-in-law. Yang Kai laughed. The space array flashed again, and Martial Beast arrived with Mo Shaoqi and Fu Xian. Immediately after, the great emperors of the secular world, Wen Zishan, and Gao Shueting appeared together. After a while, Yao Jun Hyoji and his son arrived. Since the War of the Two Worlds, there had never been a day when the High Heaven Palace's space array was activated so frequently. There had never been a day when so many masters gathered together. The wondrous pill great emperors came with several of his disciples, the flowering shadow great emperors came with Li Shiqing, the heaven secret great emperors came with Gao Zhan, the ice feather great emperors came alone, the iron blood great emperor came with Lin Yun, the 3 saint masters of the ancient wild lands, Qiongqi, Lu Yen, and Shan Qing Luo, they all came. they all came. Before Yang Kai left, he had arranged countless space arrays in the entire star boundary, connecting the 4 territories together. Anyone could go anywhere in the star boundary without any restrictions. The reason for this was to make it convenient for the great forces to support each other and help each other. Because of this, it didn't take long for many masters to come to the High Heaven Palace. If not for this, the masters from the other territories would have to waste a lot of time to come. Yang Kai greeted the great emperors one by one. Although he remained calm on the surface, he was surprised in his heart. He found that the auras of the great emperors of the star boundary were very weak. It was obvious that they had not recovered from their injuries. It had been more than 70 years since the War of the Two Worlds. After the war, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 50 years to refine the power of the wood element before leaving the star boundary. According to his original estimation, after such a long time, even if the great emperors had not fully recovered from their injuries, they should have recovered by now. But seeing them again today, he found that his estimation was wrong. Not only did the injuries of several great emperors not show any signs of improvement, but they had also worsened. This made him feel puzzled, but he finally understood why the situation in the star boundary was so bad, and why the great emperors still had not made a move. They had not recovered from their injuries, so how could they make a move? A small stone golem squeezed through the crowd and squeezed toward Yang Kai. When it reached Yang Kai's feet, it climbed up his clothes and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, giggling foolishly. The High Heaven Palace was very lively. With so many masters present, the 2 chief stewards were very busy. They immediately arranged for people to set up a banquet and warmly entertained the guests. At the banquet, hundreds of people gathered together. Ordinary people were not qualified to participate in such a banquet. These hundreds of people were the top masters in the 4 territories of the star boundary. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table. He was the main character of today's banquet. The people below, including the great emperors, were all listening to Yang Kai's wonderful description of the world outside the universe. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.